Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of Pixels for People, where we are raising for the Child's Play charity. Um, we are so excited to start this day 2, and we've got an amazing lineup for you today. So we are going to start off our morning with Trine 5, a Clockwork Conspiracy, any percent with the checkpoint skip. And we have I Like Baguette 25 ready to run. So I hope you all are ready. Make sure you're getting those donations in. We have amazing incentives, so make sure you check those out. My internet is not working very well right now, so I don't have them open right now on my screen, but I'll be hopping in and out letting you know what those incentives are. We have some targets and some polls that we'd love for you guys to put those dollars towards. But I am going to go ahead and hand it over to I Like Baguette 25, and good luck with your run.
Thank you. So hello everyone. I like Baguette 25 or just Baguette if you want. And yeah, this is Trine 5, the most recent installment in the Trine series. And yeah, it came out pretty recently in 2023, so I'm just going to start on my game. These settings don't really matter. I'm gonna choose the easy difficulty, uh, which, it's normal for speedrunning. There are some cosmetic options, but I can just choose that. And we'll start the run as soon as the black screen appears. So 3, 2, oh, other, go. It's not easy to
Notre
uh,
histoire débutait une fois encore.
like do a countdown.
Allons, du calme, mon grand.
So let's just start with the first level. So normally in Trine there are 3 characters,
C'est une
which
bibliothèque
are
après tout.
Pontius the Knight, Zoya the Thief, and Amadeus the Wizard. And the first 3 levels are basically introducing each of the characters. So here I have Zoya, for example. We're actually not gonna use her that much once we get the 3 characters. Unfortunately, because I do like Zoya casually, like I usually play as her. So anyway, we're also gonna grab all of these green things. Or not really all of them, but as many of them as we can. And this is basically experience points, and later it's gonna help us buy abilities that we need for the run.
Talisman. Tu as trouvé une souris?
Um,
Ainsi, je ne suis pas seule ici.
so yeah, there is a bit of routing involved with getting these experience points, and it's just a matter of memorizing where all of them are. Like for example, there's one right here, so I shoot an arrow kind of blind here. And here there's a fun little trick. If you do a small jump then a large jump, you do a bigger jump than usual. So instead of grabbing the kind of ball under the wooden planks, you just climb onto the wooden planks, and there are 3 experience points that you can get right away.
Pas
Here I'm
d'aventure
going to
pour
fire at
l'horloge.
random. Same. Oh, this was actually pretty lucky. Like this thing you need to lower by shooting an arrow at it. Oh no. And I actually got it completely blind. I don't get it often, but that's a possibility. And it's pretty nice. So yeah, among the abilities of Zoya that you probably worry about now, she can grab onto these little rings, and she can swing, she can climb up, she can use ropes to connect 2 of the rings. So pretty good utility character, utility slash platforming.
La chambre forte de la bibliothèque et la carte au
But as
trésor
I
sont
said,
proches.
she's not used much. That's just because she doesn't really have any
J'aurais dû demander à un de
game-breaking
ces nouveaux
abilities.
chevaliers de garder les lieux la nuit. Mais
Like
ils
she
n'y
can
croient
only
pas.
use
Ni
these
ne
specific
dorment,
rings and
ni
not
ne pensent, ni ne
anything.
mangent.
Like in the
Comment
first
sauraient-ils
2
prendre
games, she
soin
could
de nos livres?
actually like
De nouveaux chevaliers?
um, grab onto any wooden surface, which is actually pretty overpowered. But here there are 3 like sort of things you can pull, and we're gonna do the upper one and the middle one. That's another thing to remember. Here unfortunately there's a bit of waiting. Can't really get past this any faster. It's a tutorial level, so sometimes there's parts where we have to wait, unfortunately. Here's actually a funny glitch that I don't showcase, but you can kind of fly if you do something precise
J'y suis presque.
on the stairs. But it's really inconsistent, that's why I don't do it. Alright, so that's the first level done. And now we're going to see the first glitch of this
Zoya
run.
n'avait pas l'habitude.
I'm going to go back to the main menu and
Zoya n'avait
start
pas
up the game
l'habitude de ne
again.
pas parvenir à ses
And
fins.
what this is gonna do,
Mais
for
la
some
bibliothèque-
reason, this is gonna spawn me at a much later checkpoint that I would normally.
Mon fidèle bouclier, c'est pratique.
Yeah. And so we're basically like skipping, I think even more than the first half of the level, which we normally have to do. And it's say like pretty much an hour over the total duration of the run. So now we have a little fight with these rat skeletons. There's one thing that's kind of interesting is that you can charge with punches and it has a cooldown, but the charge can either allow you to go from like one end of the screen to the other, or it also can kill any of the rat skeletons in like
Amadeus, le
one
magicien,
hit.
ne vivait pas exact-
So yeah, that's something you have to be careful around. And now this is the last of the introduction
endroit est
levels, which we're
merveilleux.
gonna play as
Mais il est
Amadeus.
temps que je rentre.
And Amadeus the wizard has the ability to create boxes on other objects. Right now we can create boxes on planks, and later we have the ability to create balls as well. And that's kind of his main ability. And as you can see, we're using it to basically carry us over certain gaps. That's one of the things you can do with him. It's pretty slow to do on controller because controller has a limit for the speed at which you can move objects. If I were playing on mouse and keyboard, it would actually be much faster and much easier, but I'm just not used at all to playing the Trine game on keyboard and mouse. So that's kind of area where I could improve, I guess. But yeah, we're using this to skip a bunch of puzzles. So as you can see, Amadeus is actually like a pretty good character for speedrunning. But he will get even better once we get an ability that was probably not tested very much. So here it's still the kind of the same thing as usual, just routing EXP. You're only gonna see that for like the first 4-5 levels, because after that
Là, par-dessus la montagne.
we will have enough for the abilities we need, and we're not really in need of any XP after that. So here's another funny thing, you can like cross this entire gap instead of solving the puzzle. It's really quite overpowered.
Pas mal. Attendez de voir mon spectacle d'invocation à 6
And here we're gonna do a little trick, gonna push the ball with the box, or like the rock I guess. And instead of like slowly accelerating to its maximum speed, it's gonna just like go to the speed of the box, which is like the max speed you can move objects at. Wow.
J'espère que ce serpent n'est là que pour le spa.
This was kind of unfortunate.
Ah, la réception est juste là.
Alright, so after these first few levels, we are going to go to the first level where we have all the three characters, which that's when it's gonna get really interesting. Something I forgot to mention is that we didn't do the checkpoint skip in the previous level, Amadeus the Wizard, that because it just doesn't work on this level. There's like, I think 4 or 5 levels that it doesn't work on, which is unfortunate, but that's how the game works. And we're gonna get to it later, but there's one level that it works only like a tenth of the time or something. I don't really know what's involved in it. Oh, but yeah. What I just did here is that I jumped kind of in the spikes with Pontius. Like I made a charge and jump and immediately just to destroy something. And that's basically in this game. If you switch character, okay, sorry, I'm not explaining this very well. When you die, you're normally supposed to wait a certain cooldown before you respawn. And but if you switch character right during the cooldown, it will just reset the cooldown.
Cet animal magique aime dévorer des carottes. Ses homologues de plus petite taille
So if you just switch rapidly back and forth after dying, it just respawns you immediately. Don't have to wait. And that's actually like kind of really powerful. Normally, I think in the other difficulties you have a limited number of deaths you can take. But on easy, it's just you don't have to. You can respawn indefinitely, so you can really abuse this mechanic. Here's I think the first proper fight, besides the one we did like with Pontius in chapter 2. So normally the best way to defeat enemies is just to hit them with Pontius, or like that. That's the easiest way. But there are some flying enemies that you can only really hit with Zoya, so you have to kind of switch back and forth. And something to keep in mind that the basic enemies, you can one-shot them by dashing into a box made by Amadeus. This trick is pretty difficult. We're getting some more EXP on the side here. It takes a bit of a while, but you kind of have to do it, unfortunately. Now we're going to cross this gap by just using a plank. Oops, I thought I had Pontius here. Something I also didn't mention in the Pontius level, I kind of didn't have time, is that when dashing with Pontius, he has maybe like a second where he dashes, but if you jump, he will continue dashing in the air, regardless of his like timer. So the ideal thing is to dash and wait until the timer is like almost over, or almost out of your charge, and then you jump. So, as you can see, just charge and jump. Alright, this is one of my least favorite parts of the game. It's really precise. There's this wooden box here, and you have to use it to jump over it. But the fact that it's wooden means that it will break very easily, like right here you just broke by falling onto the ground. And yeah, if it breaks, you have to restart because it doesn't like spawn back or anything. Just not very fun. And at this point, you still can't spawn 2 objects with Amadeus. What? Please go back down. Normally he's not supposed to stay all the way here. Up. There's one that stay up, but normally they all like go down. I don't know why this one stayed up. It's a very easy puzzle. We have to redirect the water with Pontius' shield. You can skip this one, unfortunately. Right, now we're going to the second level, which doesn't have a checkpoint skip. By the way, I don't know if I mentioned, checkpoint skip is the thing where you go back to the menu and it immediately like brings you to a later checkpoint.
C'est bien le raccourci louche que prendrait un voleur.
Les chevaliers mécaniques se cantonnent aux rues principales.
Jusque-là, ça va.
And yeah, this is also my least favorite level. It is very slow. You're still at the point of the game where no, you don't really have many tricks up your sleeve to skip puzzles. And there's a very long section with just Zoya that takes forever to do. And also, the game introduces these rat enemies. Basically what they do is that they can dodge your attacks sometimes. It's not super consistent, but that's kind of the gimmick. And they're really annoying.
Ne bougez pas, je dois aller vérifier un truc.
That's the Zoya section here. There's a few puzzles that are like really long to do and really tedious. Huh. Oops. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. If you fall here, which is actually surprisingly easy to do, you have to climb all the way back up. And here you pull this lever, but you have to wait until the thing is here to jump. And here's probably my least favorite puzzle in the entire game. Not only is it slow to do, but it's also really finicky. You have to basically line up these 2 boxes on top of each other, but sometimes one of the boxes won't be aligned properly, and you have to push the button yourself, or even worse, if the boxes like fall down, you have to redo the entire thing. Just not very fun. And here we're going to get an ability. New ability. So I think this is the first time we see it. Normally there's like 1 per level. And these are mandatory abilities basically. You get them regardless of like what you do. The green experience are for optional abilities that you get. You can basically choose amongst specific, not really specific, but amongst like many options. And specifically one we're gonna get right now, so I don't forget later. I'm gonna get Windburst and Windburst Leap. Now, basically, Windburst allows Amadeus to project objects far away around him, and Windburst Leap increases the range and power of this Windburst. And it also allows him to jump after doing the Windburst, but as you can see, they forgot to cap the number of jumps you can do after a Windburst. So you can actually do like, I don't know, 8 or so jumps after a Windburst and gain an expected amount of height. And this is the main glitch basically that we use both on this and no checkpoint skip run. And really, it's like the main thing that allows this game to be done really fast, because you can skip so many puzzles with this. Okay, we're going to see a lot of it, but there are still other strats that are worth mentioning, like this one. Because you need both distance and height, you can't just use wind burst and hope it works. Like, you have to use a plank to help you up. Or not really up, but just to help you get further. And here the wind burst has some properties, like it's supposed to project objects around you. But for some reason, like a few gates are also affected by this wind burst, so you can just open them just by wind bursting next to them. I think this one is the only one we do in the speedrun, but there are other ones that we could do if we weren't using checkpoint skips. And alright, here, this is normally the epic finale of the level. But we can just skip it by climbing onto the truck and dashing over to the end of the level. Yeah, a lot of fight skips as well. But it's unfortunate because the fights get kind of repetitive. There are still fights that we are going to have to do. Kind of struggling. Basically, you use an example something that you can't quite reach with just a wind burst, so you need either a box or a plank to help you. So yeah, it's not a solution to literally everything. You're going to ring this bell, it's gonna put a puzzle for us, but what I'm gonna do is just use the wind burst and try to make this ball go across to the place where it's supposed to be. Now, if you're really lucky, you can go there in one try, but that's kind of the backup strat that I usually have to use, unfortunately. And now here's the final fight that we're actually gonna have to do. So we are going to straight up use the thing I talked about earlier. Gonna just one-shot all of these guys with one single box. These ones can be one-shot because they're a bit stronger. They have more health and the box doesn't go past them, so it's less impressive. Oh, I got way too... as you can see, while I'm destroying the two big guys, I'm using the shield to deflect the fire balls that are shot at me and reflect back. So not only do they do like tons of damage, but also inflict damage over time, which is kind of overpowered. And the two kind of turrets that are shooting at me, they die eventually. Instead of having to shoot them with Zoya, which is kind of slow because Zoya doesn't have any strong attacks at this point. Later she gets much more powerful. Normally I'm not very conservative with myself just because you respawn so fast, but sometimes you do have to stay alive. Like here where I respawn also at the bottom. Alright, this is I think the first boss fight. This guy has 3 attacks. The first one, which he always does first, is this projection. Oh, I didn't ever have to talk about the attacks. I didn't have time. So the first one, he throws like bombs at you, and you have to get them back to him. The second one, he has this fire attack. And the third one, which you saw earlier, he's just going to shoot projectiles that you have to quickly go back at him with Pontius. That's why I always have Pontius when he's on the ground, because this is like you barely have time to react to it, so yeah. And if he's in the air, he's only gonna do this attack. This one is the most annoying in my opinion, it just takes so long. Kill. And a bit of waiting. He also has like attacks that you can't hit him with, like this one where he just creates yellow energy balls. And when he like claws you and everything. Pretty interesting boss fight to optimize, but it's also quite RNG based.
Bonté divine, bonté divine.
Alright, this is, I believe, the shortest level in the game. Because of checkpoint skip, we're gonna spawn at the very last checkpoint in the game. Not in the game, in the level. And all we have to do is get up here and dash a bit, and we meet with this girl, who is the librarian. We met in the very first level. Don't ask me why she's here. Story stuff. I don't remember. And this is another one of the level which we have to do entirely. And it is pretty interesting. There's a lot of puzzles that you have to find creative solutions for. And yeah, we're gonna see it unfold. For now I use another pretty good trick, which I create an object right above my head with Amadeus, then I throw it with the wind burst, and I immediately grab onto it with Zoya. So the object still has like a lot of momentum. So we're gonna like to a quick solve this one. And the area fills with water, so you have to go back swimming. I can see there's an oxygen meter here, but as long as you know what you're doing, you're never really in danger. I can see I'm switching characters in this part. Basically, each of these purple projectiles deals about like a third of your max health of damage. So if you get hit by 3 of them, like you die and you respawn all the way back. Well, this is one of the more annoying parts. Oh, I did the second try, nice. Kind of inconsistent this object charge. And you can go up here just with a wind burst. It's not even just to save time, it's just that otherwise it doesn't work. You're gonna do a pretty cool trick here. We're going to use this box to push a button and use an arrow with Zoya to do the other one. And here's this pipe puzzle. So we have to reconstruct this whole pipe structure. And then we're going to... I need to get this out of the way. I'm going to use a box, a plank, and an arrow to press all 4 buttons at once, if I can shoot it properly, and aim. Right. You light this barrel on fire and it explodes, so you can go back. Oops. What I wanted to do. Here's another fight that we're gonna skip. The surgeon is pretty easy, you just freeze the button and then you press, or rather you pull the lever. Here's the funny thing, normally there's a rat chasing you. Oh, he's not even there. But normally there's a rat chasing you and he just stops down, he doesn't follow you up. I guess this is, they have certain zones where you can be at all times. You're gonna have to time this properly. Using doing a stomp with Pontia spawns another barrels, but if you spawn it too early, it will explode with the barrels that's already there, and you do need to make the barrel explode so you can free it. Now here's what looks like another arena. Now you're gonna see there's gonna be more rats at spawn, but I'm just gonna go down in the water and solve this little puzzle again. It's not a difficult one to memorize it. And we're going to go back and oh, there's nobody here anymore. Where did it go? Well, I found out that they actually jump in the water. I guess they try to follow you, but they instantly die when they're in the water. So yeah, that's kind of funny. And now here's a fight that we're actually gonna switch up our strategy a little bit. We have this spiky ball, which deals like a huge amount of damage. It deals like half the damage, the max health of our enemies. So we use it as much as possible with Amadeus.
Ça n'était pas au cursus de l'Académie astrale. Je refuse d'aller dans cette bassine. Ça a l'air dangereux.
And now we're gonna get to the final part of the level, which we have this Kraken thing pursuing us, so there's a lot of memorization here. Sometimes there's tentacles that you have to hit with Pontius, sometimes there's parts where you have to do certain things. I mean, jump up with Amadeus. You can see also that these things were supposed to let the Kraken destroy them, and I'm literally just staying on the spot. As I said, I'm not conservative with my health at all. There are a lot of checkpoints that reset your health, and I know that here I can afford to take like a bunch of damage. Puzzle pretty easy, you hit the purple thing twice, you hit the button twice, and you stomp once, and it does the trick. Now, this level, we are going to checkpoint skip.
Quittant enfin les tunnels des contrebandiers, nos héros tombèrent sur une nouvelle.
But I'm going to go back to the map and start up from the beginning. Basically, we need an ability, which is Pontius's clone. Also, really great ability, by the way. I really like how it was designed. And yeah, we need this ability to finish the level anyway, even with a checkpoint skip. So we're just going to get to the point where we get it, and immediately go back to the checkpoint we unlocked. Because, yeah, this...
C'est peut-être leur grotte, et donc leur jeune.
Si on les rencontre, on leur expliquera qu'on ne veut pas les voler et qu'on leur
yeah. Oh.
Ça marche super avec des
What?
gangsters armés qui tapent
Why
des
did
morts
he
et posent
jump?
des questions
Ça
ensuite.
suffit, les hommes rats.
Oh. It's unfortunate. This orange thing destroys your objects in one hit. So yeah, you have to time that properly. Also, this purple liquid instantly kills you as well. So many things that kill you in this game. But fortunately, the death, you can take as many deaths as you want because you can respawn so fast.
Pontius, tu veux pas aller voir
And for some reason, you also have like so many invincibility frames. That's not even invisibility frames, that's invisibility seconds
Alors que tout le royaume est parti en fumée.
after dying, which you can also abuse. Like you can straight up go across like spike pits. Here's a nice little puzzle where I have to use that sword swing ability. Normally we would have gotten it in the 5th level, but yeah, we get to that. So as you can see, I just got the cloning ability, so now I'm just going to proceed from the unlocked checkpoint that I got from checkpoint skipping. Yeah, we reflect the light onto all of these lizards, and yeah, here's a fight. I like using the fire arrow with Zoya for this one because they deal damage over time, and that's actually like really good, especially for these guys that keep teleporting.
Revenons à nos moutons.
And yeah, Pontius's clone, it's literally just
Non, je veux en entendre plus sur Amadeus et
Pontius having another character he can control basically, and there's a lot of interesting puzzles with it that most of them we're gonna skip. Either with checkpoint skipping, like most of the puzzle with Pontius's clone we would have seen like earlier in this level, but we just skipped all of them unfortunately. Or fortunately I guess, because it's faster, but yeah, you don't get to see the interesting puzzle design for this game. Because that's puzzle where you have like to offset the clone or and do certain thing with him and Pontius at the same time.
De l'air. J'ai l'impression que ça fait une.
So now we get to Whips level 12, which is also gonna be mostly skipped. We get, I think, to the last checkpoint as well. We need to just use a plank, make it across. And now we're going to use a ball to open this door. We're not even gonna bother with the enemies. Like, I think most of the time, to be fair. And now we get to the Astral Observatory, which is normally one of the longest level in the game, and I jumped in the wrong direction. I'm not actually gonna use the clone to gain a bit of time. I don't think it's mandatory, but we're gonna need to water this flower and provide it with light. It's gonna grow a lot. Flowers don't. I'm pretty sure flowers don't do that in real life, but yeah, now we destroy the barrel with a fire arrow and we place it with a planet.
une représentation fidèle de l'espace.
And you can really see the power of object charging here. You can get all the way up this long pit, which is actually kind of insane. And here's the second boss of the game. This is the Wilhelmatten. So she has 4 phases, and for the 3 first phases we're going to have to activate the electric thing at the top, so we can like electrify her. Here, for example, we have to press both buttons at once, so I just press the button with Zoya and throw an arrow across. I don't think it's the intended method. The intended method is to freeze one button. But yeah. And between the phases there are other attacks that we don't really care about. Now she freezes this, so we're going to use Pharaohs with Zoya, but then she uses this attack. And that's a grounded attack, by the way, it's always consistent. So we can reflect the fire things she throws with Pontius, and it destroys the ice much faster. than just using fire arrows with Zoya. While waiting, you can do funny things like that. Also, sometimes on bosses, I'm gonna take inattentional death. And this is basically so I'm not on low health. Because being on low health is bad if you die to a part where you need to be alive. We don't really care about dying, but if it spawns you back like on the floor, sometimes it's bad.
Barbara, une magicienne de l'Observatoire astral, indiqua à nos...
Now we get to Autumn Woods, which this level is also mostly gonna be skipped. Now, sometimes I think that kind of unfortunate because they're nice
Un dernier obstacle se dressait.
puzzle skips and strats that you can use
Un
in these
dernier
levels.
obstacle se dressait entre nos héros et le bastion
But
d'espoir.
really, the no checkpoint skip runs at about twice as long, so this is a bit over an hour long. My record for no checkpoint skip is 1 hour 50. And now we're gonna get another ability. We're gonna trade our Wind Boss Leap for now for this ability, which is locking objects. We're just gonna use it to get past this because we have basically to lock objects. No. Unfortunate. This is also a level that's really short. And I'm instantly gonna undo this because we're going to get locking objects later again. But this time we're gonna have enough XP to actually buy it. And that's one thing that also like
Ponctus avait hâte de revoir le
quite
bastion de...
overpowered, I guess, is that
Je me rappelle
you
la
can
première
just
fois qu'on a navigué ici.
choose any
J'étais
abilities
enfant
you
et
want at
jouais
any
au
time.
bus
I mean,
sur le bateau de mon père.
there's no
Un
penalty to
bateau?
just
Tu ne nous as jamais raconté ça, Pontius.
Malheureusement, je tombais toujours malade une fois les
forgetting,
amarres larguées.
quote unquote,
Ma
an
sœur a eu
ability
le
that
bateau,
you learn to choose
je suis
another one.
resté sur la terre ferme.
I guess that's pretty good if you're playing casually, if you want to test something and everything. But for speedrunning, it really makes it like really easy to switch to the abilities you need. This puzzle skip is pretty funny. As I said, the wind burst affects like pretty much any objects, like these things. And yeah, you can push them like into the roof. And you climb up and then you cut the rope yourself with a sword, which is definitely not what you're supposed to do.
Ces brutes ont fait une
But
très forte impression
as
sur
long
mon
as
petit
it
Pontius.
works,
Assez ruminé. Venez, il est temps de faire notre propre impression sur ces soldats.
alright, we're gonna use some more object charge here. Actually, I'm gonna do it twice in a row.
Ça n'en finit pas.
Rien que courir d'un endroit à un autre est un bon entraînement.
Comment savoir laquelle de ces monstruosités mécaniques a volé les pouvoirs de Valerius?
Continuons à chercher les chevaliers pétrifiés, et on finira par trouver la source.
Shoes. By the way, this is my favorite level, and I guess you're gonna see why right now. And there's like so many different tricks you do here in this level. One of the most clever ones. This glitch wasn't found by me, but I found the application for it. Normally, the game prevents you from lifting yourself up. Like you can't lift objects which are, oops, right below you. But here we just impale this object on a spike ball, and then we move the spike ball, and it just works. And here, normally there's an invisible wall, but we can get across it if this guy wants to let me. We use a fox rope, which is an ability we would normally have gotten in Autumn Woods, level 14. So, basically we just teleport to a point, to a point that you grabbed with. I mean, sorry, my English. I'm forgetting. You teleport to a ring that you grabbed onto. Alright, and here's a fun skip. You basically activate a checkpoint early, and then you just go back to the map and reload. Alright, this is also my favorite boss. Or not really if you mess up, but as long as you do it properly, it's really fun. Because there's like a lot of things you have to do. Basically each phase you have a different thing to do. Like right now we need to get the cannonball and fire it at him. And here we're actually gonna fire one of these vegetables. But we need to first kind of stone the vegetable by making the boss attack it with one of these purple beams. We turn the vegetable to stone. Sword fight's pretty complicated, but it's really easy once you know what's happening. This cannonball is on fire, so you have to freeze it with the and you also have to use an object charge, or not really an object charge, but you just need to like charge a ball or into the cannon that's turned to stone. And for the last remainder of the health of this boss, we're just gonna hit him until he dies. And here that was actually quite lucky. He spawned another cannonball, and if you explode it right next to him, I don't know if that's just deal a ton of damage or he instantly dies, but either way it's a lot faster. Right here we actually spawn into one of these I think they're called skill quests or something. I don't even remember. Normally, so we have solo Amadeus right here, which is always I don't really like the skill quest because when you die, you can't switch characters, cheese it like I normally do. And thankfully this one is quite short, especially because we skipped a bunch of it. And the ability we get for this, oops, is the ability to reverse the gravity of individual objects. Yes, I think we will only use it like once after this. So that's not exceptionally useful, which is okay for a lot of these mandatory abilities that you get. You normally use them on puzzles, but since we're skipping a bunch of puzzles, while they get a lot less use than we would normally, and you're actually gonna take advantage of the really long invincibility frames. I'm just gonna let myself die here. If I can. Yeah, and we're gonna do it again here. Normally you'd have to go below to like use the buttons and whatnot. We just dash through it with the like 2-second long invisibility time. Right, this puzzle we're gonna just keep by stomping on this thing. I don't know why this works. This was not found by me, it was found by another, I mean, pretty much the only other runner in the community right now. This puzzle solution you have to memorize. It's you freeze the middle one, you use the lever 3 times. You freeze the bottom one, you use the lever 1 time. Then you unfreeze everything and pull the level 2 times. Thankfully I memorized it properly. Now there's a bit of an unskippable waiting time here. We are going to use this electric generator that actually falls right here, and we use it to kill all of the enemies really quickly because it one-shots them. Here we need Amadeus to protect ourselves from the black smoke.
Oh, je suis le roi du monde.
Normally we can make it past the electric current before it even turns on, but that's not a big issue if you don't, because you can just instantly respawn. This part is a bit tricky. I should try to get a consistent way to pass it. This part I do not like at all. There's gonna be a big guy that comes in, and if the big guy steps on these gears, it's as if you stepped on them, so you can't move them with Amadeus.
Nos héros
I
se
don't know
lançaient
why
dans
it
une
does that.
Aurore et Godric
Here
sont
I
quelque
was
part
actually,
sur cette
that was actually really good because he didn't step on them at all.
La perspective peut
But
jouer des tours.
I usually struggle
Ce
a
qui
lot on
semblait
this
proche
part.
du ciel peut se révéler être à bonne distance à pied.
Now we get to another one of the longer levels, also because you can't checkpoint skip on this one. The beginning is very easy, you do a lot of windburst leaps and charges. Now we kind of choose this puzzle by throwing a sword with Pontius' clone, which I think we can do. Pontius' clone has literally all of the abilities of Pontius. And we use the fox rope to instantly teleport to this. I'm not gonna do it again here. Except we have a bit of a puzzle. We have to solve like the first half of the puzzle still. To make the clone able to throw the sword onto here and grab onto it with Zoya. Stand on this really thin
Nous allons retrouver
platform
Je
to
redéterre
instantly
vers un
dash,
héros,
and
voudra bien.
Charles, by the way, we should get the object locking
Toutes ces épreuves seront
before I
belles.
forget.
C'est ça. Et le royaume et l'académie
Now this
astrale
level
seront
introduces
répandus
these
par magie.
balls.
Tous les seigneurs, les
Oops.
magiciens disparus vont réapparaître
You can't
d'un coup
levitate them with Amadeus,
Pontius,
so you have to push them with Zoya and Pontius. They're quite annoying, to be fair. So I didn't mention until now, but the combat music sometimes stay for really long after, I don't know, after you left the fight. I guess they didn't intend you to skip all those fights, even though it's like not that difficult to skip. And here we use object locking. It's kind of hard to explain how object locking works, but basically it like keeps the object rotation the same no matter what, so we can make objects hang on only like really small pieces of solid ground, and they are gonna just stay in place, even though normally they would like easily fall. Now these enemies are annoying. You have to use Pontius's light shield, which is just another ability we didn't get because we checkpoint skip, but you still get them once you finish the level automatically. For this you have to be fast. This guy is gonna come down and then he's gonna try to attack us, and he's instantly gonna destroy our fragile thing we did. Structure we have to cross this gap, and then we solve the puzzle really fast. Sometimes the big guy on the other side can actually shoot missiles onto your object, which is really annoying. We're gonna use object locking once again to make this stay in place somehow. And here, I kinda like this part, it's really precise. I have to wait here, then dash, so the cooldown can just barely be enough for you to be able to win burst sleep again. One thing we can do, we can instantly go below here by just going around. And here normally there's a pretty lengthy fight here, but again with some
Les ennemis doivent se
lockdown
cacher
planks
quelque part.
and
Et ils ont toujours
the wind
Julius,
burst sleep,
Lucius et Agnès. Nous devons les
we can just get on the other side and skip the entire fight, which is really convenient because this fight is long and there are more of those guys with the shields.
désormais entre nos trois héros et Julius, Lucius et Agnès.
Alright, this is there's a one like 1 in 20 chance or something of these checkpoints keep walking. I never got it. Someone else in the community like got it, but I'm still in the process of figuring out how this works. And because it puts you like right at the end of the level, it would save so much time if you manage to get a consistent way to get it. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to do the Clockwork Palace entirely right now. We're gonna have more of these guys, which we love to see, of course. Now, thankfully, by just spam mashing square and using the charged one with Pontius, we can one-shot them. I mean, one-cycle them, not one-shot.
C'est un véritable défi.
Because oftentimes they used to like, I mean, normally they re-enable their shield after some damage is dealt. This guy, we're gonna one-shot him with the laser beams. And here there's a pretty complicated setup that we have to follow, actually, because there's no other way to solve this puzzle. It's pretty complicated the first time you go through it, but I memorize it like pretty much everything else.
Était donc un piège.
And I use using fire arrows to deal with these guys. Somehow the enemy spawning on the right just gets stuck here as you hug the door.
Regardez, ils ont même des panneaux.
Mais quel sympathique petit cachot humide.
That was unfortunate. Again, we're gonna ignore the enemies. We're gonna abuse the invisibility realm once more, and you can really see how bad it is. Like they were really generous with them. Now, unfortunately for these guys, I'm pretty much forced to go behind them if they don't want to fall down by themselves. Otherwise, they're gonna push them into the void. Now, normally you think this is good, right? Push them into the void for a quick kill. But no, they don't care, they just respawn with their shield back up. This skip is a bit difficult. You need to be really precise with it. Because it's actually like a pretty good distance away. Now we can afford to wait on this platform because there's a death plane right below here, and even if you like enter the death plane from above, it will kill you. So you have to be a bit patient here. And yes, this level is very long. That's why skipping it would be really,
Rentrer à
really
la maison
nice.
sans avoir à faire le grand saut.
Here I switch between the characters again to try to.
Vous pensez que les pouvoirs de Trine suffiront à nous tirer d'affaire?
Ne me dis pas que tu
I need
doutes
to
de
remember
nous.
this.
Je sais qu'on peut échanger de place et ne pas mourir. Mais ça ne rend pas
This
l'équipe
puzzle has
invulnérable.
a specific
On
solution
fait tout
as
un tas
well,
de choses absolument horribles. Oh, si seulement
but it's
Trine
not
était là,
that bad.
elle pourrait sauver mes enfants. Elle était si gentille et intelligente. Elle saurait quoi faire.
And because I didn't get the checkpoint skip, we're soon going to see
La chasse aux trophées. Ce seigneur
one
est
of
une
the
véritable honte.
most
Ces
interesting
animaux me
skips.
semblent familiers.
C'est parce qu'on a combattu la version mécanique de
Euh,
chaque animal.
So it
Ils
is
volent plus que les vies des magiciens pour créer ces machines.
inconsistent. We're gonna basically slide planks
Grâce au
under
pouvoir de
this,
Trine,
which you're really
on
not
entrera
supposed to do.
bientôt dans l'ordre.
Je ne sais pas.
We're gonna lock them
Les
together.
sont encore à la merci
Then we're
d'Aurore
gonna
et
put a
Godric.
box
Nous
and
allons les trouver.
set this
Si
up.
seulement la vraie
If
Trine était là.
this is very chunky. uh, put a box above it, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna be able to lift the box, and this basically works as if we're able to lift this normally unusable ball. Oh, that's sad. Uh, why is this not working? Help me. Maybe I can stand here. Alright. We're going to destroy that and just move it ourselves. Please. Yes. And we actually need this setup. So I'm gonna need to make the ball fall back down. Please. Thank you. I'm just going to redo the entire thing. I like having two planks here, it's a tad more consistent. And we're gonna do probably the most complicated skip in the run, which I've called, or it's not really me, but I call this section the washing machine. It's basically an auto-scroller where I put through a gauntlet of like dangerous thing, lasers and everything. I think it's a good 3 minutes, probably more than that. Do I have? No, I don't. Like, don't have enough. Normally at this point of the run, I like buying the strong elemental arrows for Zoya because it does like so much more damage. For the very last fight, basically before the boss.
Préparez-vous, on va leur montrer.
Yes, this is we're going to get to the final boss finally.
À l'heure la plus grave.
So yeah, I forgot to talk about washing machine skip. Yeah, I know. I think it's good. Now I want to talk about the final boss. As basically it's Lady Sunny and Godric. I think he's in English he might be called Lord Godric or something. I'm not exactly sure. Basically, he has only a single attack that we can't hit him while he's doing the attack, and that's this one, the one with the missiles. And it's annoying. Now this is the first interface where we're actually gonna damage Sunny. I'm not sure what's the logic behind whether you're damaging Godric or Lady Sunny, but yeah. We're going to damage Godric during these phases with the randomized attacks, and there's gonna be 2 consistent attacks in which we're gonna damage Lady Sunny. This is by far the best attack. He stays like for so long in this one specific spot, and you can just hit him with Pontius all the way. And she's gonna be the second Sunny phase, which she's gonna do this big attack. If oh no, that was the worst thing ever. It's not even that hard to hit her. You just have to throw an arrow with Zoya at the right time, because otherwise you just have to wait. So we're going back to the randomized attacks. We actually didn't get the missiles during the second phase, which is good. The least I've gotten in one fight is a single missile. I think that's probably the best you can do. Actually we got 2, which is like average, I guess. Alright, we're back to the attack. As you can see, the arm just stays in place for so long. I have all the time in the world to damage it. Now we're going to a small auto-scroller segment. We'll have to avoid, again, the attacks are constant. You can just jump in the water if you want and not able to hit you. Or maybe they are. You just stay in the middle. There's gonna be some more. You can actually protect yourself with an object if you want on this part. And here it looks like we're gonna die, but no, we just... There we go, and then we dash. And final thing we do in the run is just hit this with Pontius. And it's gonna be time. So, alright, I hoped you enjoyed the run. I hope I was able to commentate it well. It's kind of difficult having to do all of these tricks and talk about them while doing them. Thank you for the GGs, and if you're interested in like speedrun, you want to learn more, Trine speedrunning or Trine 5 speedrunning is really small right now. We're just like mostly 2 people, so yeah, if you want to join, like why not? There's more people in Trine speedrunning, of course, but not many people have tried 5 actually. And this is gonna be the end for my run. I thank you for having me on the event. Good luck to all the next runners. Goodbye.
Thank you for that awesome run. Unfortunately, Ninja is
You're
having
welcome.
some technical issues here, but she will be back as soon as possible. But yeah, I like Baguette. That was an awesome Trine 5 run, and we'll be back after a short intermission with Zero playing a game I have never heard before, but hopefully it's a good one. I know it's a good one. All right, see you guys soon.
Welcome back, everyone. We are excited to continue our day 2 of Pixels for People, raising money for Child's Play charity. make sure that you are getting those donations in. If you need any information on that, we will have that right there in the chat box. Right now, we are going to go straight into Gungrave Gore, boss stages only, with xerobladedge and Tempest Mask 1000. Why is that name so hard for me to say? But I'm just going to hand it straight over to them, and good luck with your run, guys.
Thank you. Good morning, Pixels for People. How are we doing today? Like Ninja said, this is Gungrave Gore, boss stages only. So the best way to explain this run is you found an anime, because Gungrave is an anime. You found an anime, you went online, and you found the filler list, so you can skip those episodes to get straight to the good stuff. That's the best way to describe this run, and I'm going to go ahead and let my virtual couch, introduce himself.
Hello, friends and fellow gamers. I'm Tempest Mask 1000. Some of you know me as Steve, and Ninja, I don't blame you one bit. You're not the first person to get it slipped up. But hey, yeah, I'm also a Gungrave runner. I mainly run the original game, but I actually am kind of sort of the one that came up with this category. It was Zero, though, that put it into motion. When we were initially labbing out the first game and we had yet to find out some of the further possible time saves that the current Gungrave 80% has going, I thought, what if we just cut out the fluff stages that don't have the bosses and only showcase the bosses? And thus, here we are today.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's get this show on the road.
So I'm in the lab right now to kind of show you what we're going to be doing. We're going to be playing all but the last stage is Brandon Heat, which you unlock through the Gore difficulty. And then right as we get to the ship core, we'll be switching to Death Ronin Grave, which is just, it's a costume for him, but it's the fastest one to select. Because we're going to be doing 2 skips in this run. One we do with Brandon, the other we do with Grave. So we're just going to go ahead and go to our stage select here. And we're going to start at the beginning, the big wall. So, okay. So, we're going to get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, Gungrave.
Oh yeah. So for those who are unaware of the game, you first actually, go ahead.
Yeah, we're just going to be basically kick their ass. That's the whole premise of this run. We're just going to be running and gunning.
That's the classic phrase every time you start a stage, and it's good to see they still have that classiness in full force.
Yeah, but the main thing of this game is, and I preach this to every new Gungrave runner of any game, know where your spawn points are for enemies, because a lot of this game is like the classic NES style or SNES like beat 'em up style, where it's like you got to beat the enemies to go. So like I know those 3 guys are gonna fall there. I know there's a guy in the door, and yeah. So I'm just doing this to clear enemies to progress through the next door. Now, the girl that you're hearing talk to us through our radio is Quartz. You won't see Quartz during this run because this is not a full game run. Like we said, this is the non-anime filler category. But an interesting thing about the anime... Go ahead, sorry.
I was just going to say, technically she does have a boss stage at the end of her level, right?
No, she does not have a boss. She just has a wave.
I see. Yeah, no, that is true.
We are playing the updated version of the game. When this game came out, it only had, as playable characters, Quartz in her stage, Brandon, Grave, and Bungie. You'll see me play as Bungie during the last level. But the updated version of the game, the UEE, which came out on Switch first, and then we got all the updates on PC, PS5, and Xbox, introduced some new characters. We won't be seeing them, but we got Rocket Billy Red Cadillac from Gungrave Gore on PS2, and we got Harry McDowell, which was Brandon's best friend in the anime.
Grave, watch out! Raven Clan
I think you mean Gungrave, not Gore, but the one before it.
Overdose,
yes. Thank you. I was the one that was forgetting the name, so that's on me for speaking before knowing.
Yeah, I run the entire series. There are 2 VR games that I don't run because VR VR's hard on the brain.
Yeah, it can be. And they did take a very interesting approach with how they had the VR aspect. Funnily enough, this is the same developer, though, who made the VR games, so this was actually their first foray when it came to making something a little less VR and a lot more proper. And for fans, this was kind of huge, considering that Gungrave GORE was the first, like, actual mainline title that was being released at all.
Yeah, since Overdose.
Of course, the VR games are, yeah, obviously the VR games were considered canon. Why wouldn't they be? But sure. And thankfully, this game does have a recap for those who are just jumping in.
Yeah, and also, this year on a Xbox showcase, we got the sequel announced to Gungrave GORE, which has, like, the coolest name ever. It's Gungrave GORE Blood Heat.
Oh my. Blood Heat? That's amazing.
So, be looking out for speedruns of that when it comes out, because I already run the whole 3D series. Like I said, I don't run the VR games. Yeah, so a thing we haven't talked about yet is the beat system, and we'll kind of go into that now, because I have 677 beats, or 611, and you'll see the full break meter. Full break was introduced after when the Switch version came out. So basically, you have full break 1 through 5. The more damage you deal, the more full beats you get, which means more full break. It basically just means Grave, or Brandon in this case, shoots faster and deals more damage.
Yeah, beats in terms of the overall Gungrave game was considered basically like your chain score, and so something that we runners of at least the first game, we wanted to keep that going pretty strong, because one thing that was particular with that game was the unlock system, and with the results screen you had the skull collection for how well you did, and in that case that's how you unlocked your special moves. In the case of Overdose, it was practically the same thing as well. In terms of Gore, however, now we're just going into a bit more of a typical credits system. So when it comes to the lab, it might seem a bit tough to grab some of those purchases like immediately. So needless to say, Zero put in a lot of prep when it came to setting up for speedrunning this game.
Yeah, I farmed one stage for like 3 days straight.
Oh my god, 3 days straight!
And that was to buy all of the, because, you know, like there's other characters in the game, like Rockabilly Red Cadillac and Harry McDowell. All of the characters share their, the DNA that you get as currency. So you have to, if you want to unlock everybody and all of their abilities for New Game Plus, which is the preferred category, you have to grind enough of the currency to unlock everything. So like Brandon has his own thing, has his own stats. Grave has his own stats. So grinding like that takes a while, but the Gore difficulty is a good way to do it on one of the last 4 stages. This game is broken up into like sections. So like we're in Big Slum right now, and then we'll go to like Neo Hong Kong and Vietnam and all that stuff. And each section has its own set of stages. We're still in Scumland right now.
Careful.
So after this, we will be making a jump from stage. You saw me skip stage 2. We'll be making the jump from stage 3 to stage 11. And so, like I said, we're cutting out the filler. The any percent or New Game Plus run is about 2.5 hours. This cuts it down to, like I said, the world record is 48 minutes flat by me. So we cut off almost an hour and 45 minutes of a run just to make it flashier and make it better for marathons. And
Yeah.
like
The developer definitely put in a lot of stages. Let's put it that way. Sorry.
yeah, I mean, like I said, it's your basic anime, and you cut out the filler. It's the one piece of Gungrave games.
Yeah, pretty much.
There is somebody still alive. There we go. So I'm listening to cues from Quartz. If she doesn't say anything when the door opens, I know there's someone alive, and I have to go back and chase them. Which is fine, it happens. But the game also gave me a quick rotate feature with R3, so I can just hit R3 and spin right back around. Another cool thing that this game brought into was art kills. So, like, sometimes you'll see an enemy have, like, a purple aura around them. We can either hit R1 or L3, depending on the distance from them. And do, like, an art kill, and that nets you more DNA for your upgrade. Oh, dodge that
So in terms
missile.
of this overall game, Gungrave Gore is one of those things that definitely tried to take the aspects of what it had previously, but also give it a modern enough spin as well. Because that moment right there, if I'm not mistaken, in the original version of the game was a quick time event.
It still is. I was just mashing square. That's
wow.
That's the only QTE in the whole run.
Yeah, there you go. It's funny because there were definitely a couple more, at least at first, anyway.
Oh, they're all still there.
Say, really?
Yeah.
Why haven't I experienced them? Ain't that a wild one? In that case, yeah, no, we're. I lost my train of thought. Dang it!
But yeah, I was wrong. We skipped from stage 3 to stage 12. So now we're in the market streets. We're going after Jensen, the Boost Master, who is also a playable character that I forgot about because I have not played as him yet. Because he is the Z.
Right.
You know, we have Mega Man X4 later, and we have all of the Mega Man block coming up. He's the Zero of the game.
Which is pretty funny when you make a boss character who does technically die in the story playable.
Yeah.
Great, the door.
And he's the only one with 3 phases.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that too. Wow.
He has his lackey.
Yeah.
His lackey, when you see his boss fight, it's pretty hilarious because he just charges his Hadouken for the whole time. And then he dies before he even gets it off sometimes. Someone's alive. There we go. Spoilers. Lunar, you're watching a speedrun marathon. I can't help it. Okay, this hammer guy is just having it out for me today. But yeah, there's this game is pretty much just run and gun the game, but it's that satisfying run and gun. Like, you actually feel like you're making progress in the stage just by holding up on the analog stick and R2. Another cool feature that this game didn't have when it came out is the auto fire feature. If you look next to the skull up in the up left, you'll see those 4 bullets. If I hit down on the D-pad, I can switch between single shot and auto shot. We don't do that. We keep auto shot on for our fingers. And now here's the 3-phase fight. You're gonna see me turn on go red here. This is Fury mode. Basically, I'm gonna spin in a circle. This is 90% of the boss strat. And you saw me get hit there. I can't be knocked back in that mode.
Jensen, the Boost Master.
Nice. And yeah, there's the minion. And down he goes.
Still one more phase.
Oh, that was Jensen, sorry.
Yeah, Jensen, and then Jensen Overdrive.
Yep. So, typical to Gungrave
Where'd he
games,
go? There he
there are usually the enemy groups, and They each have like their own names and stuff. You know, Yensid is the first of the major enemy group lackeys that we face in this case, and they usually have a phase 2 form. In the case of the first game, it was, oh god, I forgot. I
Overdrive.
think it was Overkill? Overdrive, yes. And then in the second game, actually, the second game didn't really have much phase 2s going for them,
No.
not at all. So in that technical sense, they brought it back here. Gosh, it's been... I evidently, I did not do my homework, and it is 10:39 a.m. over here.
So this stage is a cool stage. It's a cool concept, except it's very poorly executed because, like I said, this is like an old school beat 'em up where you have to kill a certain amount of enemies or all enemies to go, and sometimes enemies can just get stuck
Watch out!
and you can't find them, and then the game won't let you go. And this stage is like the worst of that.
Reap, there's
It didn't do it this
Yeah,
time.
that is
though.
unfortunate. That is good. That is good. Now, this stage is a boss level for a very interesting reason. We're actually going to be reunited with a character that made their debut in Overdose.
Yeah,
and
Zell.
in that case, Zell. At this point, that we should also just talk about the names of the characters, because oh my goodness, Zell Condor Dive. That is one of the coolest mercenary names I've ever heard.
Brandon Heat, which is it kind of makes sense for, you know, the next Gungrave game to be called Heat Blood, or Blood Heat.
Yes.
We have Bunji Kagashira, who's actually working for the enemy, but will end up working with us by the end of the game. And then Quartz is Quartz, and then who you don't see is Mika. Mika is the ringleader of this whole thing. She is going against the seed drug to try to eliminate it from the world. And that's her whole goal, even though in this game she gets infected by seed again.
And gets kidnapped, unfortunately.
I mean, she's the Princess Peach of the Gungrave world. So I'm turning on Fury mode right now because if I don't, I'm going to get knocked around like crazy, because there is those little red lights on the floor are bombs that pop up like that. And like I said, Fury mode prevents knockback. So we can kind of get away with it and not have to deal with that. And now we're going to fight Zell. I'm just going to run at him. And like Ninja said in the chat, screaming, ah, the whole time. So, ah, then I'm going to start running around. And that's that
Also,
stage.
Zell Condor Brave, by the way, I did slip up on. I had the Condor part.
Yeah.
Also, I did do a little bit of behind the scenes looking up, and it does seem like Blood Heat is going to be a full from the ground up remake of Gore.
Yeah.
So that is actually pretty exciting. I'm very curious to see how they pull that off, because from the sound of that alone, I mean, you gotta understand that this game got a lot of updates with, like, you know, OG Gore at first and stuff. And then came the Switch version, which added even more content before all other consoles, as Zero said, eventually got it. But now we are getting a full-on remake. Who knows? That could be really something else. I'm just suddenly getting a little bit hopeful.
I'm spun around. Here we go. Sometimes you get spun around when you hit that R3 button a little too much.
That's right, yeah. I mean, hey, the original game did have a turnaround button, so it makes sense.
At least I don't have to hold a run button the whole time. Oh, but
So
yeah.
one of the big mechanics of the Gungrave games is the shield meter, and that you're noticing that whenever Zero takes a hit, that's going down first. And so whenever that breaks, then you start to take health damage. And the name of the game sometimes is trying to see if you can avoid that happening, because it is very much possible to get that shield gauge back up. And yeah, it's just one of the nuances that has remained prevalent throughout all the Gungrave games.
Yeah, so the way the shield works is it recharges when you use the demolition shot, but demolition shots in Gore are not really that good. Like I said, we used to use one for a skip, but we found a way to do it as Brandon. And it turns out, instead of just using a demolition and watching the whole animation, it was a jump, or two rolls, and then a jump. So we don't have to change characters in one of the later stages. Oh, you are stuck behind something. Okay. That's that instance of enemies getting stuck behind things. But yeah, a lot of this game is just running to the door that you know you have to go through, and then waiting by the door for everything to come out. And so, like, I know this door is gonna open, and so once I get this guy, I can run to the door. Boom, boom, boom. Take a big old right here.
And while he's doing that, I think this would probably be a good time to have Ninja talking about any announcements or anything that we would like to mention for the wonderful folks of Pixels for People.
I would love to. All right, guys. So we are here raising money for Child's Play charity. This is a near and dear to my heart foundation that helps support children in hospitals with supporting or giving them entertainment, access to games, iPads, toys, such things that can take their mind away from the mundane activities that they have to experience while they're staying in the hospital. I know Ahmad said earlier how I had a kid who had surgery last week, and he was not afraid at all. The minute they asked him if he needed giggle juice or wanted an iPad, his first response was, "Oh, I'll take the iPad." So he got to sit there and play games on the iPad the entire time, and he was completely unfazed by the process that he was about to have to go through. We are running some target goals and polls, so make sure whenever you go in and donate that you are picking one of our targets that we have set up. We have Mega Man X4, the US version versus the Japanese version. Right now, that one's pretty far. Japanese version is pretty far ahead with $420. Yeah,
that's my run.
that one's yep. And then we have, let's see. I know we just had the Super Mario Odyssey beat Dark Side. That one was met recently. Oh, we have Perfect Dark 4 extra agent missions. We are at $89 for that of the $100 donation goal. So make sure that you go in and you click one of those. You can pick one poll and one target, so you can make your donation go towards two different things whenever you go and do that. So make sure we're getting those donations in, and I'll hand it back over to you guys.
Also, the whole point of the JP versus X4, if you want me to really sell it to you, it's, do you want X to sound like a kid or X to sound like an adult? That's really the joke there.
And a little more on a serious note, the English version of the Mega Man X4 is actually faster. Well, mostly. Zero did fill me in that apparently just recently a new world record was set with the Japanese version, which is funny because I always thought that was possible, but the big kicker about what makes the English version of X4 usually faster is they removed the pre-boss fight lines coming from the Mavericks. So the only characters that had those were the ones that actually got dubbed, people like Colonel or General and stuff. So if you're more of a fan of wanting to hear what they removed, then yeah, the Japanese version is what you're going to want to pick. But come on, it's X4. Everyone knows that we love the infamous English voice acting.
That's a matter of opinion.
You know what? valid.
I prefer the
mean,
JP version.
Okay, fair enough. No, I'm not. I mean, I guess that's fine. Okay, to be fair, I grew. Mega Man 8 has a special place in my heart, and so knowing that it's the same voice cast is one of the things that's made me very lenient on the English version. But also, I won't lie that yes, the Japanese cast is has objectively better casting and direction that goes into it for sure. Oh, that reminds me. What was the name of the boss that? Yeah, because we're gonna fight the upgraded boss of the last boss that you fought. What was the name of the previous one? The red one.
Oh, red guy.
Okay, fair enough. Nah, just we're gonna come up with it on the spot, sure.
Hey Ninja, how much is JP beating US for X4? I gotta know.
It is $420 for JP and $110 for US.
Jeebus.
Yeah.
I did not expect that.
Yeah.
I will have the PS4 JP version ready to go.
Yeah, unless somebody snipes that, which would actually be very nice for our overall cause, I don't see that changing anytime soon.
I think that's going to be a JP win for that one.
Oh, by the way, I will say this: JP has better box art.
There you go. We have raised $1,059 so far of our $1,500 goal. So we are getting real close to that goal. So I just wanted to toss that out there as well.
Heck yeah.
Hey, chat, do you think you could do me a favor and somebody put in a $10 donation? That'd be great. That would be nice.
Oh, I get it.
It took me a second, but I get it.
That
we definitely need
that
$10
coffee hasn't kicked in yet. And apparently the Mr. Pibb hasn't either. All right, so now we're in Big Wooshin's HQ. Big Wooshin is actually a witch. So in good old movie fashion, I'm going to attempt to drop a house on her. If you get the reference, I'm very proud of you.
I do. And, I mean, who wouldn't at this rate, considering that the original film has had quite a few adaptations since, not to mention a musical that's going to get its second and final act going in theaters, like, what, this year?
I don't know.
It would be... You'd be pretty hard-pressed to be, like, not having somebody be knowledgeable of where that originally came from at this point.
Also, her overdrive form is the best designed one, in my opinion.
I'll agree with you there. I'll definitely agree with you there. Big Wooshin was a very interesting fight for me at first, but I can't lie that her overdrive form was pretty cool. So, yeah, mad props to that. Like, the thing about this game is that I said, or like when we were getting set up, or maybe I might have said it during this run, either way, this game, so the original game actually had some design work coming from some Japanese industry pros, and one of whom was Yasuhiro Naitao, the creator of Trigun and Blood Blockade Battlefront. So this game also supposedly, like, while this game did not seemingly have his direct involvement, it did have his blessing. And he actually made some art that was once done as a giveaway within promotion of this game's developer, that being Studio Iggy Mob, which, interestingly enough, is a South Korean developer. Mm-hmm. So they just so happen to be fans of the original game and got the blessing of Red Entertainment to make this game, and also the VR games. Pretty wild how things just shape up sometimes, don't you think?
So the best line in this game is right before she transforms after this phase. She's like, "Oh, you got blood on my dress," and then transforms. Looks like the queen is gonna have to get her favorite dress bloody.
Uh-oh.
And now she's just in the air, and she's gonna summon enemies, and I'm just gonna run in circles.
And that's it.
That is
Brandon Heat is... Yeah, the thing about Brandon Heat as a character is that, like, we mentioned Bungie earlier, and their gameplay styles are practically the same. Like, the whole thing about playing as Grave is that as a character, he's kind of sluggish, but that's kind of also the idea. It's to, like, sell the fact that this guy was brought back to life, made stronger, more powerful. He's carrying a giant coffin gun on his back.
Which is his coffin. That's the coffin he was buried in.
Exactly. So, when you're playing as Grave, obviously your mobility is going to be a little different. But the fact that they introduced the means of playing as when he was alive, that kind of just really really made the point of playing as Grave mostly moot. Because Zero did mention that we are going to be using the death well, you'll see what I mean. There is a special costume though that was done in collaboration with another pro artist, and it's called Death Ronin. And so you'll actually be seeing that a little bit later, but trust me when I say it's going to look awesome. And it was one of the reasons why I was hard pressing myself to pre-order the original Steam version.
Also, I use Death Ronin when I run New Game Plus because Ronin is actually my son's name.
Oh, that's so cool!
So I use
I didn't even know that.
I use Death Ronin as the costume when I run Graves New Game Plus for full game.
That's wonderful, man.
If it's good, I have a donation I'd like to
Oh,
read
it's
out.
totally good. I'm just standing in one spot.
All right, we have $85 from Nub, and their incentive that they picked out was for the black deck for Balatro's final deck choice. The comment saying, "I want to see you suffer." So
Oh, no.
Oh my god.
there we go. Make sure that I think that's a really fun incentive, picking the final deck. And right now we have $5 towards the red deck, $85 towards the black deck, $20 towards the abandoned deck. Let's see, $10 towards plasma, and $84 towards the erratic deck. So black deck is definitely ahead right now.
Watch out!
$85 was the least I expected to hear after I had asked chat to put in $10.
Right? But I think it was happening at the same time. So
Ah, man.
Flamethrower guys are a nuisance. They can knock you off of anywhere because they don't really, like, most gunshots and stuff you hear around you, the flamethrowers don't have a sound unless you're right next to them, so I don't hear them, and they can just push me off at any point. Also, in true video game fashion, anything with water is bad, and you saw it in Stage 3. These worms pop out of the water where you're standing. So they just follow your footsteps, and they chase you the whole time. Alright, so now we're just making our way through the underground sewers stage. This is another big guy level. And then we have Toronti's HQ next. So I'll go ahead and kind of dive into that because this stage isn't really that interesting. Toronti's HQ is a big reset point in the run. Because there is a forced fight as Brandon that doesn't take very long, but we want to skip it. So here's the things that can go wrong. You can overshoot your railing, or when you hit the platform, you can actually get shot off with a rocket and still have to do the fight anyway. So if we get the skip, we can almost, if I play well for the last 3 stages, we could probably have a new world record at Pixels for People. No promises, but we're going to try because that's the next stage. Also, it's cool how Grave in the cutscene just like bust a chainsaw out of, or a circular saw out of his
gun coffin.
His coffin. Yeah, he has some
That
pretty
thing's gone
interesting
through
kills.
so many modifications. That thing has just gone through too many modifications over the ages. It's impressive.
So, when I was playing the Gore difficulty before it was patched to fix it, because Gore is the hardest difficulty in the game, I spent about a month in this stage trying to beat it, and finally the game got patched and I was able to beat it.
Great.
And they
Yeah,
are
one of the
coming from
things
all
about
sides.
core difficulty, they are coming from all sides. Yes. Thank you, Quartz. Yeah, actually, you know what? Fun fact. Let's talk about this right now, because we'll talk about the difficulty first, though. Gore is the hardest difficulty, but with the extra modification of you do not have any checkpoints. So any death within that level will send you all the way back to the beginning, which is why it is a very hard one to begin with. Also, Gore is a acronym for those that have not caught on. It stands for Gunslinger of Resurrection, which, if that does not sound cool, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. It's also very fitting, though.
Not gonna lie, today I learned.
Who Grave is.
I learned that today.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I just knew it as Gore, and it sounded cool. All right, so here we're coming up on that skip. Once I get out of this room, I'm gonna have to do some particular movement to kill some enemies so they don't knock me off. Mainly these guys. And this rocket guy right here, so let's just... There is a rocket guy down there I'm going to get rid of. Can't tell if I did. There we go. So we're going to go boom. Roll. Roll. I didn't get it.
So close.
I didn't get
but
a world
at least
record
you took
either.
the precaution.
So now we have to do this forced fight. I was very close to it, but then I bonked. When I jumped, I bonked the ledge.
I mean, honestly, it do be like that, but hey, there's always next time.
It's okay.
Yeah, we're having fun, and that's what counts. But now that we've discussed the nuance of the Gore difficulty, and yes, by the way, I'm still surprised that you haven't figured it was Gunslinger of Resurrection.
I just play the game.
I thought Cosmic would have told you by now, at the very least. Shout out to our pal DE Cosmic, of course. And shout out to the overall Gungrave community as well, truly.
Yeah, I've been a runner since OG Gungrave many, many years ago, and we've built quite a nice, chill community.
Agreed. It's been a while since I've checked in with them, but I very much agree with that sentiment.
So this room is what caused me so much pain on Gore difficulty, and now that we're playing on easy, I'm just gonna go right through it. These snipers up here with the lasers are the ones that you wouldn't think are bad because there's the big giant orgmen. But they're the meanies of the run when you play Gore, which is why no one's done a Gore speedrun yet.
Yeah, that would be I mean, that would just be kind of moot, though, because you're, like I said, you're literally playing
also, real quick, this room was fixed in the patch. There used to be lasers you have to dodge. You can just walk right through now.
Because those lasers were, if I'm not mistaken, instant kill.
Yes. Well, they weren't instant kill, but they did a big damage. Yeah, we're just going to run in circles. He's the teleport boss.
Oh, they did an instant kill? Got it. Old man in a dapper suit.
What a disgrace you are, Grave. Beating a helpless old man nearly to death. And then transform. Oh, he wants us to go left this time instead of running right. Yeah, he's the ice mage of this. Oh, he slowed me down. It doesn't matter.
Crystal, maybe water, kinda, sorta. There's also lasers on the floor.
I just work here.
It's unfortunate because when we do face the members of the Raven clan, that being the enemy organization that I should have had the name of way earlier in this run, usually we see some special kill cutscenes at the end of the boss fights. Not the case with this one, but it is what it is. Still a bit of a Gungrave tradition in itself, too.
Now we're in the final stretch of the game, the last 3 stages. So no more stage skipping around. We have to do all these. This boss is named Gompo. He's the last of the 4 kings of Scumland, being Big Wushin, Taranti, Jensen, and Gompo. And he's basically a Gundam in his second phase.
Gundam. I never would have thought about that, but sure.
Or a
we'll go with
Zoid?
it.
For people that remember
Maybe.
Zoids.
I do.
It's
I grew
coming
up with
back,
the original.
I think.
Oh, that's surprising.
Also, it
Now
looks
I'm
like
really
I'm
learning.
randomly shooting. This is something I didn't touch on. I'm destroying the environment around me because that counts as beats. And that's what gives us our demolition shot ammo, which is up at the top left. The white orbs, which I've been using for like Fury mode and stuff. We're actually going to do a demolition shot in this game. And it's the next stage. Okay, so this
So
this
a little
coming
history
up,
with the game.
One second. This section coming up is after this door is where enemies can get stuck again. So we're gonna take some extra precaution here to take care of that. Now go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I was just gonna say, having looked up a little bit about the story behind Studio Iggy Mob's development, because mobile games were more popular in South Korea, the team initially struggled to find some investors. And also, apparently, too, this game was supposed to have something of an open world element, but was scrapped because it just wasn't quite fitting with their vision. But influences within this game included films like Equilibrium and Desperado, which makes sense because one of the most basic demolition shots that Grave has had, which involves shooting a rocket from his coffin gun, is a clear-cut reference to the guitar case rocket launcher scene from Desperado when you think about it.
Surprise.
It comes down to you and me, Grave. But I'm
Oh,
Brandon.
I always liked. That's true.
My name
I
is
always
Brandon!
liked John Poe's voice. John Poe's voice from the English cast was always fun. And while we're going down this boss fight, I have been saving this one in the pocket right here. But yeah, apparently with the Japanese voice cast, there's been quite a few cast reprisals here. Tomokazu Seki is the voice of Brandon, Beyond the Grave Heat. Fumihiko Tachiki, known for Akainu from One Piece, as well as the belted voice in Kamen Rider Double. He's
Don't
returning as
throw me,
Gunji.
okay. He can throw you into
then we
the
also
ceiling
had-
and soft lock you because he throws you through the ceiling.
Oh, that is the worst. We also have Kumi Sakuma as Mika Asagi, Akio Otsuka, Mr. Solid Snake himself, voicing Zell in this game, and that's I'm pretty sure that's something he upholds from Overdose as well. So yeah. But then we also, because this was a Korean developed game, there is a Korean dub into the game as well, and I do believe that in one particular character, it's one of the actresses from Squid Game. I believe it's the voice of the Squid Games. And then in terms of the English voice actors, I would not have known this at first, but it seems like most, if not all, of the folks were involved with some South Korean acting projects as well. And most notably, though, I'm not sure if actually, I'm not sure if they yeah, no, hold on. I'm gonna have to take a little more looking into this, but one voice that actually stands out from the cast is Brittany Lauda, and they are somebody who has done quite a bit of anime dubbing as well. You might have heard their voice as the main character from the Reborn modern anime adaptation, as well as what else have they voiced in recent? Oh yeah, Venusmon from the new Digimon Time Stranger. They're the voice of Quartz in this game, and I actually had the pleasure of meeting them at last year's Anime NJ++. Wonderful, wonderful VA.
Okay, so now we've had our throwback from Overdose in Zell. Let me just take care of this batch of enemies that was just standing there. We're actually going to get another throwback to the original Gungrave in this stage. There's two bosses in the original Gungrave, Bear Walken and Ballard Bird Lee. They're going to get updated overdrive forms in this stage. And instead of fighting them separately like you would in OG Gungrave, we're going to fight them at once. But if you've been watching, you notice that running circles is the strat. We're gonna run circles around both of them.
Oh gosh, if only I knew that sooner. But then again, you can't really do that as Grave, so like,
Well, in
the fight is actually pretty tough, yeah.
pre-patch, pre-updates and everything, what you would do to fight them is literally walk in, and as soon as the fight starts, you throw out a demolition shot, and it freezes them in place. It breaks their AI, so you can just stand there and just tank them down with Fury mode. But they fixed that. We can't do that anymore. But it's okay, because, like I said, it's Brandon Heat. And another big difference that I forgot to mention is that we play as Brandon Heat because Brandon Heat not only runs, like, kind of faster, but he has the ability to break shields. Grave would have to break shields with his coffin. Brandon, for some reason, a live Grave can break them with just his gun. So it makes it a lot easier. And here is Bear Walking and Ballard Bird Lee. They just spawn in. We go Fury mode.
Good old Bear be walking.
Bear be walking. I think that's my split name for him in the OG game.
Yeah, the first time I had you on commentary for Game Over Cancer, you immediately corrected me that it was Bear be walking.
Oh, and like how in the first boss of Gungrave, his name's Mickey, Mickey, and I just call him Mickey Mouse. You know,
I did not hear that one until now. Oh joy!
I gotta go to the lab. I forgot to go to the lab.
Oh, it's
okay.
time.
So I picked Death Ronin Grave here. Shoutouts to my son. Because he has a demolition shot that slows down time. And it's kind of fitting to do the final stages Grave anyway.
It really is, though.
But with the New Game Plus,
yeah.
I also have the Golden Cerberuses and all that. So he has I think it's called Judgment is the name of the demo shot. And it slows down time. We're going to use this because we're going to use it right before a door loads in this next room. And we're just going to walk through the door. The door's going to be there. And we're just going to walk right through it, skipping a whole section of fight. So we're going to go right through here. And there's a crystal right there, or right here. And I'm going to do this. And you'll see that I've slowed down time. So this door is going to spawn, but I'm going to walk right through it and skip that whole section.
Love it. And one really cool thing about the Death Ronin costume is this was actually designed by Ikumi Nakamura, who's best known for Bayonetta series. So it was a very interesting collaboration, this costume, I dare say.
Now we just run to So the final boss of this game, we haven't talked about it because he has the best name out of any Gungrave boss, and it's Who Knows Who.
That's right.
We literally don't know who this is. I hope we find out in Blood Heat, but we have no idea who this is. He's the one pulling the strings of the four kings of the scrappy, or the slums. He's the one behind everything. But we don't know his name. We don't know his identity. It's literally who knows him. Also,
I mean, there is a little bit of lore that supposedly, like, there's a bit of a legend behind Scumland, and it's implied that this guy is the man behind the legend.
Yeah.
But yes.
So we're just going to do this room. This room takes a while. So, Ninja, if you got anything to talk about or if you just want to chat, go right ahead.
Well, I don't have any donations right now, but I do want to talk about some cool things that we have going on when you do donate. We do have prizes, and they are pretty nifty prizes. We have, if you donate a minimum of $5, you get put into a raffle for the Absolute Ace bundle, which includes the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy, the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, and Ghost Trick. A minimum of $10 donations puts you in for the Mega bundle, which is Mega Man Legacy Collection 1 and 2, Mega Man X Collection, wow, I can't talk today, Mega Man X Legacy Collection 1 and 2, and Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection Volume 1 and 2. And a minimum of $20 will put you in the raffle for the $100 Steam gift card. That is, even if you donated $5 yesterday and $5 today, that it will accumulate to a $10 donation and will put you in those raffles. So it will be your lump sum at the end of the event, not just for a single time. So make sure you get those donations in, and remember that we are running this. My brain is just broken right now.
Well, hold that thought.
We are
hold,
running.
hold that thought just real
Yeah,
quick.
holding.
This is Bunji Kagashira. This is the one time you will see him in the run. There's an enemy stuck somewhere. Okay, now we're going to fight the final boss. This is Who Knows Who. And Ninja, I'm going to give you a guess on what we do to this boss.
Who knows who? Finally. And him!
We're just going to run in circles. Sorry, I didn't see you muted.
I was like, what could it be?
I'm literally just going to run. And
I really just want to see the whole time.
I forgot I was in control of my timer. Tug.
Oh, no.
GG.
49-21.
That was awesome.
So I'll just let this play out for a little bit while we go ahead and talk about Child's Play real quick. We'll let you finish your thought.
Oh, yes, I was just going to say, remember, we are raising money for Child's Play, which is a amazing foundation set to help children through the art of entertainment. And I think it's something we can all say is playing games and having something to release all of our thoughts to just focus on one fun, entertaining thing is such a beautiful way to be able to relax and remind them that, hey, you're still a kid, no matter what you're going through. But you guys, that was an amazing run.
I mean,
love
aren't we
that
all
game.
just
I'm
big kids?
actually putting that in my. Oh yeah, we are all just big kids.
You're putting
but
that
I'm
in
putting
your...
this in my games to play.
I think it's still on Game Pass. If you have Game
really?
Pass, it might still be free on there.
I don't know. That's a good question. I might have to look into that.
Oh, look, it's Mika, the one I said you'd never see. You see Mika. So she's like that because she's actually infected with the seed drug. But shout outs real quick so we can get on to Earthbound, which I'm excited to watch. Shout outs to the whole Gungrave community for coming together and pushing times down for all of them. Shout outs to Cosmic and Tippus for pushing me to run BSO. Shout outs to Child's Play. The charity is awesome. I've done a lot of events for them, and I will keep doing events for them as long as I can. And shout outs to Ahmad and Carter and Ninja and all the runners and everybody else who's putting this on.
And it's still flowing inside boss.
And that's going to be it for me and Tippus. I will be back in a few hours to do Crisis Core Reunion.
Perfect.
Oh, yes.
Well, amazing job. GG's all around. All right. And like he said, we are going to take a quick little break, and then we're going right into Earthbound Boogie Percent with DerrickGnC. So we will see you guys in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Day 2 of Pixels for People, and we have DerrickGnC back with us again today. We saw him yesterday. We get to see him again today. Looking forward to this. I'm going to hand it over. We're watching Earthbound Boogie%. So excited to see it. Good luck, and take it away, Derrick.
Thank you so much. So it'll get started here just pretty quick. We're going to go ahead and name our kids, though, just for the sake of internet and gaming history. We're going to name our main character Chris. We could have named it Sans for the meme, but we're not going to do that here. And as always, early shout out, we're going to name the second character after my lovely wife. And our last character, we're going to name him Cart for Carter. If I can spell Carter. If I can remember how to spell it. And then we have one more meme that, chat, you're going to be a part of, alright? This character doesn't matter. We never see them. This pet, we're going to name after my favorite dog. It's Leica the dog. Favorite food, doesn't matter. Alright, chat, you're our favorite thing here. Chat, your efforts here throughout this entire event have been noted. That is our favorite thing. So time will get ready to start in 3, 2, 1. Alright, so already seen a comment. What does Boogie% stand for? Well, the good thing is in the first minute and a half of this run, we get to talk about that because I have nothing better to do. So, Boogie% is where we run through the first couple towns and actually face off against the Boogie Tent. It's about the first hurdle of the game. If you're playing this normally and vanilla, it's the first major hurdle where you go, man, I really should start considering level grinding and things like that. So we just battle up through Boogie Tent, grab the fly honey from the trash, and we're done. If you wanted to continue more speedrun categories such as any percent glitchless, no manip, or anything like that, you could go from here. It's the beginning. They basically take the any percent and cut off right here and go, no more, we're good. And I like that. It's an hour and a half-ish as opposed to about 4.5 hours-ish. So it's really kind of a cool way to get started in speedrunning this game. It's going to teach you a lot of the tech and a lot of things like that. There we go. We're first going to grab the cracked bat from our sister's room. Why she has a cracked bat in her room, don't know. But we are going to equip it. And then we're going to get out of here in our fancy pajamas. I say this every time. I would love stripey pajamas like this. They look so comfortable. And they look so cozy. We're going to walk up this hill, because you've seen in the opening cutscene there was a huge house-rattling event. A meteorite fell just up the hill. So we're going to go walk up and, go inquisitively look at what's going on there. We're going to walk past all of the police, skipping some stuff, because we're going to come back for it. And we're going to talk to the only other kid in our neighborhood, Pokey. We love him. We hate him. It's Pokey. He's going to say, hey, he's going to tell us what's going on tomorrow, because we're bugging the officers, and then we get out of there. Pokey is important to the story, is a tragic character, and I think is way more important in Mother 3, the sequel to this game here. This game was made in 1994, has so much nostalgia baked into it. It feels, if you were to point and ask, what is a 90s game? This is exactly it. I was 4 when this game came out. And did not get started speedrunning it until much later. But I do want to point out, just for anybody who's in charge of chat moderation or anything, some of the marketing for this game, it sounds like criticism for the game. So on the package for this game, it had fake reviews. And one of the reviews was, this game stinks. Because there's a lot of, in one particular area, there's a character called Master Barf and Master Belch and things like that. It's got that 90s, what is it? The Garbage Pail Kids, the Rude Dude machines. Like, it's kind of that weird 90s humor. Where they're like, oh, this game is gross. Came with scratch and sniff stickers that smelled like bananas and bubble gum and pizza. So it's very much like if you were to boil down sitting in front of the TV in the 90s, this is what it would be, in my opinion. And we end up a lot of times talking about food and nostalgia from the 90s. Because, I mean, there's so much baked into here. And then we also get to talk about later internet fame and history. But we have time for all of that. We're going to talk to our dad, which is canonically a phone. He's going to be like, hey, every time you take a battle, I'm going to give you money. And then we're going to get out of here. Everybody say goodbye to Leica. Hopefully, we won't see Leica again. Leica being the doggo. Leica is my favorite dog in the universe. I've had dogs, but Leica is one of my favorites. It is the first pupper in outer space. And I love that. And Cena posted about it, and I was like, I love that dog. So at any point, we're despawning and stutter stepping. This is the most of the mechanics. We are going to run away from doggos because we cannot stutter step past them. The crows, we're going to try to avoid them. And stutter stepping past snakes is our choice. Stutter stepping is the activity of pressing the button, the directional input, rapidly, but not ever holding it. Mostly because the enemies only look at, hey, at the beginning of my search phase for movement, you are holding a button. I will trace you down. Whereas they only look every 3 or 4 frames. So if you aren't holding the button at that time, they go, nothing is moving past me. So it's a really interesting mechanic. And that is honestly the biggest mechanic of this run. Beyond despawning, which we will talk about and be showing that off quite a bit here. But other than that, there's not a whole lot of extra mechanics or anything like that that we'll have to learn, especially for being an RPG game. Yeah, button mashing for 4 hours. Not every enemy can be stuttered past. So, yes for a little bit, but actually no. I've personally never done any percent. I don't have the patience to sit down for 4 hours and run a game. Not with 2 kiddos. I'm like, nope, you know what? I don't want to get 4 hours deep into a game and then figure out 10 minutes before the end, whoops, I failed that strat. If it's an hour, fine. 4 hours, I'm like, that was a lot of time I've invested. I personally can't invest in it. We'll grab that bread roll, then we're going to get out of here. There's no more enemies. We're going to walk down that hill. If the host has anything they would want to read, need to read, go for it. Jump in. We will have plenty of time to shoot the breeze, talk about nostalgia.
Perfect. Well, I do want to just bring up some of our target incentives that we have going on right now. Right now, we have Perfect Dark 4 extra agent missions. We are at $89 for that $100 target goal. So getting real close there. Then we have the Balatro, which I'm sure I'm saying that wrong. Final tech choice. Right now, ahead in the group is the black deck with $85, and the erratic deck is a close $84. So get those dollars in towards that one. And of course, we have the Mega Man X4 US versus JP game. The Japanese is ahead by 420, while the US has 110 on it. So any dollars that you donate, make sure you pick those incentives and what you would like that money to go for. And don't forget, we are raising money for Child's Play charity, which is, I mean, probably one of the greatest for gamers like us. charities that I've run across. It delivers therapeutic games and technology directly to pediatric hospitals to improve patients' lives through the power of play. They're connected to over 190 hospitals. They've raised over $59 million so far, just being able to go straight to the hands of kids, being able to escape the mundane interactions from the hospitals, and they're able to not have to think about what they are there for and just be a kid and enjoy life and enjoy their time. So make sure you're getting those donations in. We have the link for those donations in our chat. We'll make sure to have that going throughout the day. And I'll let it go back to you, Derrick. This is such a cute little game.
It's so cute. I love it. Don't forget, you can go for a target and a pull. Make your money go farther.
Yes.
We're now in the house of Aloysius and Lardna Minch. I love that name, and I will ask, tell me that I'm not the only one who thinks when I hear the name Aloysius, I think, that is a haughty cat. That is a cat that, like, looks down on you and is like, feed me.
That is what it sounds like.
It's one of those, like, I hear that Aloysius and I'm like, that is a cat that comes from old money. Then she'd be like, fancy feast, not for me, thank you.
And the cat has its own butler.
Basically what I'm saying is it's gonna be voiced by Sea Dog VA. We love the charity work that they pull off, and I love that deep voice. That's the voice of the Aloysius the cat. But yeah, no, so we beat up the first boss, Starman Jr., who's on the cover of the game, and is in the game for less than 5 minutes. It's such a cool, like, bait and switch of, like, oh, this is an enemy. It's an enemy alien from the future. And we beat it up in the first 8-10 minutes of the game. It's so cool. So now we're gonna go grab an item from one of our close friends. We're gonna get the Mr. Baseball Cap. It's made for someone brave like us. We're gonna go ahead and equip it. It's gonna give us a nice defense bonus. And then we're gonna go through our first town, Onett, or some people have been calling it Want because of a joke. And then we're gonna get a trash can burger. Don't think about it. We're getting burger from the trash can. And then we're gonna start pulling out money and doing a little bit of shopping. Pulling 40 bucks out of the account. So we have the cracked bat. We're gonna go ahead and buy the T-ball bat. We're gonna equip it and sell our old one. And then that baseball cap we got from a friend, we're gonna get a different one. It's actually going to lower our defense, but because we sold it for $99, we can afford a different piece of defense equipment and actually be ahead. So we sold nostalgia for better gains, is what I'm saying. Now we're doing despawn tech. We're gonna go back behind the hospital, pass around back here, and we're gonna talk to the gang members here. The Sharks, the coolest gang. I gotta be honest, as a kid I wanted to join the Sharks. They have pogos, they've got skateboards. I wish I could skateboard. We are gonna go ahead and life up, because we are low. I wish I could skateboard, though. Man, that's always been one of those things growing up. I was like, I want to skateboard, but I had incredibly terrible balance as a kid. So skateboarding was just not in my cards for me. The awesome arcade. I miss arcades. There used to be a really nice one near my house, but it got closed down and sold. So no more fighting games, no more rhythm games. Yes, it did in fact have Dance Dance Revolution. Any 90s kid knows that arcades and Dance Dance Revolution went hand in hand. Alright, now we're going to take on the last person who's going to say, hey, why don't we be a member of the gang? I always want to say yes, but we have to mash away and say no. So now we're going to heal up and we're attack out. And then we'll be good to go. I'm gonna real quick check my stats to make sure I'm at max health. I should be here pretty high here. Yep, we're good to go. We're gonna take on Frankie. This one is the first major boss that is not scripted. So if I am below max health, I have to heal. And all he's doing is saying something nasty. So we're just gonna attack and heal. Heal when we are sub-max health. Please don't keep dodging there, Frank. Eat the burger, Chris. Alright, Frank became tame. Frank the Tank did not stop me. But that's okay, because now we have literal Frank the Tank. It's Frankenstein Mark II. It is a scripted fight. Can still be dangerous, though. We're going to bash it out. We are going to go ahead and heal, though. I'm getting word that Frankie from One Piece was, in fact, inspired by Frankenstein from Earthbound. I could see it. I could see it. Earthbound, I'm sure even if you don't know Earthbound, you have heard Earthbound music. In nearly every video from every vlogger who remotely is close to video games has used Earthbound music. You've probably even heard it on TikTok. So we beat up Frank and Frankenstein. One of the cool things I didn't know until I started doing the speedrun, if you go in and go back out, you can talk to Frank and he's going to give you a full rest. Did not know that till I did the speedrun, and I thought that was really cool that they enable you to get full health right there. So now I have to go talk to the mayor, Mayor Perkle, who's like, hey, you dealt with the gang members? You dealt with the problem? You dealt with the sharks? Here, have a key. It's going to open up the entertainer shack, where's our first major dungeon. So this game has 8 sanctuaries, major dungeons, and we're going to be going to our first one. We beat them up, punched them, spit in their eyes, made them wet their pants, and now we're going to get the key. And he's definitely a mayor. He's saying, hey, I'm going to give you this key, but you get hurt, it's not my problem. Deal. And now we're going to do more shopping. We're going to pull out a bunch of money. And we're going to go buy a bunch of food. Go back to the drugstore and get to that ATM. Pull out 140 bucks. A lot of money. Every time we do combat and we clear the combat encounter, we get money. Our dad puts it into our account. It's like, hey, you battled cosmic entities? Have some money. So we can buy some burgers. We're going to shove as many burgers in our pockets as we can. I'd like to point out they are $14 burgers. In the year 1994, they were $14. I believe last time I checked, due to inflation, those burgers should now be like 40-ish bucks. Feels about right. They better have some like truffle butter or something on them. You get it from the place where you're like, I'm being charged for the atmosphere, not the food. And here begins the first major grind section. The first, and I will note, only major grind section. We are hunting these bugs. We are trying to get up to level 8, so that way we learn our first major PSI. PSI being magic system for this game. And that PSI is going to be used throughout the rest of the run. Especially the next couple bosses. As long as we can get past these attack slugs, who are the cutest. And I would like to point out, how many other games do you have? Are you fighting slugs? All right. Let's go ahead and heal. We are going to stutter step past this mouse. There's one. And two. Alright, now we're going to continue our slug grind up to level 8. Not too many more to go. There's a certain number count. I have never managed to keep count in my own head of that. It just will tell us when we hit level 8 and we'll be good to go. So until then, hosts, if you want to read more stuff, you want to talk about 90s nostalgia, you want to talk about nothing in particular, let's do it. We got the time.
Perfect. I mean, I'm all for 90s nostalgia. But I do want to remind everyone about our prizes that we have going on right now. If you do a minimum of $5 in donations, you will be put into the raffle for the Absolute Ace bundle. And that includes the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy, the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, and Ghost Trick. With a minimum of a $10 donation, you get the Mega Bundle raffle, get included in the Mega Bundle raffle, which has Mega Man Legacy Collection 1 and 2, Mega Man X Legacy Collection 1 and 2, and the Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection Volume 1 and 2. And then, of course, our big one, with a minimum of $20 in donations, you will be in the raffle for the $100 US Steam gift card. Just think of all the little games that you can, or don't we have, they have the Christmas sales coming up, so lots of games that you could possibly get with that money. But yeah, that is the prizes, and of course we still have those incentives going on. We don't have any donations right now to go through, but yeah, that back to that 90s nostalgia. The entire time I'm watching this game, it's making me like remember just sitting and playing games that look just like this all the time. But my problem is that I always forget. Like, it was so long ago that I forget what the games are, and then I'll see like someone either says the name or I see a snippet of it somewhere in one of these marathons, and I'm like, oh, I remembered that game. But this one I don't think I ever saw. But the hat looks familiar.
Yeah, the hat is iconic. This game is actually on Nintendo Switch Online, if you have that available to you. It's actually available on that, so you can have all of your save states and everything. It's really cool to be able to take it on the go. And I've once or twice seen my own kiddo play in this game, and it's really fun to watch. This game does have like a couple sections where it's like, wow, this is actually really hard. But yeah, it's one of those 90s nostalgia games, like when you think of RPGs for the SNES, it sometimes either doesn't come to mind at all, or is like, no, that's like the first one I'm thinking of. Just because of how different it is. And this is also the point of the marathon, where I'll talk, the point of the run, I should say, where I'll talk about this game influenced a lot of games. So there's a long lineage of history, and we're going to take the meandering route. We're going to take the family circle route, and we're not going to take the straight line, all right? So this game, it had a hack done of it, ROM hack of it, and it was the Halloween hack done by a particular person known as Toby Fox. The hack isn't good by any stretch of the imagination. I'll go ahead and say that right there. Like, it has some stuff that didn't age well. Definitely falls within that sort of like almost cringy internet history. But it was made by Toby Fox and included a musical theme called Megalovania. Then Toby Fox went on to do some work for Internet Comics Homestuck, where he also used Megalovania. Then we arrive at Toby Fox making their own game, and that game, a little game, no one's ever heard of it. You could probably find it on Steam, called Undertale, where Megalovania becomes fully fledged. It's really cool to, like, see that line where it's like, one person played this game and loved it so much, they decided to make a ROM hack for a Halloween contest. And they used a musical theme that Toby Fox has now done music for the Pokemon Company. He done the Area Zero music for Scarlet and Violet, the Wild Area music for Sword and Shield, and all started from a little terrible ROM hack of Earthbound. This game has inspired different artists. And then if you stop and think, like, who was inspired by Toby Fox? You got Omori. Some people even said, like, Cassette Beasts, which has been in other marathons. I think, was Cassette Beasts at Pixels for People a couple years ago? Like, it's one of those games that you can kind of, like, look at it and go, okay, there's a huge lineage branching off of Earthbound, of all games. So it's really cool.
That's interesting to see how it can pass through time and what it can accomplish. And from one little game.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where it's like, you stop and think and go, I doubt Itoi, when he made this game, thought, I'm going to inspire a whole generation. He wanted to make a generational game, but I don't think anybody's... Okay, sorry. That stutter stepping sometimes like, all right, focus. This game has inspired so many people, and my chat rightly points out, the Pope also has a copy of Undertale. It became a meme that Matt Pat from Game Theory gave the Pope Undertale.
Huh.
It's... I don't want to... We're not going to deal with those bugs right there. Okay, we're good. Because this game is able to reach and touch the hearts of people. Let's talk about the first of Sanctuary. First big battle that even record holders this game can get punished in this fight. Alright? There's a saying within the Earthbound community that Earthbound will Earthbound until the exact moment it says, you win. This game can be brutal. I'm gonna go ahead and recover. Okay. Didn't need it. This game can be rough. So, we're just gonna do our best, and we're gonna believe in the heart of the cards, as it were. But yeah, even like top tier runners, like finalists in tournaments that we have, this ant fight will just inexplicably just be punishing. It's nothing that a runner has failed to do, has done anything. It just, RNG just doesn't play nicely sometimes. The good Earthbound giveth and the good Earthbound taketh away. I'm gonna go ahead and eat that hamburger max out. Probably playing a little riskier than I probably should. There's a little bit of punishment, mostly just like a little bit of time loss. There we go. Smash through the shield. That's what we like to see. Smash breaks the shield immediately. We don't have to do 3 turns of damage to it. And back with the shield. Alright, we're out of burgers. We are swinging for the fences now. Titanic Ant became tame. Okay, that is what we like to see. When the shield goes up, you immediately start doing less damage. And so, if you are out of burgers, you have no more options. At that point, you start going, alright, I'm gonna start praying to Earthbound and going, please just let me do this. And it is great. Thank you for the good luck, by the way, there, Zero. Appreciate it. We're gonna need really good luck on 2 more fights. And by good luck, I mean One fight in particular is a little bit more punishing than the others, but it will be okay. We are going to figure that out and cross those bridges, but hopefully we shouldn't need to, because I will take some safeties. I always believe in marathon safety. Okay. Let's get out of here. You'll note everything is running away from me now. When you beat the dungeon boss, most of the enemies in the dungeon will go, I don't want any of that. You beat up my boss. You know what? I'm out of here. And that's good. We don't have to stutter step past them. We can just walk on through. So, we're going to be met outside. He's going to be like, hey, can you read? It says don't enter. And we're going to be like, all right, sure. So he tells us to meet at the cop station. But we're going to go cram more burgers into our bag. Again, just imagine shoveling burgers into your backpack, into your pockets, and be like, mid-fight, just cramming them down. Hopefully we don't need too many more. We spent all of them at in the last dungeon. Yeah, we should be fine now. Not gonna super worry about it. We'll be okay. Alright, now we're at the police station. We're gonna have one of the funniest lines in the game. The road is closed, an emergency. At times like this, we should be playing Nintendo games. Wait a minute. That's what we're doing. The meta humor is strong with this game. And now we get to have the cop trial. We get to fight corruption. Is the way I want to word that sentence very carefully. The crushing chop. We're gonna keep bashing out. Man. Double crushing chop right off the bat. Alright. Three attacks, the cops go down. Hopefully they'll drop a burger. We can fill our coffers with burgers. We gotta battle 4 of them. Good lord. We are gonna have to... Nope. We're gonna burger it up. There's a certain range where it's like, if you're below 55, heal with a burger. If you're below 40, heal with a life up. But we do need to save 20 power points. And we need to heal up with a burger here. Chris, eat the burger.
I love that the burgers heal you up.
Oh, yeah. Don't you wish that could be real? Man,
Right?
I'm feeling a little sick today. Better work down a burger.
That would be fantastic.
Later on, in full runs, you'll see, like, pizza and burgers and deluxe burgers and all sorts of things. It's like, this game is just so... It's weird. I would argue, we are like running tight on burgers here. I would argue that this game is we are gonna want to heal. Okay, good miss. Thank you for missing. We have no more life ups that we can use. Because we need to save 20 power points for the boss. But that's okay. We don't actually have to battle this last guy. He's like, you know what? I'm out. I'm not paid enough for this. I'm going to go do something else. This game is so American. That is the best way to put that. So we're going to use chat by the power of chat. We didn't talk about this earlier. Shame on me for that. Chat, you are our major points of damage for this run. So chat, I mean, sometimes chat can fail, but you never do. Oh, that miss is, oh, perfect. Captain Strong is defeated. That was tight. I have a clip where I have survived this battle on 2 health, 1 power point. I'm hanging on by a prayer and a thread. But now the road to Tucson is open. So now we get to go do that. More burgers. We're going to get 1 burger here on the road. We will hopefully be finding more butterflies. I'd like to get butterflies sooner rather than later. These bugs will be running from us. That's okay. We're good with that. We have our burger. We're going to save it, though. Okay, we're going to avoid that mushroom. Avoid that mushroom. Okay. That's good there. We'll skirt around this direction, avoiding the mole. The mole is not a combat, but it is silly nonetheless. Alright. We have made it to Tucson. We've made it to the Tucson shopping department. So we're going to withdraw some money, and we're going to make a save. We're going to call our dad and be like, Dad, you've not believed the morning we've had. We beat up a giant ant. We fought corruption. We're in a different town now. He's like, that's cool. Don't work too hard. Thanks, Dad, for your support. Of all things, Ness's dad. Ness is the main character of this game. No pun, no, absolutely no pun intended by Itoy. Naming the character Ness, and the original Earthbound character named Ninten. No pun, no humor there involved. But unironically, he is super supportive. He's like, hey, he'll call on occasion and be like, hey, you've been out there a while. You good? You should save. You should rest. And on occasion he'll call and be like, hey, you've been playing for a while. You should probably take a break. So we need to give Apple Kid some food. We're gonna give him our bread roll. And then we're gonna invest money. We walk into his house, he's like, feed me, pay me. And I'll invent stuff for you. Then the mouse gives us one of those cool phones that only ever receives calls, never makes them. And then we're gonna get out of town. Hopefully we're not gonna get waylaid by odd people. The hippies, the cranky old ladies. Imagine what cranky old ladies in the 90s were like. This game is so weird in the fact of the enemies very rarely, until like the back half of the game, are very rarely seriously like enemies. They're like, oh, this cranky old man, this weird hippie, this really angry bean sprout is trying to attack you. Not like, and then the back half of the game is like, this dangerous cosmic entity would like to destroy you. And it's like, oh, that's scary. Here's the cute little aliens. We're gonna run from it. We don't want any part of that combat. This is a dangerous section of walking. Mostly because you can get pincered here. We've seen the pencil statue. We'll talk about it here in a little bit. And now we'll exit out of this place called Peaceful Restful Valley. It is not peaceful. It is not restful. It is at bare bones a valley. So now we want to go back through here. Lovingly called Bart Cave because it's filled with sprouts and it's often stinky. So we're going to get out of here. The Earthbound community has great names for everything. There we go. We exit out of here and we get a lovely phone call on a receiver phone going, hey, by the way, get over here as fast as you can. And then we despawn some mushrooms. You don't want to fight mushrooms in this game. They will give you a weird condition. They'll put a mushroom on your head, and then your controls are all wonky, and then we get to see me, like, juggle the controllers. I try to figure out which direction I need to hold it, and inevitably my controller comes unplugged, and then we just turn into this huge thing. Let's grab the butterfly, which will give us our magic power. We are going to go ahead and life up. Gives us magic power, so we're gonna heal, so that way when we grab more, we don't worry about maxing out our power points. Yes, rooms are bad in this game. We get the pencil eraser, a machine that will eradicate all pencil-shaped figures. Also, we probably shouldn't be near a store that sells pencils. It is not until very recently that I was like, what kind of store just sells exclusively pencils? And then I fell down the stationary TikTok. You've never lived till you've gotten reviews of this mechanical pencil. And you're like, what is going on with my life right now that I'm talking and excited about mechanical pencils on TikTok? As a kid, it would seem like, what kind of a store would sell just pencils? A stationery store. That's who would. Let's get the other butterfly here. We will grab butterflies as much as we can here. We are maxed out on health, but having those power points will enable us to have a little bit of extra safety. So in case we run into an enemy, a particularly nasty enemy here in Peaceful Rest Valley, we'll have the ability to use chat. Chat, you're going to help us in a non-scheduled way. But it'll enable us to have that little extra safety. I firmly believe in having that comfort blanket right there, especially for a marathon. If you're a tournament runner, like right now there is a Boogie% tournament going on in the Earthbound Super Series community. If you are in tournaments, you probably will try and skip as much as you can. But I am not. I do not race. I'm not a huge, racing person. I prefer to show it off, do charity events like this. The gift of talking about everything and nothing at the same time.
Well, I do have a donation that I can read out. Carter Freak donated $68, and this comment makes me giggle. He says, making up for getting flustered talking about Child's Play during JP's last run of the night by doubling his Psilocybil death count donation. And that is going towards the final deck choice for Balatro, Abandoned Deck. I think that puts, that definitely puts the Abandoned Deck in first place. And also towards the Perfect Dark 4 Extra Agents mission. Let me just double check really quick. That makes the Abandoned Deck, at 88. And the Black Deck is at 85. And the Erratic Deck is at 84. Really close numbers there. So make sure you get those donations in if you want to see a different deck used right there. And then we did meet our other $100 incentive for the Perfect Dark for extra agent missions will be added to that. So thank you, Carter, for that donation again. And JP did his donation earlier for all his deaths. I think he expected to have a lot more deaths than just that 34, I think it was. It made me giggle. I don't think, with how I play video games, I don't think I would ever be able to say, oh yeah, I'll match how many deaths I have in a game, because it'd be in the hundreds at some point.
That's a mood, honestly.
Right? I couldn't do it. I'm thinking of all the games that I've played recently, and I'm like, no, couldn't do that one. Couldn't do that one.
There are games on occasion where I'm like, I could do that, and then I play it in the first 15 minutes. I'm like, you know, I'm gonna leave it to veterans here. I'm gonna go ahead and skip that one.
Well, we did Little Nightmares 3 the other day, and you just walk into a room and instantly die. And so I think most of the hours of gameplay were trying to figure out how you even can analyze the room that you're walking into before you die. So
Now, were you playing it
that was
co-op or was you playing
hundred.
it solo?
Yeah, yeah. Ahmad and I were both playing it
Okay.
co-op, and yeah, if we had to match our deaths on that one, we would be in the hundreds for sure.
There is certain games where I'm like, I can either play this co-op or I can remain friends with this person. Because I
Yep,
played,
yep.
I don't remember if you remember this game, Human Fall Flat.
Oh no,
It
I don't think I've ever seen it.
it is, think, almost like I don't know, what is that? All the going up, always only up, but it's like
Oh, okay, yeah.
you're wobbly people that are having struggles with carrying things, and
Oh, okay, yeah.
it is one of those games where it's like, if somebody is not focusing and paying attention, it is horrible. And I gotta be honest, I am the type of person who's like, this is our goal, let's do it, let's stop screwing around, let's just do it. It's not always the funnest person to play. Ultimately, the person who's a problem in playing these games is me. Because I'm like, let's just get this game going, let's just do this. Let's stop screwing around, let's do it.
Yep.
Yeah, I've decided some games I can play co-op, or I can continue to be friends or family with these people. And I just go, you know what? It looks fun. I'll let somebody else play it.
We just found a new one that's called RV There Yet, and you are
Oh.
trying to get home with an RV, and you're just trying to survive that entire trip. And I cannot wait to try it because it looks like one of those games where you're not going to be friends afterwards. But yeah, you definitely have to have somebody with that same mentality as you while playing it, because it can get frustrating if you're not both on the same page.
I've seen people do speed runs of like, what are those cooking games? Like Overcooked.
Oh, Overcooked. Yeah, I've not played that, but I've heard horror stories about co-ops on that. I know later, the very last game on Sunday is going to be Peak with Chrissy Kaiser. Chrissy.
Yeah.
And Ahmad. And Ahmad has not really played Peak ever.
Ooh.
And is also one of those people that you would hate. You personally would hate playing with, because he's like, well. Oh, well. We tried to play Peak once, I think. And yeah, that didn't go too well. And so he's going in blind completely for this run, and Chrissy's gonna have to like carry him through the whole thing. So that'll be a funny way to end Pixels for People this weekend.
Ooh, don't want to miss that.
Right, you definitely don't want to. I think we have a couple other. Let's see. I know Super Mario Odyssey. There's two of them for that one, but I don't know if they're racing, or I am not quite sure on that one. We'll have to ask about that. Kaiser Krister. That's it. I always want to say Christopher Kaiser. I don't know why I say that.
Hey, you know. So this is a kind of a semi-scripted fight. I'm gonna play it a little bit safer. We have a badge that'll reflect lightning attacks, but the boss doesn't always like to use that attack effectively. So I tend to overheal for this fight just for safety. Because if I die during this fight, okay, I go back to Tucson, where we saved right after defeating the police chief, right? And I have to walk all the way back through Peaceful Rest Valley back here. So I will do everything in my power to not do that. Okay, there we go. We've defeated him. Okay, we are at higher HP than even I would like to be. Typically you're supposed to be as low as possible because we're going to be doing some shenanigans. But just for marathon safety, I'll go a little higher, just so that I don't have to worry about having to make that long walk back. That's always terrible when you're doing it during a tournament or a race, where you're just like, and now I get to silently walk back because anything I say is going to be just sour, and it's giving you almost like a 10, 12 minute just loss right there, because RNG just was not on your side. But that being said, that was the last bit of major RNG that we really can't mitigate. There'll be one other piece of RNG that we can mitigate later, but that was actually the last major hurdle that we're going to have to overcome. I will go ahead and let chat know to go ahead and do something for me, if you will. Start looking for your favorite Twitch GIFs, like your emotes that are GIFs. We're going to be having a little bit of a dance break here. So go ahead and start sorting through all of your emotes. If you're like me, you have far too many, and sorting through them is kind of a nightmare. And then you panic and you pick, and you're like, that one wasn't great. Go ahead and start looking through them now, or even go ahead and start looking at some of the targets and polls. Go make a donation, look at the schedule. We're gonna be doing a death warp, where we're gonna go antagonize a tree. It will beat us up, send us back to Tucson. So while we're doing that, that's a great time to stand up, go look at the schedule, donate. We're entering a period of time where there's a little bit of time where you can go do that. So highly recommend it. We're gonna get rid of the little chick. We got a fresh egg earlier. That fresh egg then hatched. It was now a chicken. We're going to try some shenanigans here.
I love shenanigans.
I didn't really want that fight in particular, but a fight is a fight. We got nighttime stuffiness. And then in the game, we have the sniffles as well. We are gonna just keep going through these attacks. It's a little slow. Okay, I didn't really want that fight, but we did want to win that fight, let's put it that way. We are gonna heal here pretty quick and level up. This will save us time on the back end, but I really wanted a different fight, if I'm being completely honest. Okay, Cup of Life Noodles is a fun item that we have now. It's for an advanced strat called the Vogler. Because now we're going to take a different fight, and we're actually just going to be doing something a little bit different. So normally the strat is once we take the death warp, we go back to Tucson, then we go to the hospital and get revived. We're not doing any of that. Because we got the life noodles, we made that walk, we're going to be able to hork down a cup of ramen, and we're going to be able to revive our characters instantly. So that actually saves us time on that end. Okay. We burst into flames. Now we've also taken mortal damage. That's why I like beating up the tree. If you beat up the tree, it explodes into damage. If you don't beat up the tree and the tree beats up you, you still lose. There's other strats like facing off against a mole, but that mole does not always like to play nicely. So you're going to be sitting there in the battle going, all right, waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. But with the cup of life noodles here, we're good. So we're going to go talk to Luigi over here. Hey, we get the backstage pass. Now we're going to go do our circuit. So we have skipped going to the hospital. It's a fun little strat. I try to go for it anytime I can. If I can't get the cup of life noodles, that's okay. We're still wanting to take that death warp. But getting those life noodles saves us a little bit of time. So, we go and talk to the dad. He's like, hey, you're going to save the world? Cool. You know, it's a hard time letting go and letting your kiddo go save the world, but I'm gonna dry my eyes, blow my nose, and smile. And I'm not gonna cry. We're gonna do this. We're gonna face fate and destiny. I love this whole motif here. Then we're gonna go talk to the person at the park. We've skipped the whole story beat of Everdread in the park. That's okay. Everdread's just gonna hand us wads of money. I think canonically it's $10,000. He's gonna jump up off the roof. And he is gonna give us the wad of bills. $10,000. And then we're gonna go on our merry little way. And then we're gonna exit out the park. So, told you about a dance break we're gonna be having. So we're gonna go ahead and start doing that here. We got the backstage pass of the Runaway 5 at the Chaos Theater. Gideon Graves set us up. Opening act was Scott Pilgrim. There's the backstage pass. Let's go out the back and talk to this person right here. We're going to go backstage, talk to the Runaway 5, or just be in the same room as them. To be honest, there are some musical acts you're like, I just want to be in the same room with them at some point. There's the Runaway 5, and then we're out. And here begins our lovely dance break. We get to hear the Runaway 5, the Chaos Theater Soul Men, the greatest bluesman that runs away 5. We get to have a nice intermusical interlude. And we get to use all of our favorite emotes. Break them out, folks. It's that time. I myself am searching for some. They're always fun to find. Especially when you have chat minimized like I do. Hear my lovely child in the background. Don't count how many people are on stage. Don't do it. And this is also a perfect time to like stand up, stretch, drink some water, go check out the schedule page, go make a donation, let your friends know, hey, I'm watching Pixels for People, donating money to Child's Play. It's a perfect time for that.
Yeah, make sure you're getting those donations in, you guys. I did want to talk a little bit about Child's Play while we could. I wanted to let you guys know what that money goes towards. So $12 makes the game guides available to 4,167 patients. The annual therapeutic game research breaks down what makes certain games great for distracting patients from things like pain, anxiety, and sadness. $19. That provides a no-fear MRI experience to one patient, which I don't know if you've ever had to go through any type of procedure, just having something to distract is such a wonderful thing, but MRIs can be very scary. So the fact that only $19 can help supply one kid is fantastic. $25 helps patients experience the adventure of D&D and other RPGs with an RPG adventure dice set. $30 funds a Game Pass for Nintendo eShop, PlayStation Store, and Xbox. $50 provides 3D printing supplies like filament to create memory-making projects, provide procedure support, and educate, as well as 3D art projects for patients. And that's just some of the money and how they use it and what it does. And remember, every penny that you put in towards donations goes straight to the Child's Play charity. And you're helping hundreds and hundreds of kids with being able to really get through their processes and their procedures and their stays at the hospital. It's such a wonderful organization. So make sure you're getting those donations in. And that was a fun little dance break, by the way.
I love that dance break. One of the things I love about this run is we had that dance break. Then we have this travel interlude. We're going to have a small section. Then we're going to have another interlude. And then we're going to have a small section. And we're going to have another small interlude. So if you're like me in the back half of this, you're doing a tournament or whatever, you're able to pull up the stream of the restreamer and go, hey, where's the other race or whatnot? Or you're able to go, okay, I know exactly how long this cutscene is. You're able to go fill up your water bottle and hydrate. You're able to say, you know what, I have enough time. I'm gonna run to the bathroom, or I'm gonna go check Discord or whatnot. It provides you those opportunities, and we're gonna.
That's really good for speed running long games like that, being able to have it.
Yeah.
Have that break.
Yeah. That's one of my things. Like, a lot of communities have started to embrace. Hey, let's take, especially for some of the longer ones. They're like, hey, let's start, taking a small break after a certain amount of time, or things like that. Like, that to me, I gotta despawn these things. That was a horrible entry into the graveyard. There was like 7 things waiting for me there. That's one of the things I love about let's be real, the speedrunning community is we're not getting younger. So we're getting to a point where it's like, hey, maybe we should start taking care of ourselves, that we're not getting repetitive stress injuries. I know so many speedrunners who they speedrun for 5-6 years, and they go, oh, my hands have started to get horrific arthritis, or things like that. It's like, no, we should be trying to avoid repetitive stress injuries. And a lot more communities have started to embrace turbo functions and things like that. And it's really excellent to see. It's starting to open up and become more accessible to folks. And I think that's really important, is that accessibility options for things.
Yes, that is good.
And I encourage, viewers who might be looking, look at your favorite games and see, do they have accessibility options? I got to do a marathon about a year or so ago, and the game was just really difficult for me, because it was one of those you don't pick what you play sort of things, and the game was really difficult, and I was like, the only way I'll be able to do this game just physically is just if I turn on 1 or 2 accessibility options. And I flat out said, I said, hey, I'm doing it only if I have accessibility options. And it's a really great way to showcase, like, certain games having, maybe you don't drop souls or whatever on death, or environmental factors don't affect you in platformer games. Like, take a look at those and say, hey, is this a game that I want to play, but I didn't think to look at accessibility? I highly recommend it. Just taking a look at those. And also, it's really kind of cool. The Houses of Flight phase, I swear, every time somebody brings that up, somebody brought that up to me once, and I've never been able to not see it. And I'll point it out here, in case we all missed it. But yeah, go look at those accessibility options, and if that helps you speedrun a game or just enjoy it more, do it. There are some games that I've turned on accessibility options just to make the game fun. Looking at Another Crab's Treasure and the fun mode. All right, we are now playing as Carter. We got a key to a locker. We're gonna open the locker. Maybe. The dresser looks like a face. You're not calling me to go look at that dresser. You're not doing it. I'll look later. And then I will message you and be like, I can't believe you've told me this. It's broken my ability to enjoy the game. So the key was bent. So now we have a machine that only opens a lock if you have the key that is slightly bent. A very specific machine. So we're going to open up the lockers, and we're going to get the Holmes hat, and we're going to get a pop gun. And then we're going to comment on Tony, our friends who's following us, their amazing pork pie hat. It's a great hat. And that building is a face. You'll see it, the windows, the mouth. Anyway. Now that you've all been cursed with that knowledge. Somebody pointed that out to me a while back, and it's like, this has ruined my life a little bit. So now we're going to get some bubblegum for the worst character, in my opinion. It's Bubble Monkey. And all he wants to do is chew bubblegum. And he's going to follow behind us, but he's not going to do a good job of it. On occasion, Bubble Monkey will just stop and look around like he just did, or a lot of the times he'll do that. And it's just like, alright, thanks, buddy. The best character? That's such slander. We're gonna take Safety Dog. We take the runaway dog fight. And it became tame. Gaining a level here is a good idea. If there's no enemy, it's best. If there is the dog, that's perfect. If there's the goat, as you've seen originally, despawn the goat. We don't want to attack Danger Goat. And then we peek through the trees. And then we get to see one of our favorite characters who is blessing upon us all. We get to have some soup. Or, I'm sorry, excuse me, stew. We can talk about the difference between soup and a stew. I think a stew has more chunks than anything. Also, what's your favorite type of soup? Or stew?
Tomato and French onion.
I've never had French onion soup.
Really? Oh,
Never.
man. It can be really bad, but if you get the right make of it, it's perfect.
Every time I've seen somebody make it, it looks not great. And that puts me off even trying it.
Yep.
So we are...
You have to like cheese and onions.
Fair. We are now facing off our favorite character. We get Tessie. We love Tessie. In my chat, we have a whole bevy of Pride Tessies. And I believe they are still on FFZ if you have access to it. You can add those emotes to your channel as well. But we have all sorts of Pride Tessies. We've got the two that are shown there. They're Rainbow and the Bi Pride. We've got some I believe all of the Pride flags that I was able to find. They are all there, free to use, because we do not gatekeep accessibility and things like that. And we love Tessie. MS Paint Beast. Taco soup? Ooh. I prefer a nice tomato soup. And then, does chili count as stew? Because if so, then chili.
I think so.
Okay.
Then, yeah, I mean, chili is a...
And then I'll go on further and say, I prefer red beef chili over chicken chili. But chicken chili is not bad.
Oh, man. The one I had in Finland that Ahmad made was called sister sausage soup.
Ooh.
And, oh, wow. That is... The problem is, in the States, you can't get the same sausage, so you can't make it. But, oh, that's the best soup I've ever had.
That sounds delicious. I don't even know what's in it. It sounds great.
It's like, imagine your favorite chicken noodle soup, or just chicken soup, not chicken noodle soup, and switch it to sausage.
Ooh.
But it's not just any type of sausage. It's a special kind of sausage. So it's not like, I can't even explain it. My mom would have to explain it. It's just perfection is what it is.
That sounds really... I'll have to ask a couple friends who are out in that part of the world. Because that sounds amazing.
Mm-hmm.
You'll find the Earthbound community is always talking about food. Come on, I want the duck to come down here. Come on. Down here, please. Come on. No, okay, you're just gonna run up there. Alright. We tried. We tried, folks. We tried. If you can bait the duck to go down there, I'd like to point out also the duck has toes. And now you're not able to stop staring at it. If you're able to bait it to go down there, you can avoid this fight. Chicken gnocchi? Ooh. See, we're getting to the point where it's lunchtime. We're all getting a little hungry. At least in my part of the world, it's lunchtime. We're all getting a little bit hungry.
Yep. That's exact. I was just thinking of that. I'm like, do I have soup I could heat up right now? And I do. I have chicken tortilla soup in there.
Ooh. Okay, we skipped Protoplasm, Fight 2. The, Bubble Monkey helped us out here. Alright, we are gonna take a safety heal here. Normally I wouldn't, but we're a little low here. 9 health. If I can skip perfectly in this next dungeon, that heal was pointless. If I can't, that heal was vital. So, and vital, I mean, it gives us like a minute time loss. That's fine. We are still ahead of schedule. And here's where we stutter step again. All right, deep breath. Okay. And again. Okay. We can't stutter step past the mushroom. Don't need to, though. Okay, we're good. Now we have to despawn all these enemies because we cannot stutter step around them. No mice for me, please. And there are people who have way cleaner stutters than I do. So I'd like to point out that there is a high threshold of skill in the Earthbound community where it's like, there are immaculate stutter steps. Yeah, you need to be able to hold your breath. And if you stop moving completely, that works. Like, that's why you see me stop, like, okay, if I stop moving, the enemies won't also rocket towards me. For those specific enemies. Other enemies might attack me. But those ones there, no, we're fine. Okay, now we're going to run away from everything here. And we're going to take our last travel sequence. Run away from the cave, boys. Sounds like a great name for a great punk rock band. It's kind of like Crash and the Boys.
It does.
Then we talk to Dr. Andonuts. Oh, by the way, actually this character's dead. Do we want a donut? No. And then we are going to go along the Sky Runner. Let's get together in 10 years or so. So we get to get into a nice UFO. This is like, if you think of a UFO, this is kind of what you think. How are we looking schedule-wise? I know I'm ahead of estimate, but how are we looking?
Let's see here. We've got next up, I believe it's, let me just pick, yep, it's Laxxus with Bionic Commando, any %.
Okay.
Followed by Donkey Kong Bananza, any % with Dangers.
Okay.
Are
we
also have
ahead or
Tetris
behind?
coming up later. Oh,
Because I can do shout outs now if we're a little bit behind and we need to make up time.
I think we're right on schedule.
Okay,
Let me
cool
just
beans.
double check. Ahmad would know better time-wise.
Okay, fair enough. But yeah, big shout out. I'll go ahead and do a couple of them here. Big shout outs to the Earthbound community, I've been able to do a whole lot of work with them, doing restreams of tournaments, and learning so much about this game. We do about 4 tournaments a year, different formats. We've got Boogie Percent every year near Halloween. Then we've got Ancient Cave, which is kind of like our Lufia Ancient Cave, or randomized dungeons. Then we've got the Ancient Cave spoiler, where you're able to get a sneaky peek at the spoiler log during the race, so you can kind of plan it out. And then we've got the PK Scramble race as well, which is our randomizer. So we have several tournaments a year. Other than that, big shout out to my community who's watched me play this game oodles of time, and whom I name most of the time, name the characters after when I do runs. I name them after folks who come into chat and like, hey, you're going to be part of this run today too. It's a great way to get people involved. And then, as always, lovely shout out to my wife, whom we named one of the characters after. For whom I would not be able to do these runs. I talked about it yesterday during my Chrono run, but my lovely wife takes her kiddos out and goes and does things at the library and things like that while I do speed runs like this. So getting to do these, a lot of it's on her shoulders, being able to take the kiddos out and keep them quiet a little bit so I can do things like this. It's been such a blessing to be able to do this many great things for charity such as Child's Play. So yeah, big shout outs to my lovely wife as well. Okay, let's do the walk real fast. So we're going to use the bad key machine. Open up the door. Because it was locked earlier, and now it's not. We're gonna do a couple of safety strats. Just for marathon safety, because even this last boss can still manage to get you. So we're gonna hork down the skip sandwich, and that allows us to run. And then we are gonna stop in at the drugstore to save. Hopefully we don't need it, but in case the bottle rockets, our main strategy here, goes sideways and they don't work, which can happen, we'll be able to soft reset right back here and just try it again. Otherwise, we're gonna have to resort to some really sad strats, and there's actually even still a risk that it just becomes really just inefficient to try and beat this boss. Yeah, we need some big bottle rockets. We have a big bottle rocket. We need some big damage. So we're going to defend, big bottle rocket. 310, not great. We're going to do everything we can. Bottle rocket here. See, the one bottle rocket failed. That's okay. We'll get there. It was a low roll. All right. Come on. We can do this still. We have faith. We've ran out of bottle rockets and everything. Chat, you have helped us defeat Boogie Tent. So let's grab the item from the treasure chest. Then that'll be time. We'll be done. That's Boogie Percent. We do a little bit of leveling up, and then we're good. So this is the sequence where you're watching the race time room, and you're like, please don't done. Please don't done. I am within spitting distance of being done, and you're like, please don't be done. Please don't be done. So the trash can appears. We grab the trash can. Let's see, jar of fly honey, and I take it that is time. So thank you everybody so much for letting me do this run. It was a pickup run. It was amazing and awesome. I love it. This is such a great game that I highly recommend people go check out and consider doing yourself. It is a lot of fun, and I highly recommend. Again, it's on Nintendo Switch Online, so you can go do that, and it's really a great time to do. So big shout outs to everybody who is behind the scenes, who's able to help us and get it set up, and who's been taking months and months to do this whole event. So I appreciate everybody who's been able to do this and allowing me to do this run right here. So
Well,
I think
it's been a joy watching you.
it's been fun. Thank you
was
so
a
much
fun
for hanging
game.
out.
Of course. I love hanging out. Then I think I've only seen this character. That's the first time I've seen Earthbound, and I've only seen the character in like Super Smash Brothers.
Uh-huh.
So,
With
it's fun to see the game.
with a lot, I think it was this game didn't come out originally in the EU. So if you were in the EU in the 90s, you might have completely missed who Ness was, and then he comes to Smash Brothers, and you're like, who's this? Who?
Mm-hmm.
So it's really cool to be able to bring this and bring it to marathons. It's such a great time.
Well, you did an amazing job. A pleasure having you both days. And we are going to take a quick break, you guys. Get up, stretch those legs. We're going to switch over to laxxus. Next, coming up with the Bionic Commando, any percent. So we look forward to that, and we will talk to you guys shortly. Welcome back, everyone. We are here with Pixels for People, raising money for the charity Child's Play. If you are just joining us, we are on day 2 of this amazing fundraiser, and I am so excited to introduce our next gamer, laxxus, playing Bionic Commando any percent. I'm excited to watch this one. I know I always say that, but I truly am always excited to see the runs happening. So I am going to hand it right over to laxxus and take it away.
Thank you very much, Ninja. Hello, everyone. I am laxxus, and this is Bionic Commando, a platformer from 1988 where you can't jump. If you see the problem already, then I do too, and it is definitely a problem. So basically you move around with this grappling hook, and it is quite tricky. So we'll see how that goes. Originally I hated this game when I played it casually because I just couldn't get into this grappling mechanic. But when I was forced to learn the speedrun for Junkyard Dave's mystery event just a few weeks ago, it felt a lot more fun as a speedrun, so we'll see how this goes. So let's just get into it. Do a quick reset. And then we are off. So this is like the map where you can navigate to different areas, and if you meet one of these trucks, then you will have this little shooting section, which doesn't really do much and is not very hard, but especially casually it's quite useful, because here you can get continues. Because you actually start the game with 0 continues, but enemies in these sections drop continues. So here we have a neutral zone, and the first thing I do in that neutral zone is shooting, which aggroes everyone, but that is faster because that skips some dialogue. And then I had to pick up that item that is somehow needed, you know. And now we have our first real stage, Area 5. A mostly vertical stage. And gonna wait for that guy. And die anyway. Perfect. Good start. Ahmad unfortunately jinxed the run right before we started, so this is what we get now. So let's just try this again. Oh my god. Okay, we got past them. So a lot of ledges in this game are actually like just out of reach, but you can like grapple onto something else to get like a little bit of height, and then, oh my god, immediately cancel your grapple and grapple onto something else. So how did I not hit that guy? Okay. This is going great. Okay. So, like, actually having good movement with the grappling is quite technical. You have to do a lot of canceling, re-grappling, and all that stuff. Alright. First boss. So just have to mash a little bit. And then destroy this reactor. If only I could jump, yes, that would actually make this game a lot better. That world record is definitely not free. The world record in this game is like a thing of beauty. Like, PJ has such a good run. Alright, so for finishing Area 5, we got the rocket launcher, which we just switched to. Is a way stronger weapon than the beginning weapon. And also I have now 1 HP, so I can take a hit. So it's kind of rough in this game that, like, at the start you have 0 HP, so you're insta-kill to everything. But when you progress further into the game, you get some help. So we have the exact same boss again, but you will see the difference between the weapons. 1 shot and 3 for the reactor. It's like the difference in power level is absolutely insane. So that's the weapon that we will use for most of the run. Okay. Area 6, one of my least favorite areas. I'm just really bad at it. Let's try the strat though. Oh, didn't work. Hey. Oh, well. I got it and then I messed it up immediately. Perfect. So we just go through this slowly. Like, walking is quite a bit slower than actually grappling forward, so you kinda want to do that as much as possible. And then you can also miss your grapple and die for it. Perfect. Yeah, this is like one of the hardest stages in my opinion. Well, taking it very slow today. We have to wait for that guy again. Okay, this time though. We did it. Got to the second screen. I like the second screen actually less, but it's maybe in theory easier. So we just grapple like through the floor to get up there, which I don't think you are supposed to, but it works. And that was actually pretty good for me. So here we have a different boss, but we don't actually want to fight that guy. So we just ignore him and destroy the reactor. Yeah, he's not a good god, I guess. Alright, now we have the permit. The permit permits us to enter Sector 14, the second neutral zone that we will see. And again, we will shoot, so we skip some dialogue. And then we pick up that thing and go again. Alright, here is the one point of big RNG of this game. If this truck hits us... Oh, we got lucky. So it's random if we get an encounter there with the truck or not. And if you get it, you lose like 35 seconds. But we didn't get it, so we got lucky. But don't worry, I will lose those 35 seconds somewhere else anyway. Okay, that was weird. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Oh my god, I've never died there. That's wow, that's a game over. I hope I picked up a continue. Oh my god. This is really the worst run I had in a very long time. Thanks, Ahmad. That's okay. We'll get through this eventually. I mean, there's also the possibility that I just completely game over and can't finish the game. But that won't happen. Surely not. Right?
Dang you, Ahmad. Real quick, I can just jump in here. I wanted to tell everybody, for anyone who has just joined us, about Child's Play and what we are here raising money, trying to do. Child's Play is helping to bring games and technology into hospitals to help improve the patients' lives through the power of play. And there was a quote down here from someone who said, video games didn't save my life and I didn't have a terminal disease, but they took what could have been one of the worst experiences of my life and made it the most positive hospital-related experience to date. And I think that's really important for us to really focus on here for this charity, is that it's not here to maybe fix what we don't know how to fix just yet, but what definitely is helping all these kids and these teenagers have an experience like no other, being able to go into these hospitals without having to stress and only focus on what they are there for. So make sure you get those donations in to help such an amazing charity. And it looks like all of our targets have been met, but we still have the Balatro. I still think I'm saying that wrong. Final deck choice right now ahead in the game is the Abandoned deck. A close second is the Black deck and the Erratic deck. is in third place, and that's $88, $85, and $84. So they are neck and neck. So get those. Make sure whenever you are making your donations that you're picking one of these polls. The other poll left up is Mega Man X4, the U.S. versus Japanese game. Right now, the Japanese game is, or version of the game, is set at $420 already donated, and the U.S. is struggling at $110. So get those votes in if you would like to see a specific deck or a specific version of Mega Man. And I'm going to hand it back to you.
Thank you very much. And yes, every donation helps, so keep it up for the good cause. It's definitely worth it. So in the meantime, I did Area 7. I did like a pretty big skip, which skips like half of the stage by getting up that wall. I had some trouble with it, but eventually I got to it. And now we rescued Joe, which was our goal, and now he tells us that we should go to Area 12 to stop Master D, who is definitely not Hitler. Don't worry about it. But first we have to do areas 10 and 11. And this area, it has like a global cycle with a platform a little bit into the stage. So I hope I don't make too many mistakes. And speaking of, okay, please let me get through here. Well, I definitely made some mistakes there, but surely this is fine. Well, I think that cost me that one cycle, but who cares? At least I didn't die. That's always good. Dittler. That's perfect. Yeah, I have no idea what Master D is supposed to stand for. No idea. But yeah, that, like, most of these areas just end with the same fight and the same, like, reactor stuff. That's kind of boring, but it's fine. Alright. Off to area 11. We didn't go directly from 10 to 11 to avoid hitting that truck and have another encounter. So that would be slow. Area 11 is really short, but I absolutely hate it. It is the worst stage ever. Because if you fail like one grapple here, then you are pretty screwed, like this. Perfect. But that's pretty much like the theme for this game. Like if you miss a grapple anywhere, especially like in the second half of the game, like you're just screwed. Oh, I did it wrong again, but we had enough health to tank it. Perfect. I'm not supposed to do that strat because I have no health. Just try to not get hit. Okay. Alright, so far this run has been horrible, but now we get to the hardest stage, the last stage. It's also the longest one, And it's a very technical one. So it starts off with some elevator clips and barrier skips. So, and they are all pretty precise, so let's see how this goes. Oh, perfect. Perfect. That's a really good start. Come on. Okay, I'll take it. That was bad. Now I have to die. Oh, I didn't know what to do when I landed on top of that. That's fine. Just pretend that didn't happen. Just wait here. Okay. Okay, except that mistake that led me to death. That was actually pretty good. Like those, especially those elevator clips are really precise and tight window. So, here's like the evil guy who's like, yeah, we wanted to revive Master D because he was the only one who has the plans to build this giant laser or something, but now we don't need him anymore, and then he explodes, and Master D, who definitely doesn't look like Hitler, is revived, and he wants to take over the world, and now we have to fight his ship, the Albatross, which has a really cool quick kill, but it's really hard, so I doubt I will get it. Oh, that was close. And now we are stuck here forever. Not hitting anything. So I have to grapple onto the top there to even be able to hit. And that didn't work. Guess we are waiting a bit here. There we go. With a quick kill you can literally one cycle him, which is pretty cool. But yeah. Okay. That took a while, but I did it after all. Alright. So now we just need to escape, basically. Well, first here's like this soldier. It's like, I won't last long. I take this bazooka, go get him. So when you jump down there, you have to hit this cockpit. Okay, it's such a bad design. Like, you don't know what's going on. If you don't hit that, then you just have to die and try again. It's stupid. And then Hitler's face explodes. I mean, Master D's face. Sorry. And then we have one last bit. An escape sequence. I'm at 0 health, so I hope I don't mess it up, because there's one enemy still in our way. And there's a way to skip him, but it's kind of precise. I go to the very edge there, so he doesn't hit me. And then, perfect. I can just skip him and get out. And time is when the last text box completes. There we go, 2015. That's perfectly, basically on estimate. The beginning of the run was really rough, but I think at least most of the later stages were decent. It is a pretty tough run. It is quite hard to control, and like when you want to do like cancels of a grappling, re-grapple and all that stuff to move a bit quicker, it's tough, but when you actually get the hang of it, it's quite fun. So yeah, thanks everyone for the GGs.
Were there any shout outs that you'd like to make?
Shout out to Junkyard Dave, who's made me run this. I hate you. And shout out to Ahmad for jinxing this run, so it went like this. And I think that's it. I don't need more shout outs. And of course, shout out to Carter for putting this together, and all of you who helped doing this for a great cause.
Perfect. All right, guys. We are going to take a quick break so we can switch over to Dangers, who's going to be running Donkey Kong Bonanza any %. So we look forward to that. Thank you so much, Laxxus, and we will talk to you all very shortly. Welcome back, everyone. I am here with Dangers, who's getting ready to play Donkey Kong Bonanza any %. So I am not going to waste too much more time. I'm going to hand it right over. Make sure you get those donations in and take it away, and good luck, Dangers.
Sure, thank you so much. Hi, I'm Dangers. I'm a birdman on the internet, and today we're playing a monkey game for the Nintendo Switch 2. This is Super Mario Odyssey 2, as everybody knows. I'm very excited to do the speedrun here because it's super fun, and I hope that you watching the movement maybe entices you to try it out for yourselves. But yeah, we can get started right away. I guess I can count down myself, and I have control of the splits this time. This is very different for a marathon, so here we go. You guys ready on commentary? And hosting.
We're not hosting yet.
Okay, good.
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay.
If you're going to want me to do commentary, you're probably going to have to share the screen for me.
You know what? That's fair. Yeah, I can do that on Discord before we get started. Good call, good call, good call. Oh, that just looks like a bunch of white boxes. Hold on. Apologies, folks. I'll be 1 second here. But yeah, Donkey Kong Bonanza is like the newest not Super Mario. I've tricked myself, as it turns out. The newest Nintendo 3D platformer has been very, very fun to speedrun in because I am an Odyssey speedrunner as well. So the transition over was quite natural, honestly. And all right. Can you see my stream in Discord, hosts and commentators? All right, very good. So we can go now. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1, go. Now, the primary way of moving around in this game, you're going to notice pretty quick, is by doing something called turf surfing. Now, basically, we can just grab the earth and just ride around on it really fast. And we can kind of push ourselves forward by kind of matching one of the attack buttons like this. And that's going to be our primary way of getting around. A lot of like the decisions that we make are going to be based around like how can I grab a chunk easily, use it to surf around on. And you can see already that I'm kind of chaining together some like movement, putting together jumps and stuff like that to transition through the stage. This is a lot of what Donkey Kong Bonanza looks like. Now the goal of the game, of course, is to get to the end. Surprise. Who knows what's waiting for us there. There might be 3 or 4 plot twists along the way. But this is very much unlike Super Mario Odyssey, where Super Mario Odyssey, the goal was to collect like a certain number of moons to leave each place in the world. This is a little bit different than that. The bananas, there are an abundance of bananas. There's like over 600 bananas in the game or something like that. But they are not a necessary collectible, I guess you could say. They're used more for leveling up Donkey Kong and giving him new abilities and stuff. Which means that, as you can probably imagine in the speedrun, we don't really need to go out of our way for those unless they were to save us a lot of time. So we're only actually going to grab 5 for the whole run. And they will be for the ostrich ability glide later on. So I'll talk about that when we get there.
For now, we're following this talking rock, Odd Rock, who is going to be helping us out a little bit later in the run here.
That's right. Mysterious character Odd Rock.
I wonder who Odd Rock could be.
It's not like they revealed it in like the very first trailer or anything.
No, not at all.
They just stay Odd Rock.
There's a funny little guy.
You can expect to see Odd Rock in the next Mario Kart, probably. Very pivotal character to the series. Right. Now, not only is turf surfing really good for traversing horizontally, but as you can see, you can kind of get away with doing some pretty crazy jumps using the turf surf mechanic. And, oh, I never get the instant kill there. That's awesome. It's going to come in handy for some platforming later on. We're basically just abusing the turf surf mechanic to do all sorts of cool stuff in this run. I think Canyon.
Yes. So like there's.
Canyon is the level that probably.
Canyon's going to definitely be the place that we see the most.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's going to be a couple different versions of like turf surf that are going to be used. There's just the regular one where we use it on the ground, but then we're also going to have fast aerial turf surfs, and there's also the I forget the other one. It's like the one that goes like super high. It's like we call it AFAT. I forget what the abbreviation stands for entirely at this point.
Aerial fast.
But it's
that one, yeah.
Yeah. So the regular fats are basically like they're faster horizontally, whereas the aerial ones let you go a little bit higher on each jump, and they're going to be used in a couple different places to chain together fats and go really, really fast, where we can just basically turf surf through everything. It's a lot faster than just rolling. So we end up grabbing this first disc here, and we're going to be using that to get our first Bananza, which is going to be the Kong Bananza.
Yeah. One of the cool things that people ask about when a game starts as a speed game is like, what can we skip? Like, what is it possible to avoid using, doing, grabbing in order to get to the end of the game with like the minimal amount of things as possible? It eventually turns into like a low percent idea, you know what I mean? Sometimes it's not faster. In the case of like what you are absolutely required to grab on the way to the end of the game, the answer is actually only 2 of the Bananzas. This one being one of them. And you only have to use one of them once. The reason we have to grab the Kong Bananza in the speedrun is because it's very useful, but also because there is a way to actually clip past this part. But if you do, you can't load in the boss that follows. So, as of time of recording, we haven't actually figured out a way to skip the Kong Bananza entirely.
So if you end up finding a way of getting the boss to spawn, or just falling to the next layer, the speedrun community would love to hear from you.
Exactly, yeah. Clip through the floor or something, who knows, but yes, we like Kong Bananza. There are, like, the speedrun route currently grabs 3 of the Bananzas. Like I said, you're only required to get 2. The speedrun that I'm doing uses an ostrich, and the reason why we use the ostrich will become abundantly apparent when we get the ostrich. But there is a faster speedrun route that does avoid the ostrich altogether. But it does require, obviously, a lot of like, very tricky platforming, so the speed game is always evolving.
It saves about a minute, right, for the ostrichless route,
Something
and
like
it's
that.
significantly harder
Yes.
to actually get a run to completion with that route, so it's very understandable that Dangers is running the route with ostrich.
Yeah, as far as I know, there is only one person at the moment, I believe, that's even like attempting to do runs with the ostrich-less like route, because it's just that tricky. Some of the like fats and AFATs and stuff that we're doing with the chunks right now, like this is kind of the, like if you learn them, you'd be like, "Oh boy, holy, that's a lot of inputs." Like this is kind of wild, but like there's even more you can do by abusing the buffering system in this game, and that's kind of what it takes advantage of in order to make the ostrich-less route work at all. So yeah, it's pretty wild what speedrunners can come up with.
So that during that whole conversation, we just had our first actual boss, Pika Bruiser. There is a boom rock that's like right beside the entrance of the arena, so you can just kind of grab that and blow up the boss and go and punch the final little bit there, and you're underway.
Yeah, it's very handy. You know, they just kind of included a very powerful explosive on the edge of the arena for us like that. Because I remember when we started, we were just like, let's just wail on it. Just like punch it as much as we can and hope for the best. And yeah, that's
a lot of the bosses in this game are very, very fast.
Yeah.
So they will usually not be on the screen for much longer than like 30 seconds.
And it's so funny because like when I started playing this game, I thought that wouldn't have been true. There were some bosses that caught me up, and I was like, there's no way people are going to just like be able to optimize this. It feels so random. But as speedrunners do, we figure it out. They're not as random as we think.
Yeah. So one of the things that Dangers is going to be doing between layers is doing the downward punch on repeat. It is faster than just falling normally.
Yes. So
it saves you a fair bit of time throughout the run whenever you have to go between layers. The other thing that's been happening here is Dangers has been collecting a lot of gold. And it's specifically for this layer here. So we have to have 2,999 gold when we are finished this layer in order to actually advance to the next part of the game. So a bunch of stuff that Dangers had been breaking beforehand was to meet some reward gold that give you bonus gold, and then getting enough gold here in order to go down to the next sub-layer, which we're a little bit short right now, but it should be fine because there's gold that Dangers can pick up.
Yeah. Ideally, you like to show up to the hilltop layer and you've already got the 3,000 you need, but there is, you know, I was just saying there's not a lot of RNG in the boss fights, but there is RNG in like how much money gets dropped when you like break stuff. Sometimes like wells of gold can just appear in the ground. They give you just like a handful of change for free. That is RNG. So as much as we try and like set a path for ourselves, you can still kind of fall on some bad RNG and end up having to pick up some extra gold in Hilltop, but that's not too bad. We probably only lost a couple, like maybe a dozen seconds there. And yes, this is required. The only reason that we are using gold as a currency is this moment right here. There have been a lot of people trying to figure out if we could just like clip past that banana and down in. I've heard that the clip is very possible, but it doesn't actually lead to anything that we can use. I don't remember why, whether it's like this part of the level just isn't loaded or something. But as of time of recording, we do have to do that gold grind at the beginning to progress to the rest of the game.
Yeah, that layer, there's not really a whole lot going on in that layer. It's just getting enough gold to go down, and then you go to the next sub-layer and move on. But the layer we're going to next is honestly like the most interesting to watch for the movement, because there is some really cool movement that happens in this one.
Yeah, I like to think like Donkey Kong Bananza feels a lot like Super Mario Odyssey in a lot of ways to me after having speedrun both, and one of them is just the complexity of movement. You guys are probably familiar in the audience of like buffered inputs and things. It's what prevents you from like, you know, not getting your jump if you're not perfectly like pixel perfect landing on the ground first. Among other things, things like coyote frames kind of fall into this category of like giving the player a little bit of leeway,
so that, you know, they don't get punished as often for, you know, frame missing, basically. And because of that, and because there are so many different options to move around, you know, you can roll, you can punch in like 3 different directions. add a buffering system on top of that, and you get some pretty cool results. So this was kind of the first level where we knew we could utilize all of that movement tech.
And so it's got a soft space in my heart, I think, because it is very fun to watch.
So that jump that Dangers just did there with the AFAT lets you skip like 2 different bosses that you would have to fight normally to get to this point. So this saves a lot of time. And then just the movement up here, this whole climb, like just normally takes a lot longer than what Dangers is making it look like it takes.
Yeah,
so,
there's like puzzles, and you have to go around the towers and stuff. Like, there's a lot of stuff that I'm just completely disregarding as a speedrunner. The kind of thing
you're
where...
supposed to end up fighting Cranky Kong. You're supposed to have like this little minecart section where you end up fighting Mad Mixer. Like we don't do any of that.
Alright, here's Stomp and Clomper.
So we have Stomp and Clomper. So we're going to do a rock swing into Stomp and Clomper's face, immediately break it so we can hit the void thing, and then we're going to do the same thing again here. We're going to grab a piece of gold and throw it right at him, and just like that, Stomp and Clomper down.
Yep. Very, very simple. That obviously, as a casual player, is also much harder than it looks. Because you'll probably, if you have played the game, you'll probably remember that, like, you smash the feet and then the head falls onto the ground. And then the second phase, they make him out of concrete, which is not something that you can punch through as regular DK at all. So, this is a much easier way to do that. You just kind of blow him up with his own mohawk.
I think it's always kind of amusing that you're just like tearing off a part of the enemy to blow them up.
Yeah. I guess that
it's like, oh no, my one weakness, me.
Yeah, precisely. I guess I could mention a little bit briefly about gold. So, we might be done using it as a currency, but it is actually very important for the entirety of the run, because there's a bunch of different properties. It's kind of like linked to the bananas in the game, so it makes them super OP. First of all, it's explosive, as you can see. But second of all, it's basically the way that you refill your banana meter, the one in the bottom left. So if I want to be able to use my Kong Bananza again, I have to fill that meter before I can. And so a lot of the routing is about kind of knowing when you need gold and where you can get some along the way. And then this is the divide.
So here we have the divide. Yep, and so there's 2 different ways you can end up going here. One takes you to the forest, and one takes you to the freezer layer. We're going to be going to the forest layer because we're doing the ostrich route. With the ostrich route, you actually end up going to the freezer layer because it's a little bit faster to do that area.
Yeah, you're also like not picking up the zebra there, even if you do visit, which is funny.
Yeah.
But yeah,
it's funny to me that
that's okay.
I just think it's funny that like the layer that has the character that's supposed to be like the fast running character is the one that like even when you do the fastest route you still don't pick them up.
Yeah, you skip by them just because they're too slow. Because their running speed is like pretty close to turf surfing speed, so we've already kind of got that sorted for us. But yeah, the basic premise is that you pick the freezer layer and there's a zebra bonanza there, the powers to run fast. Or you pick the forest and get the ostrich. I think the casual game kind of wants you to play both eventually, but we only need one. We only need passage through, so whichever one we pick better be to the benefit of our speedrun. And oh boy, is the ostrich a benefit to our speedrun. So that's where we're going to go.
We have some more AFAT jumps here as we're heading towards the Ostrich Hotel. We have to break this void stone here to free up or get a disc to show up here. So we're going to be taking this disc along with another one, and we're going to take them right to the Elder Ostrich. Some of the one of the neat things that's changed since I was doing the run is that you actually juggle these 2 discs now to not have to go and grab them each separately.
Yes.
So these discs can despawn if you take a little too long on this, so it actually saves a fair bit of time to do this.
Yeah, for this one, I think it's like 7 or 8 seconds or something. The alternative is that you usually take that first piece and you like jump in a cannon, and the cannon shoots you like up to the top, and then you put the piece in, and then you go get the other one. So we kind of just cut the corner by doing that instead. This is our second Bananza. We'll be getting one more later, and we'll have another juggling record pieces section of that. But yes, this is our ostrich. Now, their main ability is that instead of like when you jump into the air, instead of just like falling back to the ground in like a jump arc, the ostrich will like kick its legs and flap its wings and flap a chunk and be able to stay in the air for longer. So that obviously is very, 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 very powerful. But also, they can be upgraded to have an ability called Glide, where after that little flutter, basically, you can kind of think of it as like Princess Peach's float. You'll also come to the ground a lot slower afterwards, and you will glide instead of falling like all the other characters does. Super OP for platforming, and you're going to use it. We're going to see it a lot.
For this sub-layer here, we're going to be going around the layer and breaking these poison plants so we can advance down to the next sub-layer to fight the boss. It's not too terribly difficult movement. It's just a couple AFATs. Then we're going to be doing this gliding thing with the ostrich, which looks really funny when you're swinging the like turf chunk around.
Yeah, and the reason that we do this, by the way, is not just for fun.
Yeah, so this actually does extend the glide a little bit longer, so you can go a lot further with it. That'll actually end up being really useful in the next layer we're going to be going to.
Yes, we are going to be doing a skip that basically requires extending that as much as we possibly can. All right, now that we're in this part of the sub-layer, we are going to be facing off against the boss here. There's this big kind of egg covered in spines over here. And we can kind of break through the side of it. The Kong Bananza has like a sonar punch, so as long as I don't actually touch the thorns, then I can break through the wall like that.
Yeah, normally you're supposed to have to go push a button, but you can just kind of break through it, which is nice. So we have Abracadabra. This boss, normally you're supposed to wait for it to spit out like some vines, and you're supposed to like, go across the vines and then start punching it, but we can just surf turf to where it's going to spawn and then just jump up to it, saving a ton of time waiting for the vines to come out. And just like that, Abracadabra down.
Yep. The magic trick is I made them disappear.
It's a great magic trick.
I agree, Red Parasite. The Zebra Bananza is a banger. 100%. I don't know, which one's your favorite, Carter, of the 5 Bananza songs? I turned them off for the speedrun because, otherwise I won't hear the soundtrack. But
yeah. Honestly, I'd say my favorite is actually the Zebra Bananza.
Yeah.
Which is, I really wish that we actually used the zebra in the speedrun, but
yeah, alas.
Unfortunately for any percent at least, we don't.
I like the elephant one, too.
The elephant one is also really good. What's your least favorite one?
Oh, boy. Probably the snake, I guess? It's hard. They're all bangers in their own right.
They're all pretty good, yeah. I love how it's like really easy to pick a favorite, but when you have to pick like a least favorite, you're like, oh man, that's actually really hard. So good.
Yeah, that's one thing that I notice. If people are ever talking about video games and like how good they are or whatever, there's almost always somebody who has a comment. Like very, very rarely have I ever heard like, oh, the music was dog crap. You know what I mean? Like, it almost always ends up being that like the soundtrack of the video game is pretty good, and then you just kind of figure out from there what's the best. All right, so we're getting our 5 bananas here. We're going to be upgrading our glide. These are the only 5 bananas that we get right here.
And it's sadly the only time that we get the O banana.
Yes. So what I'm doing here now is there's supposed to be a bridge that you build. I don't have time for that. We're just going to do
and this is where we
into the longest ostrich glide ever. Jump with good timing.
Yeah,
here.
so this very much not the way you're meant to do this. There's usually like 2 void stones that you're supposed to break, and they raise a bridge, and there's one on each side. Which, if you're playing through this as a your first time playthrough, when you finish the forest layer, you would go back up, and then you would end up doing the freezer layer, and you would end up pressing like one of the, or you destroy the void stones on each side of the junction here. But we just completely ignore both of them as we glide right over.
Yeah, we don't got time for that. And this is part of what makes the ostrich so powerful. I couldn't even tell you what the ostrich's route does there. Maybe they do just go and push both switches, and that's like part of the time that they just have to eat. I don't know. But now that we are in the junction layer... Oh, I don't know what I'm doing. Hold on. Oh, I messed up. Okay. I don't know why I decided Bananza to play there. Get my my wires crossed a little bit. That's okay. So the idea here is that we have to fight Void. He goes around the world. He shoots lasers, causes a ruckus, steals bananas from people. Just kind of being a little disaster guy. All of these fights, these are some of the fights that I thought were going to be like super random when I first started playing. I was like, oh, there's no way speedrunners are going to figure this out. Of course, they did. As it turns out that you can manipulate his patterns and where he goes and how long he stays there by just kind of hitting him during the certain phases of his fight sequence. So I think that this one probably illustrates it really well. If I can pull this one off. For this one, Void is trying to do like a laser attack at every location. I can be too fast. Like actually right there I was too fast. So you can see he actually does the laser attack after. I lost time for that. And I might have done it again. Yeah, I did. That's okay. So
yeah, ideally he was gonna kill Void in the center of that turf area there, but the last position they'll go to otherwise is right above the Kong Elder's head.
So I just had to throw a chunk at him to finish it up there, but no big deal. Void does have peak Gremlin energy, I have to agree with that. And then we chase him back to the junction. He's powering up his ship with all the bananas he just ravaged from the villages. It's okay, we weren't using him anyway. We'll give him one final confrontation here. So yeah, the Kong Bananza is really helpful because he's kind of like the strongest, I guess, character in the game. Form in the game, whatever you want to call it. So not only does he hit like enemies harder, but he's also able to pull out any level of stone without any difficulty. Like I was talking about how we're turf surfing and how turf surfing is kind of what we're aiming to do all the time. Regular Donkey Kong just doesn't have the strength, doesn't have the chops to pull up stone, especially in like the later layers of the game where it starts to strengthen up. That's where Kong Bananza comes in, because Kong Bananza just kind of bypasses that and can pull up stone anywhere. So very handy if we want to get started on our turf surfs.
Yeah, for a lot of forms like base DK and even ostrich and later on elephant, if you were to try and pull out some of the stronger chunks of terrain, they'll take a couple tries to actually pull it out of the ground.
Yeah. And there's something in your skill tree that allows you to upgrade your ability to do that, but again, we're not collecting bananas. Too slow.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate that bananas take so long to actually collect, because you get the cutscene every single time, but we just don't really need a lot of the upgrades from the tree.
Yeah, the junction is done. Now we get a little bit of like an intermission layer, I suppose.
Yeah, we needed a bit of a break. You know, we've been fighting a lot of bosses lately. Void was being kind of annoying, so I think we're just going to go to a resort.
Yeah. Take a nice little break, little vibe. Now, I have, you know, I played this game casually before I started speedrunning it, but I immediately saw this big watermelon in the middle and said, yeah, that's probably where I have to go. I'm sure there's some fun stuff to do in this level, but I wouldn't know because I basically just did what you're watching me do right now to get up here the first time. So if there's any fun stuff to actually do while you're on vacation, you guys let me know. I just went for the fruit. Speaking of fruit, probably the most unhinged piece of dialogue in any Nintendo game I've ever heard is coming right up, so please pay attention. And try not to be offended.
Bye, weird fruit.
You were fun! Yeah, when you invite your friends to the gay bar and they're just not really feeling it. All right. So yeah, that's our little intermission. Nothing really to do there. No objectives. We can go straight to the end through the watermelon. And now we have Tempest. So this is where we're going to get our third. Or sorry, yeah, it's Tempest, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
This is where we get the
Radiance
elephant bonanza. So this layer I find is really cool, and there's a couple things that can go wrong here, but Dangers is really good at this game, so probably won't have those problems. The biggest problem is this boss right here, the Sinister Blusterwing. So if you don't get the 2 throws here to get the Blusterwing to come down to the ground and hit them like right away, they can fly around and be just in general annoying.
Yep.
But Danger's got the first one. We're going to be fighting that Sinister Blusterwing 2 more times in this layer. We just have to find them again. But before that, we have to go get the Elephant Bonanza. So we're going to be collecting the record pieces again. And just like before where we were juggling the record pieces, we are going to be doing that once again.
Yes, and this one, I've had do some funny things before. I'm hoping that they don't happen this time, but the idea is pretty much the same as we kind of ferry them to the same location. That looks good. I think we should be safe there. I had to park that record in kind of a specific spot because if it's too far away from the cannon when I go up there, it can just despawn.
And unfortunately, you can't just throw the record piece in there and then carry the other one up with you because it'll despawn if you do that.
Yes. Nope, let's not do that. But yeah, now both of the record pieces are just right here, so we can plop them in the player, and now we have Elephant Bonanza. The only required use of a Bonanza in the game is immediatly after this. The elephant's power is to suck up things with the trunk. It can suck up a bunch of like material from the ground, and it can also save that material and recall it later on as like a big sphere, which does come in very good handy for many reasons later in the speedrun. You know, some materials have properties that we might need, so we can like use those properties in places that are very far from the source. Or just having chunks available so that, you know, you can ride on them, which is obviously very important if you've been paying attention. So yeah, the elephant power-up is really, really handy.
Yeah, that'll be especially useful later on. It'll actually be useful even in this layer too, as we're going to use it to get some liftoff ore a little bit earlier than intended. So this right here is the only actual reason that we need to get the elephant Bananza is to get that key out of that tornado.
Yes.
Without that, you cannot get the key. We've tried lots and lots of stuff at this point. I don't think anyone's found a way to actually get to it yet, so... Yeah, so now we have the second Blusterwing fight. It's going to be the same idea here, except for we're going to pull out chunks that we had saved from the Elephant Bonanza and use that to very quickly get the Blusterwing on the ground and beat them up.
Yeah, that I think, at least right now in my Donkey Kong Bonanza speedrunning journey, that fast kill strat for like pulling the chunks and using them is like one of the most satisfying things to do in the run. Like if you pull it off, you feel pretty good about it. We do have to do it one more time though, so shouldn't get too on my high horse just yet. But yeah, we're gonna basically just cross the stage. We're actually just gonna even like break through it to make straight lines. And under here is the magic sauce that we were looking for.
Yeah, so that's just getting the liftoff ore a little bit earlier than the game wants you to. There's a void stone later that protects some liftoff ore you're supposed to use to get a little higher up, but you can just get some that's hidden behind or underneath some sand there.
Yeah.
Saves you a little bit of time.
Yeah, because having to break this or hit the switch to grab that is pretty slow. So that switch right up there, you can see the purple. And so now we have these liftoff ore, so and just climb right up the tower just like that. And I'm going to grab some extra chunks just for safety, because this one tends to be the hardest one.
So hopefully we can get the 2 throws we need here right away and there's no issues, because as Danger said, if we miss the throws it can end up being a problem, but we did get them just like that.
Yeah, and the idea is... Thank you, yeah. It's very rare that I go 3 for 3. That strat is very difficult, but the idea is pretty simple. You're just trying to throw, you pull a chunk, you throw it like kind of where you know the wings are going to be by the time the chunk gets there. But, you know, you got to kind of fight with the camera a little bit, and you got to have good aim, so very satisfying when you're able to pull it off. But yeah.
And I imagine, yeah, like I imagine you're even using the motion controls for the aiming too, so
yep.
It can sometimes be a little imprecise, but it's like the easiest way to aim in the game, so...
Yeah, it's kind of the difference between playing like a shooter on like console versus PC. Like console players are just going to have a disadvantage because their camera is controlled by the direction of a stick versus like the precise position of a mouse, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the Tempest layer. I blinked and I missed it, honestly. Now we're gonna do the landfill layer. And this is the first layer that has a skip that we can utilize, like a clip through the wall. And it's kind of funny because we do a couple of clips in the game now, and they're all in kind of chronological order of when they were found, and arguably also difficulty. So this is going to be the first instance of something called the acute angle clip. And what that means is that we just use kind of an acute angle in the geometry to be able to shove Donkey Kong through the wall. The reason this one was found first is because we don't actually have to do any sort of setup. We just have to go to the place where it is possible to do.
Yeah, the geometry here is already shaped exactly the way we want it to be, so you can just kind of wedge yourself in, and it pushes you through the wall. And just like that, we are now out of bounds, and we are going to go right outside of the entire level itself and drop down as fast as possible, saving us a ton of time digging down here.
Yeah, because I think the alternative, of course, is like the whole setup of this layer is that it's like a drop, and you basically are digging through the earth to get through to the other parts of it, which is, you know, kind of how a lot of this game works. But this layer is like really, really deep, and so instead of digging through, we can clip out of bounds much faster to... Oops. Man, I didn't even get the jump on it. Okay.
Alright, so we have the Re-Pika-Bruiser fight. What was supposed to happen here is we were supposed to get elephant form and then suck up the Pika-Bruiser before they turned into concrete, but we have the opportunity to get it now that they've left concrete form. So a little bit of time left there, but not a huge deal. Yeah, this boss can go really, really fast, depending on, like, if you just immediately go to elephant and just start sucking them up.
Yeah, exactly. I think it was like a brain short circuit type of moment where I was just like, wait, I'm supposed to be Bananzing. But yeah, you have to go real fast on that. You have to be like elephant right away. And then yeah, you can just suck the boss and then you win. In any other context, that would sound really weird, but you guys saw it.
Yeah, elephant is honestly like really, really useful for a lot of the game, just like playing through it normally, but like especially for bosses like that, where the boss just doesn't have any protection against it, so it just dies.
Yeah. Yeah, when we said that a lot of the bosses in this game go really quick, there is like one vulnerability to basically all of them. I think the one exception being K-Roll. Like, you kind of do just have to... you do just kind of have to brute force that one, more or less.
Yeah, K-Rool's a bit of a health sponge. He's got a lot of hits in him.
And you might have noticed that in some of the boss fights, when I do kind of arrive to hit them, I'll jump in the air and I'll try and do like down smashes on them, like the dives that you're seeing on the screen here. And I just mash the button really fast. That is the most effective way to deal damage, and it can be done on the K-Rool fight as well. However, because he does take so much health to bring down, you have to be very consistent with it, and you have to be able to do it for a long time, and you have to do it in like a good positioning. So there's a lot of reasons why I've not graduated to that quite yet, but it would save a lot of time. You do have to do something in the ballpark of like 15 mashes per second or something in order to get the optimal like punching pattern that he does. So it is, you do have to go fast.
So yeah, that was a great race.
Yeah, I didn't even realize we were playing a level, to be honest. Similarly
Yeah,
to the resort, I just saw the gold trophy and I went for it.
So this is the racing layer. As it turns out, you don't need to actually do the race, and the game even comments on you not doing the race here. Just saying, hey DK, why we should go back and do that race sometime, you know?
Nah.
I don't know if Danger's ever done the race, and I don't know if they ever will.
I have not done the race. No, this was again like just like the resort layer. I was like, gold trophy. I wonder if the end is there. Found a way to jump across and was rewarded handsomely. I'm sure the race is fun. You can let me know in the chat. One thing that might seem a little bit counterintuitive is that I am getting a little bit of gold in these tunnels. And that goes back to what I was saying about gold being your Banergy currency. I want to have a little bit of Banergy to like fill my bar completely. Because we want to be able to use it right at the beginning of this level. Another interesting kind of handy quirk about the elephant and being able to do this is just manipulating the enemy's weaknesses. And now this is the layer where you would get the snake. Keyword would. For a while, when we were like first starting playing, we didn't even think that like getting this key without the snake was possible until a few days later. Until we found the AFATs, and you know, then it was just a cakewalk. But
yeah.
But now, not only can we skip that, we can skip the tower that is coming up here that is very snake coated because it's very vertical. And we can skip a lot of things as it turns out.
Yeah, once AFATs came into existence, a lot of the stuff that was required for Snake just kind of stopped being Snake required. We actually early on used the snake to cross a bridge later on in the run, and we don't even have to do that anymore because we have some movement that's going to allow us to just kind of skip all that. We'll see it much later in the run. But yeah, the tower here, just beautiful climb, by the way. That was really clean.
Thank you. I'm surprised I was able to do it that clean in like a marathon setting, to be honest. So yeah, that worked out really good.
So we've turned back the sun.
Yep.
Or turned the sun back on for this layer. Now we can end up going down further because these buttons work. And we're going to be fighting Poppy Kong. Which, this fight is pretty straightforward. You just kind of throw a chunk at Poppy Kong every time she jumps away, and you just go beat her up.
And this is probably like the best display of the down punching strat that I'm talking about. You get a pretty clear visual there of like I'm just mashing the heck out of my down smash button after jumping in the air, and it just does super quick damage.
Yeah, before that down punch was discovered, what runners were doing was just kind of roll punching in to the boss, which is also pretty fast, but not as fast as down punching.
Yep. Now, there is a kind of a mechanic that, you know, this layer is playing with the light a lot. There is a mechanic coming up where there's like a shadow being cast by the towers on either side. But what you didn't notice, viewer at home, is that in the previous layer, as the elephant, I actually sucked up a bunch of light-emitting rocks. And so I can kind of just bypass that puzzle completely instead of having to destroy the tower like it wants me to. Which is a fun little skip.
Yeah, and with that, we're headed down to the boss of the area, which is Grumpy Kong. And Grumpy Kong also has the same protection here where you can't hurt them so long as there is no light on them, so you have to jump up, break the roof above them, and then that makes them vulnerable, and then we're just going to punch them a little bit. They're going to swing their pickaxe, we dodge that, and then we're going to start punching them again, dodge one more time, and finish up the fight.
Just like that. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Now, this part of the game is where things kind of shift up. It's the, oh no, we've taken all your abilities away part of the game. And so it's just Donkey Kong. Pauline's been taken somewhere. And now we're going to see what setting up acute angle clips looks like. There we go. A little bit messy with the camera, but that's okay. We still got the job done. So the idea is...
That one there saves you...
Yeah, this one's not very much. This one's like, I want to say like 20 seconds or something.
Yeah.
It just kind of skips the whole jailbreak sequence.
Where you have to free Poppy Kong.
Yeah, and now Poppy Kong's free. Would you look at that? But yeah, this one is the one that saves the most time.
So I'll let you get the setup here.
Actually, you know what? I'm going to do the YOLO thing because I was practicing this before. And just like right there, I think. Nope, just kidding. I think it's like right. This might work. Yep, there we go.
Very nice. So that ends up skipping you having to go down 2 other paths to send the music to the center of the room. The only one that the game actually checks for is the last one, so when you have done the last one, it considers you have done all of them.
Yes.
So yeah, that skip saves a ton of time. It's a little scary because there's a death plane that's directly above where you do the out of bounds, and if you go too high, you will die, but Dangerous has 2 safety balloons in case that happens, so...
Yeah, I picked those up in Junction for this express purpose. But yeah, it can be a little bit finicky, like, dealing with... Like, honestly, that is kind of the hard part about most of the clips that we set up ourselves, is that the game has been very diligent about putting, you know, death planes and stuff in the out-of-bounds portions of the game, so that, you know, if a player manages to wander their way through there by accident, then they can be back into the game right away, you know? But we know where they are. Through trial and error, we can avoid them. That'll be especially important in the Feast layer, too. And yeah, so that's the Groove layer in its entirety. We skipped probably 3/4 of the entire thing by doing these acute angle clips. And the idea is that materials that don't break when you throw it, so things like dirt and things like the fractones, when you throw material at a different surface or an object or something, it doesn't break, it just kind of sticks. A lot of casual players probably use that to build like bridges across things and stuff by just, you know, throwing a bunch of dirt in a line. But it also gives us, you know, control over the terrain, so we can create our own acute angles so that we can clip wherever the heck we want. It's pretty handy. And so yeah, Pauline got transformed back into the Odd Rock. There's this diving section here where we kind of just traverse the stage, punch boulders, and try and break all the pieces. You can technically get that done in less than 6, but you have to have good RNG, I think. Like, sometimes you can just break the faces with 1 hit.
Yeah, it's not very common that happens. It's pretty rare, honestly.
Yeah. Alright, Feast Lair. This is always the one that I'm the most nervous about. It has the hardest of all the acute angle clips in the game. So it is very, very, very likely that I'll have to try this a handful of times, but that's okay. It's built into our estimate, don't worry.
Normally for this layer, you have to go around, press a bunch of buttons, and then make a burger spawn, and that would let you go down to the next sub-layer. But this acute angle clip lets you skip all of that and immediately just go to the next layer, or sub-layer. So I'm going to be quiet here while Danger's attempts to get this, because this is very tricky.
Yeah, it's just very precise positioning. Okay, nice. Very good. So, yeah, we just clipped through there. Now, like I said, the Out of Bounds does have a lot of death and destruction going on, and I had to be very careful to avoid death planes above me, but also below me at the same time. Like, they're just everywhere out here. And then, if we had good movement leading up to that, we can just float all the way to the boss, which is also kind of hard to explain, I suppose. There's a lot more going on here.
Yeah, so this is Muckety Muck, and honestly, I can't describe how good of a fight that was, because that fight can be incredibly annoying if you don't get the setup for it. This one, before that setup was discovered, was literally like the bane of every runner's existence. This fight was miserable.
Yeah. The idea was that, like, the arena has like this hard covering over it, and the acid can break through it, and it reveals salt. And you're supposed to throw the salt at the boss to disintegrate it, reveal the core. But throwing it, you know, has so many different variables, like where it hits, where you threw it from, etc., that it was basically just RNG, whether you would get the core quickly or not. Like, you could do as best as you could, but it, you know, sometimes you would just get screwed and lose like 30 seconds. Yeah. So, yeah, having that setup was really cool, but also there are usually unskippable cutscenes in between the phases of the fight, and there are 3 phases. So there is 2 cutscenes that we just couldn't skip, even though you could skip other bosses' cutscenes. Very weird. I don't know why they made some choices and not others, but so yeah, basically doing the phase skip also skips those cutscenes, which is just huge. Like, we saved so much time on that fight just figuring out how to do that.
Can I hop in for a quick donation?
Yes, please do.
Of course. Mr. Jerky with $10 says banana. And their money is going towards our Mega Man X4 incentive. It's going towards the Japanese version of the game. I really think that there's no way for the U.S. to win on that one. But you guys remember that in not very long from now, we are going to be having that Balatro final deck choice closed up because it'll be up to play. And right now it looks like Abandoned Deck is ahead with $88. Black Deck right behind with $85, and Erratic Deck is $84. So if you want to have a chance to pick your favorite deck for the end of that game, then you make sure you put your donations towards that goal. All right, I'll hand it back over to you guys.
And Balatro has some really cool decks, so looking forward to seeing which one gets picked there. So we did have a little bit of a slip up there. We were supposed to catch that platform, but unfortunately we missed it. So I think Dangerous has to go and get some gold to try again.
Yeah.
So we're just waiting for these blocks here. We get the gold, and we're gonna go and try that again.
So yeah, this is
a little bit unfortunate, but
yeah, and this is with the ostrich in tow as well. This is basically like the hardest part of doing the ostrich's route, as far as I know, because making these jumps is borderline impossible if you don't have some like very advanced tech to work with. The alternative, you might be wondering, well, okay, maybe I don't have an ostrich all game in my casual playthrough. Like, how do I get past this part then? And the answer is you pay money. There are a couple of dudes, very tall-looking guys, that will accept gold, basically bribing to create this little bubble where you can like throw a chunk and it'll create a path behind it. We're gonna see that in action in this upcoming fight. But yeah, obviously going out of the way to gather thousands and thousands of gold, and then also like talk to the NPC and pay for it, too slow. So this is where the ostrich.
I think that a good amount of people playing even casually saw the one that's asking you for like 9,999 gold, and we're just like, yeah, no, I'm just gonna glide.
Yeah, exactly.
Just no one wants to do that. So we have our second void fight here. This is taking advantage of the mechanic that we were just talking about. So this is the one that you would get if you had paid the money, where you can throw the rocks and it creates the little pathways here for you. We're going to be using those to progress through the fight here, hit void with them. And now we have the last part where we're going to have to break the 3 void stones. This should be not an issue so long as we don't get any dropped inputs, because sometimes these little rings that spawn cause a bit of lag. Especially the last one. The last one really likes to cause lag, but we got through it, so we should be good. Just gotta make our way over to Void now and politely tell him to stop being a bit of a bully.
By punching him in the face.
Yeah. Politely.
Then he gets mad. He threatens, like, we weren't actually allowed to use any Bananzas in that fight. I don't know if that was clear to anybody. I guess if you played the game, you would know. But Void basically blackmails us by trapping Donkey Kong inside of that material, the material that can only be broken by Pauline singing. And Pauline singing is what awoke what they thought was the Banandium root. But surprise, surprise, it's actually just King K. Rool, and it was just his fat belly sticking out. And so Void is not the actual enemy of the game. Who would have thought? It's K. Rool. So now we have to give chase to K. Rool, who's run off to collect the Banandium root for themselves. And this upcoming layer is the Planet Core layer, the true Planet Core layer. It is a massive gauntlet of a layer. Basically puts all your skills to the test along the way. You know, it's the victory road of Donkey Kong Bonanza. And an opportunity for us to play around with lots of the tricks that we've already been showcasing today.
Yeah, it also gives us a bit of an opportunity to have some combat outside of bosses, which we really don't get to see a whole lot of in this speedrun. I think this is really like the only layer where we get to see that happening.
Yeah, and it was fun to watch it become like optimized over time as well. Like how do we solve this puzzle of this little combat section that none of us are really used to having to do. As you can imagine, we're probably going to be staying in a Kong Bananza form of some kind for the vast majority of this entire portion. Because they come in handy for all sorts of different reasons. But lucky for you, I think this is probably the layer that has the best music in the game, in my IMO anyway. And so, lucky for you, I have the Kong Bananza music turned off so you can hear it for yourselves. Yeah, the one thing about turf surfing that does make it kind of difficult is that you're at the mercy of the RNG of the stage to some degree. It's not RNG, but, you know, as you're surfing along, it's kind of a chaotic way to travel. Sometimes you hit, like, bumps or ridges, or you can't necessarily, like, always predict how your movement is going to behave, I guess. So that can be...
Yeah, it's a lot more consistent if you're in the air versus the ground, because the ground can, as you were describing, bounce you around. Sometimes it can, like, literally make you bounce backwards.
Yeah.
It can be a little annoying sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes you just get treated like a little ping, like a pinball. So yeah, here we are. The whole mechanic of this one is, you know, if you break part of the blue, it becomes pink. If you break the pink, it becomes blue. We can just kind of ape that around all of that nonsense.
Yeah, that's the mechanic that gets introduced in the divide when you pick which way you're going, but we just kind of jump through that just like we jump through it here. And then we have a neat little skip here where we're going to...
we're going to try not
nice
to
recovery.
die.
So yeah, we're going to be jumping over to the right here and going through this little gap. And then just surf turfing our way to the next minecart.
And I'm sucking up some gold with the elephant as best as I can here. 2 is not really enough, so I'll have to try and get some from the piggies up ahead as well. But the idea is... you know, we're storing gold for later. Like I said, we can sometimes bring valuable materials from one area and use them somewhere else. And that's kind of the idea here. And this will be...
yeah, now so...
Yeah, this is going to be Stomp and Clomper number 2. But the strategy will remain the same.
So just like the first fight, we're going to be grabbing a piece of rock and jumping up, smacking Stomping Clomper in the face. Really the only difference is the lava on the ground, but that shouldn't end up being a problem. And then the second one, we're going to do the same thing, where we're going to jump up, and we're going to grab the gold tomahawk and throw that at Stomping Clomper, and then finish off the fight.
And on our way, just like that.
Playing through the game casually, I think this was like my favorite part of the game.
Me too.
Because of all the build-up going to the final fight.
Yeah. Not only did, like, I actually, I failed to not spoil this part of the game for myself, unfortunately, because I was too speedrun coded. But, you know, if you were playing this game for the first time and you went through with, like, basically no idea that K. Rool was coming, and you're, like, a big Donkey Kong fan, like, that probably just, like, blew your mind. And then you enter this layer, like, with this very, you know, golden, shiny layer that tests all your abilities, and the music is amazing, and you know, you're just anticipating the K. Rool fight. Yeah, like, I think this is probably my favorite part of the game as well.
So we have a little surf turf section here, just riding on this piece of terrain that's just chilling in the box, which is kind of funny because there's like there's a necky that is supposed to just like throw some material at you, but there's just like some much better material just sitting right in the barrels that you can grab.
Is that the name of the bees? The neckies?
Oh wait, not the. No, the bees are different. Sorry. Yeah, the bees throw it at you. I was thinking of the neckies because we end up having neckies in this area too.
That's true. Yeah, we'll be fighting some there. Also, in the chat because we're fighting some Kremlings as well. Carter, good luck fossil, yes or no?
Yeah, let's get the good luck fossil.
That could be good. So this whole fight is, you know, we've got it down to a science at this point, I think. I'm going to start by surfing into all of them, but then they kind of explode themselves. Next phase is the neckies. Nope, just kidding. It's the stone Kremlings. And lucky for us, throwing as Kong or Bananza is super OP, so we can just kind of destroy them in one shot.
Now it's the neckies.
Yes. And these guys are completely invulnerable until, or invincible, I should say, until you get them out of the air with something. So we got to do that.
And then we have the lava.
Yeah, same as the stone, though. You can kind of just throw stone, get them. Now, I'm pulling out the elephant because I can kind of route them all together like that, and they kind of just explode when I throw gold at them. Isn't that great? So, now these final guys are made of spiked concrete, which is basically the strongest material in the game. Nothing can break it except for explosions. You can't punch through it because it's spiky, so that's why throughout the course of this level, as the elephant, I was purposefully going out of my way to grab some gold and bring it to this fight so that we could finish it off really fast. And that just leaves one final thing, and that is the big man himself. Now there's a bomb up here, you're supposed to punch it. It reveals a cannon. We don't have time for that, we're just going to jump over.
Yeah, it reveals a minecart that takes you all the way around here,
Right,
and
yeah.
we just don't need that at all. We can just glide across.
And this is the K. Rool fight. So like we mentioned earlier, the idea is that you just got to punch him a lot. There are some other behaviors that we can take advantage of, like that gigantic cannonball just does a whack load of damage to him. We're going to use that to our advantage. Otherwise, it does just kind of involve rolling up, punching him as much as I possibly can, and then following him around the arena.
So like when he's doing his little shots here, just really quickly to describe, Dangerous is going to try and aim those shots outside of the arena, because it's going to leave behind a bunch of like vanadium goop, which will hurt us, and we don't want that anywhere near the center of the arena while we're working on the fight. It's okay for the very last part because we're going to be finishing the fight here.
There we go.
And just like that, K. Rool has been beat up.
Yeah.
And we approach the Bananium route and make our wish.
I wish for banana.
You ready?
I wish for bananas as well.
I wish that this video game didn't end right now and we actually got to play it for 4 more minutes.
Unfortunately, yeah, we're done. Game over. We finished the game.
Oh man, my wish didn't come
That's
true. Sad.
So enjoy the credits, everybody. Klomp did a great job on graphic design.
Yeah. Shoutouts to Clump, my boy. Nah, just kidding. As a Donkey Kong Country enjoyer, I just like my heart melted when I saw that. That was such a good little callback, and this sequence too. I guess the music.
It's probably the best song in the game, so I'm just gonna jam out here, honestly.
Yeah, me too. The concept of this is not too difficult. We are slowly, well, rapidly, I should say, rising to the surface. You can see on the right side. It is an auto-scroller. You can choose not to hit K. Rool at all, but doing so does make that number go a little bit faster. So I'm going to make an effort. You know, Ween, I can't believe you would say that this is a boring level. The banging music. Come on.
For this part here, you don't actually have to hit K. Rool with the gold, but it is faster to do so because it makes the approach to the surface happen a little bit faster.
Yeah, that little number counter that you can see on the right side. If he's hit, it skyrockets. I think it's not an insignificant amount of time either. It's like 20 full seconds, I think, versus like not hitting him at all. So, sort of an auto-scroller, you could say. He's always going to be there in the middle on the last one.
Just like that. K. Rool's been defeated. The game's over. Yeah. Wait, no, no, not again. So yeah, we're back at New Donk City, and the whole city is being flooded with Bananza mush, and we are chasing after K. Rool to put a stop to all this. Good recovery, though. So for pretty much like the first part of the game, we are climbing up instead of down, as we have to get to the top to get to K. Rool's arena. We're gonna get one little bit of a safety here as we're going to be. Oh, are we not grabbing that, or?
I already have an apple juice.
Oh, okay. You're not. We don't even need the safety apple juice because we already have one.
Not very often that I do get to keep that apple juice through the whole run, so something must have gone right. And
that apple juice will.
Yeah, just a little.
Be a nice safety for the fight.
There's a lot of the level that we're skipping by just kind of flying over to this tower here. Because, you know, we're speedrunners, we don't actually play the levels. Now, another one of the parts that would be very hard during an ostrich-less run is this part right here. Is this... Oh, yeah, well, see. I let go of my glide a little too early. This part of the run... The path that you see before me, the reason I'm not just like running out onto it is because I can't. That path is designed specifically for the zebra to run across because it breaks shortly after stepping on it. We didn't bring the zebra with us, so we have to find a different way to cross this area.
The snake is also able to cross it, which is why the snake was originally being used in the older route.
Yes, primarily.
But yeah, we don't have a snake either, so we have to do a bit of a backward here to get some more gold. So we're going to suck up the Bananza mush snakes there, which gives us gold. And we're going to use that to cross this. We're going to throw it at the second Bananza snake here, grab another chunk of gold and go into the cannon. And then we're going to throw another piece of gold on the right here of this Bananza mush. And one more time, we're going to jump over to this last Bananza mush snake, grab a chunk of gold, fly over to the cannon, and make our way to the arena.
And because the ostrich is OP, from here we can just glide our way in. We don't even need to deal with anything else. And now we get the real K. Rool fight. This one's a little bit different, a little bit more difficult. doing my best to basically the fight is, you know, scripted from the beginning. If I do the same thing every time, then he's going to do the same thing every time. Which is good for me because I know where he's going to go. And so I'm going to try and react to each of these phases the same way every time. Either by punching the ball into his face or trying to get in behind him so that he shoots those pathways of luck towards the back of the arena. Or at least out of the way. Now, every time that Pauline says words, which she should do right there, yeah. The phase has transitioned, so now he's actually shooting these cannonballs in like a little bit of a different pattern. Not that you would be able to tell, because I just kind of punched it right back in right away.
Yeah, the first ones just roll along the ground. The second ones are supposed to bounce, and then when we get to the third part of it, they're supposed to do like the weird spinning movement that's from the Donkey Kong games before. So far the fight's going very good though. We did use our state key, but we should be fine.
Alright, I'm a little bit off script. A little bit off script now because he did do a jump. But the last phase is also, in my opinion, the easiest, so we should be okay. Pattern of the cannonballs in the last phase is like they kind of go in these little loop-de-loop patterns, but the first one always comes out like directly in front of him, so it's actually quite easy to counter as opposed to the others where he shoots to the side. And time will end when Donkey Kong lands the punch. Time.
GG.
There we go. Honestly, given some of the mistakes in the backtracking we had to do, 113, not too bad. Not too bad. But yeah, thanks for the GGs all in chat. Thank you for the GGs, Carter. That's Donkey Kong Bananza. I want to say thank you to Carter for pulling me into the marathon. Kind of short notice. I was happy to be a part of it, support a good cause. So, you know, always happy to show off the speedrunning and the games that I play and stuff as well. If you felt inspired at all, if you saw this run and you were like, ooh, this actually looks like really fun and I want to get in on it, the speedrunning community for this game is very impressive and very active. The leaderboard is still kind of changing hands to this day, which is, you know, it's very respectable. They also do things like speedrun bingo. They host all sorts of stuff like that all the time. There's usually tournaments going on. So if you want to get involved in the Donkey Kong Bananza speedrunning community, I absolutely recommend that you go to the speedrun.com page for it, which I think is probably speedrun.com/DKB. Join the Discord.
Correct.
Get involved. And, of course, I want to give a thank you to Carter again for providing some commentary. I know he's very busy hosting this event, so it was cool to have a couple words in with him.
Anytime. I just also want to just kind of thank you for being able to do this on short notice, so thank you for that.
Of course. Yeah. It's always a fun time. Always happy to help out. So we still got more event left to go, though, so I'll hand it off to the next run. Thank you very much for having me, and you all have yourselves a good day.
Well, thank you so much, Dangers. Amazing run, and thank you, Carter. That was a lot of fun. I always enjoy being able to watch that run through, and you did an amazing job with that. So up next, you guys, we've got Tetris twice. So get ready for that. And also make sure you're getting those donations in. We've got the Balatro final deck choice, which is going to, after the Tetris, that's when Balatro is. And so make sure you get those votes in for which deck you want that final deck choice to be. For right now, we're going to take a quick break, switch over, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We are here raising money for Child's Play charity with Pixels for People 2025. Just wanted to give you a quick little download. Wow, already jumping on my words. A quick little thing about what we are doing here today. We are delivering, or Child's Play Charity delivers therapeutic games and technology directly to pediatric hospitals to improve patients' lives through the power of play. What better way for a bunch of gamers to contribute than to play games while raising money for such a wonderful charity? Now, remember that if you are donating, then you have options that are going to be coming to a close real soon. We have Balatro Final Deck Choice, which you get to pick which deck will be that final deck. And right now, Abandoned Deck is ahead with $88. The Black Deck is a close second at $85, and even closer, the Erratic Deck is third in $84. So get those last-minute donations in and pick that deck. And then we have the Mega Man X for the US versus the Japanese versions of the game, and the Japanese version of the game is ahead quite a bit with $430, and the US is a little bit behind with $110. So make sure whenever you donate that you pick which one you would like to put your money towards. Every dime goes straight to Child's Play charity, so make sure to donate, and I am going to hand it over. We have mackiegarou playing Tetris, the Grandmaster 2 Plus Master Mode. I'm very excited to watch this, so I'm going to hand it right over to you. Good luck and have fun.
Thank you, and congrats and props for actually saying the full name properly, because it is not an easy task at all.
Thank you.
Hello everybody, and welcome to Tetris, the Grandmaster 2 Plus. I will be showcasing this little gem of a game, and with me will be xerobladedge for commentary. How are you doing, xerobladedge?
Yes. Oh, I'm good. You know, I have my coffee and everything. I'm ready to go watch some really awesome Tetris. So I think I'm excited, and I hope that we get some pretty good runs today. So.
Oh yeah, for sure. This is going to be part of a block with another Tetris game, Tetris Grandmaster 3 Terror Instinct. Will be soon after, and then we'll get some Balatro. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We're going to start with this game, which is kind of an oddity. In the world of Tetris, never has it been immediately seen as a speedrun. But I will show you. This game is kind of a different vibe and kind of a different feeling. And so I propose I show you what this game is all about. xerobladedge, are you ready?
I am ready. Are you ready?
No, but I'm going to start anyway. All right.
You can never be too ready.
I am as ready can be. We will start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. Okay. So right off the bat, I think if you are a Tetris aficionado, you probably have heard of a lot of games like Tetris DS, Puyo Puyo Tetris, and the color code of these pieces seems a little weird. Like, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I think this is related to a game that's called Sega Tetris. xerobladedge, have you heard of this game?
Yeah, so in the 80s, so kind of in the difference of regions, the canonical version of Tetris in Japan was Sega Tetris, which became super popular in the arcades, and one crazed Sega Tetris fan, Ichiro Mihara, decided to take that concept a little bit further, and then we got Tetris the Grandmaster in 1998, and then this sequel in 2000.
Oh yeah, it is to go even further beyond.
So the original Tetris the Grandmaster had its own version of Master Mode, where essentially it's 999 levels. What that means is the level system, for every piece that you place on the board, represents a level, and every line that you clear also accelerates to that number of levels as well. So it's a little bit different than lines in other versions of, like, let's say, Nintendo Tetris or DS Tetris.
Yeah.
So the premise of this essentially is Yeah, so a couple other things that you can also kind of see. You can see the giant grade on the top right. So essentially, the game is going off of a grading system. And it kind of measures how well that you play throughout the game. And there's a few different criteria that the game tries to meet. So you can kind of see that Mackie's trying to play as fast as possible. So essentially, with TGM, the game is broken up into sections of levels of 100. So 0 to 100 is a section, and so forth. Each section has to be completed in under 1 minute and 5 seconds for the first half, while also scoring 2 Tetrises. That also advances the grade.
Yes, because this game is called Tetris the Grandmaster, and you might be thinking, that's oddly, like, is there Kung Fu? Like, what is happening? And it turns out there's actually a grade of Grandmaster, but it is made to be as opaque as possible and very difficult to understand. Basically, a lot of people kind of had a feel for what the conditions might be and then tried them, reverse engineered them, what have you, and eventually got to, oh yes, of course, you can get the grade of Grandmaster. You have these grades. They might be related to score. Actually, that's not true at all. And then you have to think about, okay, so how do you get the grades after, you know, the more immediate ones, the ones that seem to go up as you clear a bunch of Tetrises. And
that's also the other thing too. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
Alright, so essentially, one of the key things in this game to keep mind of is when you clear lines, the line animation is same regardless if you do a single compared to a Tetris. So it's really imperative that you clear multiple Tetrises to not only meet those time requirements, but also the Tetris requirements that are also in per section, because they will come up later on in the run.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Jackanoid, you explained really well. You explained really well the whole concept of some of these requirements. I am keeping track of these for the most part. I'm talking at the same time, but I'm mostly being pretty wary of these. And yeah, the fact that I'm playing fast might bite me later on. We'll see how that goes.
But hopefully not.
Oh boy.
No, this is really good pace. Essentially, the other thing too is, you know, you have to maintain a pretty good and clean board so that not only you can meet that speed requirement, but also the game is starting to get pretty fast. The pieces are starting to drop a lot faster. When the game gets to 500, we're going to see a significant speed increase, which will also mean the second half of the game.
Here we are.
Okay, so now we're in the second half, and at this point, the conditions have changed slightly. So now, every section from this point on to the end of the game at 999, he has to score at least one Tetris, and I say that with a grain of salt, because he has to score actually a lot of Tetrises. And then the time requirement, he can be no more than 2 seconds slower than the previous section, and he has to finish the game in under 8 minutes and 45 seconds, while also not going too slow.
Ooh, that's gonna be... A lot of these conditions are going to be a little tough. At some point, if I'm stacking clean and fast, I don't have to worry. But that may not come to be the case at all times, so we'll have to see. Oh my gosh,
the other big thing to also notice is in the TGM series, when you get to the end of a section, you can only pass that section if you clear a line. You kind of saw for a second that they were stuck at 99. We call that the level stop, and that can affect the final conditions that are needed to get the Grandmaster grade. So trying to not get level stops is pretty critical here. And it's...
Yeah, that was probably the worst level stop I've ever seen in a while.
Hopefully it wasn't too slow, but we won't know until the end of the run. But yeah, this is a really good recovery so far.
Okay, and I got my Tetris, so we're actually somewhat... we can breathe a tiny bit.
Now, at this point, so in the original TGM, when the game reached 500, it reached instant gravity, and the game essentially stayed the same speed. At this point forward, what TGM2 does is that it lowers the lock delay, so basically how much time that the pieces have to slide around the bottom. Those delays will get shorter and shorter as we get to the end of the game. And as you will see later on, they will get much, much faster. This is big. Yeah, the other big thing that helps with increasing your grade is doing a lot of double combos. There's a score delay that the game has, and essentially the more successive combo doubles that you do, or Tetris scoring that you do, it will increase the grade as well.
Yeah, I didn't get a Tetris, so that's a little unfortunate, but we'll just see the ending, hopefully.
Also, to also note, the soundtrack that this game has is phenomenal. It has probably some of the best BGM soundtracks of all time, I would say. Yeah, looking pretty good. No, very good survival skills that are needed, especially in this series, and with the game mechanics, it looks very, very impressive, and the digs that you can have from top players are great. We are in the last section of the game where it will be its absolute fastest here in Master Mode, and essentially all Mackie needs to do is just to get to the end of the game.
Oh, wait, hold.
Maybe.
Hold. Okay, I'll be very happy if we get to the end. We are absolutely not getting Grandmaster though. That is unfortunate. But I think we can probably...
We can absolutely get to the end.
Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna do it easily.
Oh my lord. Okay.
Nice.
S7 with with 835 actually. That's a very good time. Considering the fact that
the time condition's great.
Yeah, I had to fight for my life for a good chunk of time. So this is what you get when you didn't meet all of the requirements. You kind of have to play this credit sequence, and the pieces seem to be doing something a little funky. Like I'm not quite sure. You don't...
There's a little this cheese in there.
Yeah, it seems weird, but then they're still here? Question mark? So...
Yeah, no, that's it's one of the two alternate endings that you get if you don't meet all the conditions, and as you can probably kind of tell from the commentary in the run, if you miss any one of those conditions, which are pretty easy to do, this can be a pretty common ending that you'll see, but that survival though is very, very critical and very well done.
Oh, I really wanted to get that Tetris. I wanted to show that I'd solved the hole. I was like, that's one extra line. Well, it's okay. I can just say, of course, I knew that I had solved the well, but I couldn't quite show it. That's pretty much the whole thing about it.
It was a good attempt, I would say. It was pretty good survival, so...
Yes, I believe it was a good showcase of what happens when everything goes wrong. From one singular misdrop, by the way. The line piece got locked 1 frame early. I went a little too fast, and then everything went extremely sour. But
yeah, one little misdrop, it's brutal.
Yeah, it was a bit complicated, but at the very least we got most of the job done. You can get the invisible, and when the pieces go immediately invisible, then you clear it. You get the grade of Grandmaster. You don't, you get the grade of Master. But that will probably be for another time. Oh, I didn't split. Here's my split. Sorry, I was a bit too taken aback by this game. That's about it for Master Mode. I believe I will... we're just gonna go for a short break at the very least, as far as I'm concerned, to set up the next game. But I hope that it was entertaining for everyone. And
wow, talk about entertaining. That really was. I don't think anybody can say that is not one of the most impressive things to watch, is someone who can just do that. So Wow.
while
Just
while
wow.
also talking too.
Yeah, while talking, oh, wow.
I was talking a little less near the end. I was talking a lot less near the end.
But still talking.
I
Man.
I was talking, admittedly. I may have to
Some people
talk.
can't walk and chew gum at the same time.
Oh, I may have to talk a lot less for the next game, actually, that I'll be setting up.
Oh.
But yeah, if you have any other announcements, then I think.
Well, and really, we are going to go to a quick break so that we can, like he said, switch up the games. Make sure you're getting those donations in, you guys. And remember that there are some special prizes. You got the $5 donation. You can be entered into some raffles here. $5, $10, and $20 donations. I'll talk more, or we will talk more about that a little bit later. And we'll take a quick break right now and see you very shortly.
Slide, please.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are here for our second Tetris run. I'm sure you were all just as excited in the last one as I was. So I'm excited to watch this one get going. But before we do that, I just wanted to remind you guys that the Balatro final deck choice in the polls whenever you donate is going to be closing very, very shortly because it is the game following this one. So if you want to be able to pick that final deck choice, make sure you get those donations in. Still, Abandoned Deck is ahead with $88, Black Deck with $85, and of course, the Erratic Deck is in third with $84. And then also, Mega Man X4 poll will be closing in a few games as well because that one is coming up soon too. And I also really quick wanted to tell you a little bit about the prizes that you can be entered into with each donation or with the donations that you give. If you do a minimum of $5, you will be entered in the raffle for the Absolute Ace bundle. That includes the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy, the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, and Ghost Trick. With a minimum of a $10 donation, you'll be included in the raffle for the Mega bundle, which includes the Mega Man Legacy Collection, Mega Man Legacy Collection 2, the Mega Man X Legacy Collection 1 and 2, and the Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection Volume 1 and 2. And with a minimum of $20 in donations, you'll be entered in for the $100 US Steam gift card. So don't forget to get those polls in, get those donations in for this Child's Play charity. It is a great cause for each of our dollars to be going to. And with that, I am going to hand it over. We are about to watch mackiegarou tackle Tetris the Grandmaster 3 Terror Instincts. So I'll hand it away. Good luck and have fun.
Yes, welcome back. Tetris the Grandmaster 3 Terror Instinct. What even are these names? What is happening anymore? I do not know, but it is true that Terror Instinct is kind of a fitting subtitle for this version of Tetris the Grandmaster, let alone Tetris. Are you ready, Jackanoid, for some more fun?
I am so ready, and I hope the viewers are ready, because if you thought TGM2 was crazy, well, you're in for a treat. This is going to be an absolute joy to watch.
Oh, yes.
So yeah, we'll take it away.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's just get started. We've already seen TGM2. This is TGM3. For a very long time, it was the final mainline installment. Thankfully, there is a sequel on Steam, actually, called Absolute Eye, which...
Yes, the Absolute Eye.
Gotta love these subtitles, as per usual. But this one, for a very long time, was kind of almost impossible to clear, especially in the West. And kind of the white whale would be to finish Shirase mode live on stream, which I have to manage everyone's expectations. Will not happen. Let's just say it like this. It's a game mode that's incredibly fast, and kind of goes in the same vein of basically adding a lot of gimmicks, a lot of speed, and forcing the player to actually move fast enough so that basically if you're too slow, you are denied further progression. So we will see what it looks like, and indeed, as chat is pointing out, a good addition for Halloween. We're going to play a little bit of Tetris. It's gonna be right around. Let me see. I'll do my little name entry because this game actually features a little ranking and account system. It's kind of neat.
Totally not cryptic, totally not confusing, totally not frustrating, but
yeah, I believe it was meant to be like an online thing, but it's basically offline for each cab, and features an exam system. Thankfully, we're not going to go too deeply into it. We're just gonna play this game mode, and if we clear it, we clear it. That's cool. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, so basically, Shirase, the one kind of rule of thumb for this mode is to stack cleaner and faster, to go as fast as possible. So other than the game already starting you off at instant gravity, there is one or a couple of different time conditions that you need to meet that are called the Torikon. And essentially, if you don't play fast enough, kind of what Mackie was alluding to, the game will pretty much end at level 500. That basically kind of says, hey, excellent, but let's go better next time. So the game will kind of mock you and punish you if you're playing too slow. This is kind of the sequel to Death Mode that was in TGM2, which was pretty much similar, but this one is cranked up to be a lot faster and more gimmicks also.
Yeah, it does feature a couple of like nice little quality of life updates, like the multiple previews and the hold.
And 4 kicks as well with certain pieces, like the eye piece, which in TGM2 aren't possible actually, but yeah, that's also not add to the fact that hold will not save you if you're using that to kind of spam and buy more time. It's kind of a futile attempt. So the game kind of forces you to play at the speed it wants you to play at.
I really wish I wasn't misdropping, but whatever.
Essentially, like, you have to have basically less than 30-second sections to even meet the time requirement. And for newer players, it can seem very daunting, but after a lot of consistent play and getting used to the shorter lock delay, it can be possible. Just making sure that Mackie doesn't get any level stops here. And we're on to the next section. Alright, so yeah, the time's looking pretty good to beat the Torikon. There's also a second one later on in the game, but it's just very imperative that he gets through this first one.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Alright, I'm sorry. Can we, I'm just trying to check with production team, but is it okay if we can...
You're good to go and try one more time.
Try one more time? Okay. Well, get a second one. I'll keep the timer up so that we can see. It is unfortunate, but it is kind of the way that this game works. We'll try another one.
We'll go again.
Yeah.
Everyone in chat needs to be thinking stacking cleaner and faster. Just have to do it, but let's get into it. Yeah, the other imperative thing too about Shirase as well is any little mistake can be exacerbated quite a bit. So you could accidentally place pieces on top of each other, or too soon, or not quickly enough. And the digs are very imperative, where you can get into situations where it's almost impossible to clear out. Like in later Tetris games, you can go above the border of the screen and place pieces. In this version, and TGM 1 and 2, you really can't.
Oh my god. Yeah, something's up with the setup that I'm using. It is... I would probably go as far as to say the Terror Instinct curse. Not the first time
Lies
that a controller behaves a bit odd during a marathon, unfortunately.
It will be a grand day when the one day comes when Shirase will finally get a line clear, but you never know. You never know.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Okay.
The other funny thing about the TGM games is that they all have super unique themes. Like I think the first one was biology, TGM2 is mechanical, this is all planets, and 4 is, I don't know, psychedelic, I would say, but yeah, pretty interesting artwork thrown into each game as well. Now we'll see some pretty fast play. The other thing to also mention too in TGM3 is that they also have bonus levels for your line clears, so Tribbles get you 4 line clears, and Tetris is going to be 6.
Oh my gosh.
And there we go. He barely made the Toricon. So now we're going to see something pretty interesting as we kind of go through the rest of the game. Yeah, you might see something a little bit interesting, like some duplicating of the bottom rows. Through this section until level 1000, it will clone your bottom row, so it's very imperative that you have a clean bottom row. Otherwise, if you have holes in your stack, it can get a little Swiss cheese-like and look a little messy. And the lock delay is also getting a lot faster, but good recovery to barely make the requirement. We'll keep on going.
Enjoy the music.
Also, as the game progresses through, the music's fantastic as well. The other thing is that as the game gets faster, the rows will also multiply a lot faster, so it's kind of very imperative that you try to knock those down as soon as you can. G mode at this level of lock delay. Try to keep the surfaces as flat as possible while also being able to vault your pieces, because you can pre-rotate your pieces, which some rotations are quite necessary for it. So you can kind of buffer rotations in and try to survive and also kind of get pieces over without getting stuck. So. Beautiful burn, and then we get a Tetris.
Oh no. Dang.
Oh no.
That's a shame. So you would have thought that the ending was at level 1000 because you're seeing the low like 1000, but it actually doesn't stop there. It goes even further beyond. And yeah, it was going to be a tough endeavor. I did manage to uncover the well, so this is kind of some of the very cool little things that you can do with this game. Unfortunately, no dice. As per expectations, this game mode is way too difficult to complete. It is very high variance, and so I think I showed pretty much as I could show. Yeah, it was a tough one. At least we enjoyed the ride as much as possible. So it's
not marathon safe. That's just one thing to say.
It's still amazing to watch. So impressive.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, wow.
I think that's gonna be it for you, Jackanoid. But again, thank you so much for your help with commentary, and I hope you enjoyed the little jams and the recoveries.
Good jams, good recoveries. No, that was absolutely fun, and best of luck in Balatro.
Thank you. And
Perfect.
yeah,
Wow.
that's about it for the Tetris the Grandmaster segment. No more terror now, and no more randomness. Let's just play an honest roguelike, right? Am I right? Can we?
There we go.
Do we agree on this? I don't know if we agree
Give
on
your
this.
brain a little rest. So we say. All right, guys, we are going to take a quick break just to get that switched over. And it is also my time to say goodbye for a little while. Got to go do some trunk or treating myself with my kiddos. So you have a great rest of your run, mackiegarou. And then you guys don't forget to keep those donations coming in. And we'll be right back in just a few minutes.
Can I get quiet, please?
Hello, everybody. We are back with mackiegarou doing Balatro. Take it away.
Hey, I have turned into a controller. Sorry, the Balatro run had some little technical difficulties, but thankfully we get to showcase the beautiful roguelike nature of Balatro, a game that definitely shook the world and stormed it because of what it was. It was representing. It's a very simple deck builder in which you play a game and you end up basically having, the number goes up, and that's a beautiful thing. I'll just show you the very basics of the game for people who are absolutely unfamiliar with it. I'm also adding an extra little mod just for my own purposes. Don't think about it, but basically, if you know poker a little bit, you know that there are types of poker hands like pair, two pair in your regular average 52 card game. And so basically what we're seeing here is, you can create a pair, but you can also create a flush. And you have a limited amount of hands and discards. Whenever you're playing these, all of the cards have a tiny effect because you have base chips and base malt. And basically you play card, it adds a little bit to the blue number and more. We'll see some other effects. And wow, this is a really good hand we got there. We got to more than 300 points, which was the requirement for the first blind. And we'll look to up the ante and multiply that number by 1,000. Does that sound good to you, Carter Freak? Should we get this show on the road?
Yeah, I think we're good. You might want to reset your timer if you're going to be starting from scratch here, but outside of that, yeah, we're good to go.
Let's do it. I'll put the game speed back to 4x, and I have the little extra one.
And just to verify, so the Balatro poll is going to be closing now, and as of right now, Balatro's Abandoned deck is in the lead with $88, so that will be the deck that we are going to be using as our final deck choice.
Perfect. Let me just do a tiny thing, because I'm just realizing I could do... Yes, there we go. Okay. Just a little bit of a auto splitter, which is much appreciated. And we should get going. Are you ready, Carter Freak?
I am ready.
Alright, let's just get this show on the road. We'll pick a new deck and start in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay,
so it looks like we're starting with the blue deck, which gives us an additional card or additional hand every round. So you can only have a certain amount of hands that you can use to meet the score requirement for each blind. You get a certain amount of discards, a certain amount of hands. We're trying to beat the score on the top left. So we'll often be using a lot of discards to try and make really strong hands to meet the score requirement as fast as possible. we want to try and finish them in as few rounds as possible because you get more gold or more money to work with to buy jokers. Now, jokers are going to be used to kind of change the rules a little bit of the game. So some of the jokers that we picked up are going to be increasing our multiplier either with plus malt or times malt. And then some of them are going to be increasing our base chip count. So the one we just got rid of there, which the popcorn, that one was increasing our plus malt, but it goes down like every round that you use it, so I think we're looking for something new here. mackiegarou definitely knows this game, definitely like as a speedrun way better than I do, so I can't really talk about it much as a speedrun.
Oh no, well, you know, it's there are a lot of ways that I'll just trick the system into it being a lot simpler. And for as long as you have good econ, which is kind of a staple of the game generally, then I should be fine for the most part. Oh yeah, we didn't talk about the econ, the fact that basically...
Yeah, I'll talk.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
So basically, like every $5 that you have, you'll get an additional gold per round up to 25 by default. So you'll end up being able to get an extra 5 gold per round. So I believe Mackie's going to be trying to get above that gold threshold to maintain their gold economy, or like money economy, to be able to buy more packs and get more jokers and just in general scale. Like for example, the pack that Mackie just opened now is a Celestial pack, which gives us planet cards, and these planet cards are used to raise the level of a given hand. So the ones that Mackie ended up taking here were pairs, so it looks like we're scaling pairs and high cards currently.
Yeah, and I have kind of the additional restriction of having to play 4 cards for each hand, because that buffs the square joker. It gains +4 chips permanently if the played hand has exactly 4 cards, and it will keep going up for as long as I keep doing that. Okay.
And then I think the times multiplier card you have there, the hologram, like the, I forget the name of
Polychrome?
Yeah, the Polychrome one. That's the one that just gives like 5 chips every time that you play a card as well. So
yes, absolutely.
We're scaling the value of our base malt, or our base chips right now, not malt.
Yeah, we're doing a really good job in terms of chips, but I would love some... Okay, we're doing a really good job with chips. I would love some malt right now. Okay, we got 10 different chips options. Right now, the blue number is at 431. That is pretty unprecedented, especially for NT4. Just need very little, actually. We can remove this and even accept Jimmy Jimbo over here, Jimmy Balatro. Kind of does the bare minimum +4 malt, but
he's kind of like the mascot.
Oh yeah,
Jimbo, the Joker. Yeah, he's pretty much the lowest plus malt card you can get, but when you don't really have anything else, it's what you're gonna use.
I'm sorry, Jimmy. I found the half Joker, and that's gonna be. I think we're good now.
So you might notice that Mackie is skipping some of the blinds. So when you skip blinds in this game, you'll get a reward that is given to you after finishing it. It's marked as a tag on the bottom right. So we have 2 of the jokers that showed up in the shop that are going to end up having the poly upgrade, which gives it a times 1.5 multiplier.
And I don't really want any of these. I think I'm doing somewhat fine right now. Could be wrong, but... Oh,
and,
I
we haven't really had a much...
Yeah, I understand my problem, actually.
Sorry.
I needed to play less than 4 cards, because then the half Joker wasn't popping off. Okay, I am understanding. Square Joker demands that I play 4 cards. This one demands that I play 3 or less. So I understood the incompatibility. And now we're doing 80k per hand, so I think we're just cruising. Yeah, we should be fine. Just get going.
So just really quickly, I wanted to talk about it. After you do the 2 blinds, there's a boss battle, which each of the boss battles has a restriction on how you can play. The one we're playing against right now is the Goat, and you can see in the top left that it says all spade cards are debuffed. So what that means is that you can still play the card, but it's going to give you 0 scoring for your base chip multiplier. But depending on how your deck is being played, that might actually not really matter, because you might want to have a higher hand, like say a flush or something like that. In this case, we're doing high cards in pairs, so we don't really care about higher rated ones. And just like that, we're already done the blue deck, so
yeah,
looks like we're gonna
it
be
worked
running
pretty well. So we used like a regular run-of-the-mill 52 card deck. This is a run-of-the-mill 52 card deck. It's a bit different though. I'm not sure what's happening here.
Yeah, I think we're missing a couple suits here. So yeah, the checkered deck, we only end up having spades and hearts. So it ends up being a lot easier to play a flush-based deck. So we gotta just try and make some money early here. Same idea, we're gonna be trying to build up the economy so that we can be able to afford more packs and more jokers early on. The first, I gotta say, like as a personally as like more of a casual player of the game, the boss that you're facing right now that's going to be coming after this big blind is one that I hate running into. It's the anti.
Oh
it
yeah.
Disables. It basically debuffs all the cards that you've played prior to this. So if you didn't skip and then you end up playing a lot of cards, so like we played like 10 cards, right? All 10 of those cards, if they show up in the boss fight here, are going to be disabled. As you see, they have the big X over them. So they're not worth anything.
Very annoying, yeah. We didn't show this so far, but you can get enhancements on your cards, and they can do just more than a little bit of chips, a little bit of that blue number. Sometimes they improve your multiplier. Sometimes they can get re-triggered. There are a lot of very, very positive things that you can do with this. Okay, this is a very
like
juicy shop.
There's some crazy things you can end up doing with free triggers in this game that can let you pretty much go infinite. But I don't think we're going to be seeing that here, because the jokers that are required for that are very specific, and
we're not going to get to an
happen.
If that happens, I will call it early. Yeah, we don't do that. That wastes a lot of time, so let's not do that.
Yeah, it does. It takes forever to actually scale the value at that point. You have like 20 kings in your hand or something silly like that.
Another incredibly juicy shop. I have the Astronomer, which means that all the planet cards and Celestial packs, booster packs that contain planet cards, are free. So I basically got a lot of money off of this. And since all these shops are being very nice to me, I say we don't skip and we take the advantage of basically getting the shop at the end of every round that I play, on top of getting the money, the payout for each remaining hand, and the interest. Let's take this one then.
So right now, what would you say, like, ideally your ideal jokers would be to show up in your shop?
It is true that I'm looking for specific jokers. I would love a little source of malts, but chips is going to be fine for now. I'll do a little cheat code, which is ranking by suit. Then I know that this face card was face down because of the boss, but it was a spade. So I knew that I was playing a flush. Yeah, any source of malt that is not Mad Joker would be absolutely great, and any source of times malt, not you, would be absolutely lovely right now. Can I get money with Immolate? No. Okay, let's just do it like this. I should be fine for now. The eye is a little spooky though. The eye is basically I cannot play the same hand type, and we've seen that basically my... Oh wow, that's really helpful. Oh, thank you, Smear Jokers. Hearts and diamonds count at the same suit. Spades and clubs count as the same suit. Oh.
Yeah, so you know, it's basically playing the same deck we're playing right now. Just you know, you just want that on another deck.
It will be useful only for Ancient Joker, because Ancient Joker will indiscriminately choose. There you are. Thank you. Suits that I may not have, such as diamonds and clubs, and then would be a good thing to get. Oh my lord, I would love just any source of malt. I keep getting chips. What is happening? The chips are supposed to be hard to find. And so far, it's been 10 minutes of pure joy, and we really don't have that many issues finding the blue number. It's the mold that's becoming... Look at me using a Wheel of Fortune. It's a 1 in 4 chance of applying a random, like, extra addition to the Joker, which could have been positive. I cannot get malt. This is unreal.
I know it says 1 in 4, but it's a lie. There's no way.
Oh no, it's not 1 in 4. It's never 1 in 4.
Every single person who's played Balatro knows it's like it might actually be 1 in 4 in the game, but I'm telling you, it's not 1 in 4. And, like, I've opened so many of them, and it's just like always nope.
Oh yeah, for real. Okay, I am scared out of my mind here. I'll go for a flush, and hopefully we get the glass card that I got a little earlier. Yeah, and thankfully we kept this Mad Joker, so I think it's going to be pretty useful right now. Because I have that 2-pair, and plus 10 mold if the plate hand contains a 2-pair. Saves me from the eye, thankfully, because I couldn't play another flush. The game would have basically stopped. There you are! Oh my gosh, thank you! Plus 10 mold if the plate hand contains a flush. So flush or straight flush are going to be good. And we got some econ, and we have an extra hand now. We have 6 hands. If we reach 0, we basically wipe and we have to redo the whole thing. So I am looking a lot more comfortable right now. Ooh, that was spooky. That was like exceptionally strange luck here, but we managed to do it. So that means now the plus 10 mult is basically a ×2. That's how desperately I needed the red number to go up. But we're okay. Hello. I am considering it very heavily. So we got the duo, which is a rare Joker. Needless to say, they're pretty rare to get. I think they have like 5% chance of appearing at a Joker slot. And they're kind of... generally, they're kind of a game changer. Okay, so now my power absolutely does not come from my Jokers, it came from my glass card and my steel card. They're a bit technical, but Carter, do you feel comfortable talking about these?
Yeah, I can talk about that.
Yeah.
So the glass card is going to give you a ×2 multiplier when it's played, but it has a chance of breaking, so the card just vanishes, it's out of your deck, you can't use it anymore at that point. And then the steel card, if it's in your hand when you play, it gives you a ×1.5 multiplier to your mult.
Yes. Oh, am I doing it? I think I might be doing it. Oh yes, I am absolutely doing it. So you can do wild little things with your hand, such as Flush House, which obviously it is a full house and a flush, because obviously you can get that when you're playing. And yeah, it does a lot of damage and managed to completely outscale the wall, which was an extra large blind. So that's good to see.
Yeah, the wall, as the name might imply, can often wall a run if you don't get enough multiplier.
That is very true. I'm still a little unsure of what I do here, but I think we just have to level up the red card here. Oh my... Oh, yes! Yes, I was waiting! This whole time I was talking about Ancient Joker. Oh my gosh, I am giddy with excitement. We did it. We actually have Ancient Joker and Smear Joker on checkered deck. That was the only reason why I kept this one. Oh, I cannot believe this is happening.
With the duo too, so there's a ton of times mult going on here.
Oh yeah. Allow me to demonstrate. So it's looking for hard. Unfortunately, we did convert with a tarot card some of our spades, some of our hearts to spades. But every time I play a card of a specific suit that is randomly decided at the beginning of the round, then it gets a ×1.5. And since the base mult of my flush was very high, then we actually get... I cannot believe this has happened. I am... Okay. This was... The Ancient Joker is rare too, so there was a very, very low chance of this ever happening. And now we're mostly chilling. Mostly. I would like a... Lovers and World, why not? But I already got one. All spades cards are debuffed. That will not do. I'll skip, which also rerolls. Because with Smear Joker, clubs meant spades. And so that meant basically all of those times 1.5s, they wouldn't have happened. As you explained a little earlier, Carter, like the debuffed card can be an actual showstopper. So I had to reroll that bus. Just trying to see if I can get an extra flush, because, well, or this. It's just funny. All face cards are debuffed. I can take this. Get a polychrome. Seems about right. Yeah. Spades. Oh, and it's also containing 2 cards, so this contains a pair, so we got the ×2 as well. Good, good, good. Banana. Yes. I'll take a banana.
Banana's a pretty interesting card. So it starts off with plus 15 mult, but it has a, I think it's like 1 in 6 chance to break.
Yes. At the end of the round, yeah.
If it does break, there's a chance for the Cavendish to show up in the shop instead, which is just a ×3 mult, but also has a 1 in 1,000 chance to break.
Yeah. It did break once, and I am not the same person ever since. We got the Hanging Chat, which re-triggers the first played card used in scoring 2 additional times. So rather than having the glass card do ×2, it did ×8, which completely obliterated this boss blind. And I think we're gonna be fine. Take this just as a precaution. But I believe we should be good. Seltzer. Wow. I think I don't even care. Do I care? Yeah, I don't even have to care. I can sell the Smear Joker because I know that this is now pointing at hearts. And I'm not doing these 2 rounds. I'm just skipping them so that it stays at hearts. And the retrigger is going to be ×1.5 a bunch of times. So we're basically... we basically have 1 now. Oh, number is going to go up. I love that. I love that. We saw a trigger setup. 1,600,000. Well, okay. Well, okay. We had the run-of-the-mill 52 card deck. We're going to go to Abandoned deck, which was picked with your donations. Thank you very much for that. It's your run-of-the-mill 40 card deck? Something seems missing here. I'm not quite sure what it is.
Yeah, so as the deck describes, with the Abandoned deck, there are no face cards at all. So you only have numbered cards in the ace, which, from my experience, I found this deck kind of hard to play. I found it was very difficult to get a run going with it, but...
Yeah, it is pretty complicated. There are definitely some exceptions that make it very accessible. There is one... I mean, I might as well call for it right now, right? If we see the bus game, you know, you gave me Ancient Joker. If we see the bus, then it would be a fun time. But it would need to be somewhat early. I can only hope for
and then I think the Mini Joker are the ones that like I had the most success with on running Abandoned deck when it showed up.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm just trying to... I'll keep this. I'll get a rare, sure. So next shop is gonna get a random rare Joker, which is gonna be pretty cool. I have good malt right now. Finally, we get malt early. The game is starting to give me an apology. Never mind, I got Vagabond, which is probably the worst rare Joker, especially for speedrunning purposes. I need to have my money at less than 4? 4 or less. There is no way I'm doing that. Because my economy would be basically crashing and I would have to skip a lot of options in the shop. So let's avoid doing that.
Yeah, unfortunately that Joker is the one that you go for if like you're purely desperate for some more income and you have nothing.
Yeah, I think if you really take your time, it can really shine, but we're not doing that right now.
We're trying to go fast here.
Yeah, we're trying to go fast, so that doesn't quite work here. Okay. Does this win? I'm not quite sure. No, not yet. It will. I'm trying to check. I did buy it, yes. Okay, so I have Telescope. I'm trying to make sure that pair is my most played hand because pair gaming is actually... Well, I really do not see any Celestial pack right now. This is a bit scary. My pairs are my most played hands, which means that if I open a booster pack... oh, I was about to play Smiley Face. Played face cards, blah blah blah, do something very cool. Yeah, but we don't have face cards, so that doesn't work. And I would really love a Celestial pack because it would have a lot of 3s. Okay, let's go for these then. Let's play this one. Okay, that's enough. It's getting a little spooky right now. Oh my gosh, thank you. Where have you been? I've been looking for you this whole time. So now, because it was our most played hand, the pair, that guaranteed that the planet card that was on the leftmost side was going to be Mercury for a pair. And this is excellent. I'm absolutely taking the banana. Oh wait, I'm I'm playing the arm, which decreases the level of my played poker hand. Oh no! Okay.
This is another one that is really rough to face off against because this can end up making your run like basically near impossible to deal with if you have like the wrong setup for dealing with this boss right away.
Never lucky. Wait. So okay, so I cannot play a pair, or else if I play the pair, the level will go back to what it was. And I fought for 6 shops to try and get 1. So let's just keep it and raise it to level 3. So it keeps gaining base chips and base malts, which is very good. Because speaking of, oh my gosh, they're all good. They're both okay. We need to please the crowd with a lucky cat. So we'll actually do that, and we have a pretty good setup to get the lucky cat going. Oh yeah. So right now the lucky cat does nothing, but it will go up. If I keep playing these lucky cards, they have a random chance of doing something. Obviously they're not doing anything because obviously this time maybe. Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh, there we go. So we saw Lucky Cat do a little upgrade. Oh my gosh, and the banana disappeared. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm extremely excited. This run is going many places at once, so I cannot contain my excitement. It is...
So we have Lucky Cat running. We have... a miss. Did we end up taking misprint or no?
No. Oh, I should have taken misprint actually. Yeah, that was a good idea. Yeah, I kept Jimbo for good luck, I guess. Sorry, Jimbo. Actually, now that I realized you're not doing much of anything.
Goodbye, Jimbo. So yeah, I imagine you're probably hoping for Cavendish to show up at this point too, because
oh yeah,
the banana disappeared.
Yeah, so if we get the Cavendish, I mean, it would truly be a blessed run. I don't know if we're going to get it, but I'm going to keep raising my pair level. Okay. We'll keep the econ. This is positive EV in terms of money generally. Whoa, okay, I'm feeling pretty lucky today, it seems.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Let's play this. No triggers. Unfortunate. I would love to get the... Oh my gosh, we might actually have to say goodbye to, at the very least, this. Get a... So Throwback is definitely the go time for speedrunners because every time I skip a blind, it keeps going up. The only reason why it wouldn't be a good moment for speedrunners is there is an actual additional category that is called skipless. Because skips generally lead to playing very recklessly. And that is not exactly what I'm doing right now, but it could be misconstrued as such. However, I would love to have a single one of these triggers. Please. Ah, there we go. I had to ask nicely. That's why. Lucky Cat is gaining times 0.25 mult. So right now it's at plus... it's times 1.75. But it really could have gone a lot higher. And I think we just go. We should be fine from here on out. Just play this, I guess. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, I gapped in power because I started playing 3 or fewer cards, which triggered the plus 20 mult on the half joker. So now we finally see. Oh, could have taken Wii Joker. Well, we're actually going places, but we'll have to end this little run. All good things must come to an end. Oh, dang it. And we might have a finisher blind that's pretty deadly at NT8, the last one, which is Violet Vessel. We didn't get it. Okay, we got pretty lucky in terms of finisher blinds, thankfully. I think I just take this and just go. And so get ready on time. Oh, well, I don't even have to tell myself that, actually. The splitter actually does that. 2842. All right. Well, it was Balatro. It was definitely a Balatro. The little Jimmy Jimbo that talks to us saying, "Looks like I've taught you well." We managed to showcase a lot of different setups. We unfortunately didn't see Cavendish. Hold on just a sec. We can go endless mode and see if we finally find the Cavendish that we've been looking for. No. Ah. Well, it is a common Joker for sure, but there are a lot of common Jokers, so we didn't see the Cavendish. That's the only thing that that we didn't get that was overly lucky, because I cannot believe we got an Ancient Joker set up.
Unfortunately, I think DK from the previous game might have eaten the banana when...
Yes! Yes, and he didn't eat many bananas, but he might have eaten the Cavendish out of the 5 bananas that he ate, unfortunately. That's a shame. That's a shame. But yeah, that's about it. It went... Yeah, I hope people enjoyed the little Balatro action. I was overly excited and showing a number go up. And yeah, that's going to be it. I'm going to just say a couple of thanks, but obviously a big thank you to the TGM community for being very helpful. We've talked about Jackanoid, who was doing the commentary earlier. Many thanks to the Balatro speedrunning community. Unfortunately, we couldn't quite get the commentator because of a special circumstance. And of course, a big thank you to Carter Freak for organizing Pixels for People and all of the Pixels for People staff, moderation, games committee, and hosts for doing what you are doing and contributing to an awesome charity such as Child's Play. I was very happy to be a part of this, and I hope that there is more entertainment to come. I will definitely be watching it from my seat as a spectator. And so thank you.
Well, we definitely do have lots more entertainment coming up for both today and tomorrow. So we'll be going back to a quick intermission here, and we'll be preparing for our next game, which is going to be Super Metroid Rise by LinkaMeister. Hello, everybody. We are back. We have LinkaMeister running Super Metroid Rise. Take it away.
Alright, so yeah, I'm LinkaMeister. This is Super Metroid Rise. This is a Super Metroid ROM made by the Grind 1. I'm going to be doing 32%, which is the maximum amount of items I can get, since the calculations has not been corrected. So, without further ado, I'm going to go in 3, 2, 1, go. So yeah, I start from the map there, since there's no stereo station. So yeah, we're gonna rise to the top. Physics are different. They're definitely a lot different than vanilla. Just go through that. The physics are a little bit floaty, so I'm gonna get missiles here. So I have infinite missiles, so I can spam them as much as I want, and I can shoot them faster. So I want to kill all the Metroids in this room. It opens up a door at the top. Also, wall jumping is different. You don't really get that high of a jump when wall jumping. Come on. So far, so good. Oh, that actually was not bad at all. That's actually pretty good. Also, when you start running, it takes a while before you actually get to speed. So here's Mother Rain. That was Mother Rain. We don't have to deal with that. Now we get high jump boots. It does what it says. Now we're gonna jump higher. It's gonna be some pallet swapped, or yeah, pallet swapped enemies. That's the correct word to use. Now we're gonna go right in this door. I opened it up earlier, so it stays opened. Okay, that still worked out. Cool. Here's a save point, which I won't be using at all. Like, no save points at all. It's not necessary. Now let's see if I can get to the other side. Nice. I'm just gonna wait here. A Metroid's gonna come down and just gonna kill it. Ooh, there we go. Do a little moonfall right there. Actually made it so I didn't get hit. Nice. There you go. That's a good moonfall. So now I'm gonna go all the way down. Okay, I tried doing a moonfall. Nope. Oh, didn't really work out. I really don't remember where the platforms are when going down. Yeah, now we're all the way down again. Since I'm gonna go up in this room. I want at least one Metroid to follow me up. Yes, there you go. Nice. Now just stay there. I said stay there. Oh, come on. No, no. There you go. Oh, okay, this Metroid really wants to follow me. You're gonna leave me alone. There we go. That was actually pretty good. Now we're gonna kill some baby Metroids. Oh, come on. Shoot that one. Oh yeah, the energy tanks are hearts, so that's a bit different.
Are we sure Samus didn't go into Link to the Past? Just to grab the health there.
Well, there's gonna be another like tile later on that looks like the one from Link to the Past. So it's gonna be later on in the hack. Okay, so now I need to kill all the enemies in this room. Nice lag game. Oh, come on, orb. Bruh. Okay, there we go. That one did not want to get hit. There's going to be another one here soon. The waivers are fine, but the orbs are annoying. Cool. Okay, I got it. Nice. There you go. That one can actually go a bit down if I don't kill it. Gonna ignore all the Metroids. Oh. There we go. Now we're gonna fight a boring but easy boss. It's Crocomire. So I want him to just open his mouth like right away. I want to get as much missiles into his mouth as possible. Yeah, this is not what I wanted to do. Okay, I didn't even hit him and he closed his mouth like instantly.
Oh yeah, when he does the little like bait where he like opens his mouth briefly, closes it, and takes another step back.
Yep. Well, he's dead anyway. Oh yeah, I haven't said anything about the bombs. The bombs explode instantly, so there's no bomb jumping, whatever. So it's just instant explosions. we go. Now we get supers, infinite supers. Now I can spam that. The firing rate has not been increased for those though, so. But you can use infinite supers now. And we get spring ball. So now we're gonna go into the Meridius section. And we're gonna fight a boss right away. I'm gonna make sure to destroy the turrets, so I don't have to deal with those. There we go. And now we wait. I'm just gonna use missiles, I can spam them. Oh, really? Oh my god. Yeah, he was close to death too. That's annoying. Oh, anyway, he's dead. Don't have to deal with Dragon anymore. Luckily, we're gonna get gravity suits, so I don't have to deal with underwater physics at all. Which is great.
Do we know, is there any other flashing like that?
No.
That's it? Okay.
Yeah, I should have said something. Normally, the other hacks that it's not a thing, so. Oh, we're gonna fight a boss again, like right away. Yeah, come on. Yeah, that was okay. Okay, fight. And now we get wavy. And now we're gonna go up. Oh, the fish, please. That was pretty good. I have some crabs and some more fish. Ah, that was close. No, I did not want a spring ball. Just gonna ignore every enemy, just tanking the damage. Ooh, that was close. I'm gonna do a wall jump and then instantly morph. There we go. First try. Now we get power bombs. We also have infinite power bombs, so Not that I'm gonna use power bombs that much. Not really useful. I'm gonna do move all right here. There we go. No, Springbolt, please. Why?
I'm just going to take a moment here just quickly to mention, so what we're raising money for here. Child's Play Charity delivers therapeutic games and technology directly to pediatric hospitals to improve patients' lives through the power of play. Our donations help fund games, books, toys, movies, and technology such as VR headsets with MRIs, simulation programs, and MRI goggles allowing kids to watch movies or shows while they undergo a scan, reducing the need for sedation when they end up going in for an MRI scan. With our community support, Child Play will continue to improve the lives of pediatric patients and help children play games and feel better.
Oh my god, nope. The fish, please. Yeah, I have to go up this room again. There we go. I got a bunch of lag earlier with the Mark droids. That was not fun, and the fish all got in my way. Just unfortunate. But yeah, we're done with the Meridia area. We're gonna go to the next area, which is gonna be like the direct ship one. We're gonna fight the boss. We're gonna fight Fantoon. I'm gonna try to get a one cycle. You can actually spam the missiles. You shoot it fast enough that you can actually stun lock Fantoon. So let's see if I'm gonna get a fast or slow or mid, and see if I can get a one cycle. Well, could have been perfect, but I guess not. There you go. That's it. Quick and easy. And now we're gonna get a grapple beam, which is absolutely useless. I won't be using it anyway, so... But I have to get it for full completion. Yeah, I can use it here. I'm just gonna tank the damage and deboost. Oh yeah, the hearts also change color depending on which area I am in. So that's also a little thing. Let's see how this room is gonna go. The flames, please. Nope. The flames, please. Get out of my way. Oh, flames, please. Go away. Oh, come on. Come on, just get on top of it. There we go. Okay. Again, I'm not going to use grapple beam. Why should I? Luckily, this walking is not as long as in vanilla, so... Now we get speed booster. We can also get speed booster while in morph. I know. Thought it was fast enough. I wasn't. Into the next area, which is the print store area. I'm gonna use speed booster right here. Walk all the way up just to get an item. A even more useless item than grapple, which is X-ray.
I always find it amusing that X-ray is either like one of the most useless items or it can be one of the greatest items depending on the ROM hack that's being played.
Yep. Definitely. It depends if you have like Plasma Beam and Fight Fintoon or Botoon. You can just X-ray spam it.
And then sometimes it can open up huge sequence breaks with things like G-mode.
Yep. Yep. Especially in TASes. Oh, come on. There we go. So now we're gonna fight Kraid. He doesn't die as quick as Phantom, but still it's pretty easy. There we go. That's Kraid. And now we get Space Jump. we got Plasma Beam. Do Moonfall. I'm still gonna get a hit. Oh, I didn't. Okay. So, in this room, there's a boss, but I don't have to kill him. It's spore spawn. It's spore spawn, but the door to the next room is not locked, so I can just ignore spore spawn. I don't know why spore spawn is in here, or what the purpose is of spore spawn. So you can just ignore it. It's the only boss I don't kill. Here's a familiar looking block. Nope, not fast enough. Wait. I didn't lay the power bomb high enough. Fine. So here's a boss. I'm gonna ignore it for now. It's Bomb Trizo. We're gonna kill the other one first. Like the big brother of Bomb Trizo. We're gonna kill Golden Trizo first. They're both an absolute cakewalk. Like really easy.
I imagine if their health is unchanged and the beam damage is the same, then yeah, you kind of just run them over. And even then, you have infinite supers.
Yep, and that's what I'm gonna be using. The infinite supers. There we go. Golden Trizo is no more. Yeah, the Zack is not particularly difficult. Just if you get everything, it's not difficult at all. See if I can get some quick drops here. Ooh, okay, nice. I got some. And now Bomb Trizo. He stands up really fast, though. That's the thing that got changed. The Bomb Trizo is ready to fight. But unfortunately, he is already dead. Alright, we're gonna see Baby Metroid just for a second. Like the Corona one. Right here. You're gonna hear a bit of noise and that's it. So we're really right at the end of the game. There's no going to the ship. It's literally just go to this door above. In this next room. There we go. That's it. That's the end of the game.
GG.
Thanks.
Are there any like shout outs or anything like that you'd like to give for this particular game?
If anyone wants to play a Metroid ROM-hack, go to metroidconstruction.com and you will find all the ROM-hacks for Zero Mission, Fusion, Super, Nestroid, Metroid 2 on there. It's really fun. If you're really into Metroid and you just want to have like a different experience, or maybe play a hack with different physics or features or whatever, definitely give them a try. It's really fun to play. If you're interested in speedrunning it, definitely give that a try. There's not many people that actually speedrun ROM-hacks, unfortunately. It's me, and there's just a few. There's just a few of us that actually speedrun ROM-hacks. So there's not much, but technically we're supposed to sit for the credits to have validation for the run. But since we're behind schedule, we don't really have to do that. I already know that I got all the items, so yeah.
All right. I can definitely advocate for the ROM hacks on Metroid Construction. They're very good. And I know that I've seen a lot of people been playing like X Fusion lately, which has been one that's been going around on the Twitch for SM or Super Metroid for Twitch. Anyways, yeah. We're gonna hop back to intermission here, and we're gonna get set up for the next game, which is going to be Sin and Punishment, also by LinkaMeister. So stay tuned. Hello, everybody. We are back. We have LinkaMeister running Sin and Punishment. Take it away.
All right. Yeah, LinkaMeister, Sin and Punishment, originally released on the N64 in Japan only. Since Wii Virtual Console, it actually got released outside of Japan in PAL and NTC regions. I'm playing the Wii Virtual Console version. There's also a Wii U Virtual Console version. I think it is also on the NSO. Yeah, I don't have a Switch. I do have a Wii U, but there's a difference between the Wii and Wii U version. I will explain it throughout the run. So I'm gonna just start in 3, 2, 1, go. So the Wii U Virtual Console, there's less lag, but we go with in-game time anyway. So doesn't really matter what you get, RTA. But anyway, Sin and Punishment, it's an Unreal shooter. We're gonna do a lot of shooting. Technically, I don't really have to shoot a lot, but I'm just gonna do it anyway, or else it's just boring. You're gonna hear a lot of get bonus throughout the run, like a lot. So yeah, it's like a running thing in this game. So we have a timer. We need to make sure we kill enemies to also get the drops for getting more time. Not much is attacking me right now, so it's just a bunch of shooting. So I'm playing on the normal difficulty. If you play in easy difficulty, it's gonna be easy, of course. But when you play on normal difficulty, like these kind of bosses and mini bosses have more health. And there's an extra thing in normal and hard difficulty only, which is not in the easy difficulty. When I get to that spot, I will say that it's the extra thing. What else can I say? Oh yeah, we got dodging. If you press left or right twice, you can dodge, which I do not want to do. I want to do it as the least amount of times, because during that I won't be able to shoot. So same for jumping. When I'm in the air, I keep shooting, but as soon as I hit the ground, I stop shooting for a bit. So I also do not want to jump as much, only when necessary. We have manual aiming, and we got auto aim, like a lock-on. The lock-on is a little bit like slower with shooting, if I'm correct. So I'm gonna not use that as much. There will be spots where I'm actually gonna use it. So there are certain things you can unlock if you complete the game on hard difficulty. You can unlock frame skip, which I'm not using. There's nothing really on the leaderboards where it says that it's not allowed, but so I'm just not using it. Just there's no like rules specified. You can also unlock turbo mode, which basically you play the game in twice the speed. There's also speedruns of that, where you play the game on twice the speed. And doing that on hard difficulty with the turbo is pretty insane. Oh yeah, we got two characters. The one in front is a character we're gonna play to later on, and the character behind her is, I have no idea what the name is. But it's gonna be something. I'm not gonna spoil it right now. You're gonna see it later on. It's an important character, so. So we also have melee attacks. Melee only works when an enemy is close by and you tap the shoot button. You can melee back projectiles like missiles and such back to the enemy, which is going to be useful. So normal difficulty, they actually stop in front of me and try to attack me. And on easy difficulty, they don't do that at all. They just keep going. None of them will stop. There we go. Get bonus. I'm going to be using melee here. There we go. Oh yeah, we play as Saki. I don't know the other character's name. Character we're gonna play as later on. Gonna hit back the missiles. There we go. Alright, sometimes you hear them say, "You're toast!" And I'm not toast, I just killed them. Yeah, also I don't have to shoot the bonus things at all, it's not necessary. Also, these elevators that are going down, that's also a thing that's not on easy difficulty. And these lasers are not on easy difficulty either. I'm gonna be using the auto aim right here. The enemies that are flying there are gonna shoot projectiles, which I'm gonna hit back. There we go.
Get the small fry. Capturing Radahn is our top priority.
Oh, of course.
Get bonus.
We're gonna get a boss. Oh yeah, you can actually shoot her in the background. I'm gonna do it. You don't have to. There we go. Now she's downed. There we go. On easy difficulty, you can actually kill the boss by when it falls down. When it dies that way, it's faster. But normal doesn't really happen. Oh, I don't want to do that. So now she's gonna throw a bunch of her men at me. They have no choice. They're just gonna be used. I'm just gonna shoot them, because why not? Like, this one is gonna go in circles, but I killed him fast enough, so he doesn't have to suffer. So yeah, if you don't play the tutorial like I did, I didn't know what to do here at all. I had no idea you could melee. I played the tutorial, but not fully, so I was like, what am I supposed to do here? And just was like, just quote unquote stuck. Right now we're really big, like a kaiju or something. So the character we're playing as is still Saki, but just big. Whoa, come on, lucky. Yeah, that doesn't happen. This thing and the lasers are not a thing in easy difficulty. Like, on hard, it's legit hard. Like, it took me a while to complete hard difficulty. But this one is go left to right and that's it. Just so you dodge everything. Easy peasy. Oh, I did it again. So now we play as the other character. And now we have this little animal. I'm gonna make a bunch of annoying noises soon. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Come on. That was not that good at all. I'm surprised I actually hit him there. There you go. gonna destroy the thing that's in the middle at the back, or else it's gonna summon a turret. It's gonna be in front of it. Destroy the turrets first. Oh, you're gonna hear the noise now. Yeah, this thing. It's sometimes really difficult to see where it is. Bruh. Ugh, come on. This is just taking me way too long. I don't think it ever took me this long to destroy this like mini boss on normal difficulty. Okay, I disagree, game. I am 100% sure I was mashing the shoot button and I just didn't melee those things there. That's cool. He was about to do attack. Normally, he does that attack way earlier. Oh yeah, now we got Brad. No! Bruh. I want to kill the little... Stop! This is taking me too long. That took me way too long. Yeah, now we're gonna sword fight Brad. Just mashing. Luckily, I didn't die, so that's good. He's gonna break the glass like 3 times in a row. Like, it's a triple thick glass, I guess. Yeah, that little animal, I want to destroy that one like as fast as possible, or else I'm just gonna get destroyed. Just as you saw what happened. Alright, now we're on a floating platform. We're like stuck to it, you could say. So the character from early in the game, the other girl, is controlling this platform. And yeah, we just like magnetically stuck onto it. So this stage has these planes that shoot towards me. Yeah, they never hit me, like, at all. They never hit me before. And you see these little enemies with the little flashing. They are just 2D planes, not doing anything. Like, literally, it's just a 2D plane with a little flashing on it. They don't shoot, they don't do anything. Like, literally, they don't do anything at all. So, I don't know why it is in the game.
If it was on hard mode, would it be any different?
No. Like, only things that are different on hard mode is enemies have more health. They, like, those turrets shoot faster. There's not really more enemies, or these enemies don't do anything. They just don't do anything regardless. You're gonna see them up close later in this stage. You can see it's just a flat plane. Oh yeah, thing with killing enemies and destroying things. Every 100 hits rewards me with a credit, which you can use if you die. On easy difficulty, I never die. On normal difficulty, it could happen that I die. I don't speedrun hard difficulty, but there are hard difficulty speedruns. Oh yeah, see this plane? The other one I could have shot like right away. This one I can't. Oh, the lag. The lag is real. Oh my god, we're gonna hit too much. Yeah, this run is without frame skip on, so the game would probably run smoother with frame skip on, but I'm gonna go RTA anyway. There you go. Nice, you got some health. Oh yeah, also they don't do anything, they're just right across the ocean. This thing, I don't really have to kill it, that's not necessary at all. It's gonna go away anyway. Of course. I am almost dead. Give me some health. No, I need health, not time. Give me some more health, please. Come on, I need more health, not bonus. Why am I getting bonus? I need health. Please, game. There's my health. There we go. Ooh. Oh yeah, I have to do multiple things here. See where I am, walk where I need to go, and shoot where I need to shoot. Okay, there we go. I survived. I'm going to use the manual aiming here, or the auto aim, the lock on, so I can actually hit these turrets from far away. Nice. Good. Explosions are blocking my vision. Oh, you're gonna see them soon. You're gonna see them right here. Close up. There's no animation, just a flashing. So this is the extra part on normal and hard difficulty. Just this. They just shoot straight at it, and it's, you could say it's pooping out more planes. Let's destroy it, and we get 3 of these. That's it. That's all the extra you're gonna get. Like literally, that's all the extra. Now we're gonna fight Brad on an aircraft. There you go. Already halfway through the game. So this thing is a giant gun. I'm gonna shoot a giant bullet soon. Ah, come on. There you go. This is the only stage where I don't get bonus at the end. The only one that says no bonus. Oh, here's a giant bullet. We have to destroy it before Saki, who's standing there, slashes it. And when that happens, Saki slashes also through us. We die. So. Also, depending on difficulty, the rate of fire depends on the difficulty. There we go. Yeah, the explosion is really close by, but we're completely fine. Oh yeah, we're suddenly in a subway station. If you want to know why we're in here, yeah, you need to play the game yourself and watch the cutscenes. Like, I have no idea anymore why we're here. I think we're in, like, Sagi's mind or something. So, yeah, if you want to know what happens, you need to play the game. As far as I know, it is on NSO. If I'm correct. Oh, the lag, please.
To answer that, yes, it is on Nintendo Switch Online.
But, oh yeah, there's a little girl behind us. Again, you need to watch the cutscenes to know why there's a little girl behind us. Like, all the cutscenes explain everything. Gonna do manual lock on so we can actually hit this back right away. Alright, I hate this thing. It moves when you move. So bad it is. There we go. Can we get some turtle rocks? Look at that slash is really, really big. Oh yeah, he's now going to be a little shy. Of course he has to do it that way. He's just a little shy this time. Come on, stop. Stop being a nuisance. There we go. Yeah, that was not that good. So, yeah, these wolves are now gonna basically self-destruct. They're gonna jump towards me and then self-destruct. Come on. This is really easy on the easy difficulty. On normal, it's a bit annoying. I need to hit that with the projectile, but on normal, it also spawns this tentacle, which is also really annoying. Also, this thing just gets destroyed instantly on easy difficulty. I need it to swing. It swings across, but hits the wall and the floor to get more damage. It's just, yeah, really slow. I don't know what I can do to make this faster. There you go. That's this stage. And now we play as Saki again. He looks a bit different though. Yeah, we're on a beach. We got some billboards for Ace Sonic. I think it's just, I don't know if it's just water. We got these sand monsters, these big ones. Okay, that's my fault for walking into that. And we got a giant mechanical octopus. Yeah, she's calling for help, even though we played as her earlier, and she can actually shoot a weapon. Maybe there's only one weapon that we can use. She's stating the obvious. There's a building there. Don't say. I'm gonna destroy the little spiders first. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna go left, opposite side, and then aim to. This can be a bit difficult. There we go. You can still shoot the enemy. That doesn't do any damage whatsoever.
Am I able to take a quick moment here just to talk a little bit about the charity and the prizes we've got?
Sure.
Okay, so Child's Play Charity delivers therapeutic games and technology directly to pediatric hospitals to improve patients' lives through the power of play. Our donations are helping fund games, books, toys, movies, and technology such as VR headsets with MRI simulation programs, and MRI goggles allowing kids to watch movies or shows while they're undergoing a scan, reducing the need for sedation when they actually have their MRI scan. With community support, Child's Play will continue to improve the lives of pediatric patients and help children play games and feel better. For anyone that makes a donation during the marathon, we do have some prizes that you can take a look at in the link that is in the chat there now. So we have, for $5 of donations, the Absolutely Ace bundle, which includes the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy, the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, and Ghost Trick. For $10 in total donations, there is the Mega bundle, which includes the Mega Man Legacy Collection 1 and 2, the Mega Man X Legacy Collection 1 and 2, and the Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection Volumes 1 and 2. For $20 in total donations, you get entered for the raffle for the $100 US
$100 US Steam gift card. All your donations are totaled at the end of the marathon, and you are entered into every raffle that you meet the requirement for. So yeah, let's raise some money for Child's Play.
So I'm mashing right now. This is the only stage where you actually have to move yourself, so I'm just mashing right. It's faster to just keep dodge rolling to the right than actually moving. I'm just mashing my way to victory right now. There we go. Yeah, that giant, like T-Rex thing. We're gonna see it later on. Ah, come on. Hit these enemies. Ah, just get destroyed. There we go. No, let go of me. I'm about to die. Okay, I'm still alive. I want to go topside here because I need help. Oh yeah, that's it for the manual walking. We just got the auto scroller again, or Unreal. Thank God, I don't want to mash more. Unfortunately, there is no task of this game yet. Hopefully someone will make it at some point. But who knows? You die, get lost. I was about to say, I haven't died yet so far, so I can still die. Now there's gonna be a bunch of stuff on screen and shooting. Like a lot. Well. Oh, nope. I'm still alive. Oh, I'm still alive. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Ah! I died. That's fine. I'm still gonna go underestimate anyway. That's a shame. I should have not said anything about I'm still alive. I haven't died yet. I should just not said anything. Luckily, you just spawned like right here, so it's completely fine. It's pretty generous where you spawn after you die. Oh yeah, now they all gonna kneel before their master. I can still kill them. So plot twist: that girl from the beginning is the how do you call it? The evil one. So now we're gonna fight a mimic Earth and protect the real Earth. So now it's gonna do the whole cycle of attacks over again, like the exact same. There we go. And there we go. That's Sin and Punishment normal difficulty. I hope everyone enjoyed the run. I really recommend playing this game. It's really good, and I also recommend playing the sequel any way you can. It's unfortunately only on the Wii, the sequel of this one. But it's actually a really good game and fun to play. I do speedrun that too. So, yeah, that's it.
Do you have any shoutouts for like the community for the game or anything like that?
There's not really a community. There's not a Discord. There's not really that much activity for this game. But if anyone is interested in speedrunning, definitely give it a try. It's fun. It's really fun. And yeah, that's it.
All right then. Well, thank you, LinkaMeister, for the speedruns, and we'll be heading back to the intermission here as we get ready for Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII Reunion by xerobladedge. Be right back.